Chapter 420. Meow Xiao Meow stomped on Lin Xian. Brother, your parents gave birth to your sister a little late. You're older than her by more than 10 years, right? Lin Xian. Uncle, do I look that old? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I can't see clearly through the rearview mirror. No offense, but your sister is very pretty. She has the potential to be a star. Meow Xiao Meow heard his words and looked at Lin Xian. She snorted proudly, as if to say, "Did you hear that? I'm that pretty. Did you see that? She's a natural beauty. You found a treasure. You should take good care of her and not spank her like you did in the afternoon. She's not that smart. She'll be cheated if she becomes a star." Lin Xian said. "Who are you calling dumb?" Meow Xiao Meow wrinkled her nose cutely and glared at Lin Xian. "Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding." The driver laughed and said, "You guys are really close. Just like my brother and sister, they fight all day long." Lin Xian laughed and said, "Fighting proves that we're close." Ha ha ha, that's true. The driver laughed and said. Soon, they arrived at the cinema. Lin Xian happened to see two figures walking in side by side at the entrance. They were Qin Shoutian and Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian had turned around just now, so Lin Xian happened to see her, but Meow Xiao Meow didn't see them. "What are you looking at?" Meow Xiao Meow followed Lin Xian's gaze. "But they just walked in. I just saw a girl. She seems to be my first love." Where? Meow Xiao Meow looked around. "Here, I'm holding hands." Meow Xiao Meow stopped in her tracks and quickly let go of Lin Xian. Her face turned red in an instant. "Damn, you're so good at sweet-talking. You've cheated a lot of girls, haven't you? Didn't I just trick you, little girl?" Meow Xiao Meow rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "As if I'd believe you. Let's go watch a movie." Then, she ran over. Of course, her heart was still filled with sweetness. Lin Xian felt very awkward. The awkward part was that when he came out with Meow Xiao Meow, everyone thought that they were siblings. He really wanted to shout, "Look, this girl is my little girlfriend, the very little kind. Are you jealous?" However, even Lin Xian felt like he was bringing his little sister out to play. He didn't feel like he had too many girlfriends, okay? This was also because Meow Xiao Meow was too young. However, 14 years old wasn't too young, right? Lin Xian rubbed his chin as he thought. Then, he caught up with her. Generally speaking, they were waiting for time. Wang Qianqian and Qin Shoutian were definitely waiting in the hall. If they went in at this time, they would be easily discovered. "Don't worry, they sell ice cream over there. Don't you like it? Let's go buy something to eat." Lin Xian held Meow Xiao Meow's little hand and said, "When did I say that I like ice cream? It's something that only children like to eat." Meow Xiao Meow said proudly, "You're not a child?" Lin Xian laughed. Meow Xiao Meow said unhappily, "I'm not a child." Okay. Then, big girl, let's go buy something delicious first, okay? Isn't there food in the theater? Are you going or not? If not, I'm going to spank you." Lin Xian glared at her. Meow Xiao Meow subconsciously shrank back. "Let's go, okay? We'll know if it's small or not after we try it." Lin Xian mumbled behind them. "What did you say?" Meow Xiao Meow turned her head. "Nothing. Let's go buy something to eat. Uncle, one vanilla, almond, strawberry, blueberry, cream, and chocolate flavors." Lin Xian looked at the excited Meow Xiao Meow and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. She still said that she didn't like it? "Hey, aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Meow Xiao Meow said proudly, "I'm a natural beauty." Okay. You're a natural beauty. You're awesome." Lin Xian smiled helplessly. More than 10 minutes had passed since they finished making the ice cream. Lin Xian felt that it was about time. Then, they carried the ice cream and walked in. The first thing Lin Xian did when he went in was scan Qin Shoutian's figure. When he didn't see Lin Xian, he sighed in relief. "What movie are you watching?" Meow Xiao Meow licked the ice cream with her small tongue and blinked her big eyes as she asked Lin Xian. "Horror movie." Whoosh! Meow Xiao Meow's face instantly turned red. "Big pig trotter." Then, she cursed under her breath. "Fuck. Why are you cursing me?" You men watch horror movies to take advantage of girls. Don't think that I don't know." Meow Xiao Meow snorted. Okay, then let's not watch horror movies, okay? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible to meet Qin Xiaotian and Miao Xiaomiao if they watched horror movies normally. He really didn't want to take advantage of Miao Xiaomiao. Logically speaking, the two of them would watch romance movies in this kind of atmosphere. Horror movies weren't suitable. Watching romance movies would stimulate a girl's hormones. After watching it, the chances of them going to a hotel room would be higher. These were all the details of asking a girl out. Lin Xian knew all this. He didn't believe that Qin Xiaotian didn't know. Whatever. Actually, Miao Xiaomiao felt that watching horror movies was fine too. If she had known, she wouldn't have said it. Damn it. Lin Xian said, also, you're my girlfriend. It's natural for me to take advantage of you and lie to you. No, that's not taking advantage of you. That's called exercising my rights as a boyfriend. Lin Xian said with a smile. In your dreams. Miao Xiaomiao then walked to the front desk. Lin Xian followed her. Can we watch that? Miao Xiaomiao pointed at a romance movie. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. You can watch it if you want. Okay. Then Miao Xiaomiao said, Sister, we want that movie. Let's choose these 2 seats. Choose the 2 seats at the back, Lin Xian said. Since it was a romance movie and he was here with Miao Xiaomiao, how could he not take advantage of her? In this theater, the last row was a sacred place. Why the last row? It's so far away. You can see further if you sit higher, Lin Xian explained. The receptionist obviously understood these things. But when she saw Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao, she was surprised. They were a couple? That shouldn't be, right? This girl was so young. Could this guy be so perverted? Wow. Also, she recognized Lin Xian. This theater was where Lin Xian went before. She recognized Lin Xian not because of how handsome he was, but because of Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. The 2 girls' beauty was still fresh in her memory, so Lin Xian left a deep impression on her. Last time, there were 2 beautiful girls, and this time, there was a minor. Wow, was this guy a love saint? Wasn't he too invincible? And he was a love saint who had been around since he was young. He had some skills. Is that so? But everyone says this seat is the best. Chapter 421. Miao Xiaomiao knew what it meant when a guy asked a girl to watch a horror movie, but she really didn't know much about it. This seat is not bad, but for people with good eyesight, the last row is the best. Otherwise, why would there be rows at the back? Oh, okay. After a few seconds, Miao Xiaomiao realized something. What did the rows at the back have to do with this? The seats at the back could accommodate more people. What did the rest have to do with it? She felt that Lin Xian was up to something, but she couldn't put her finger on it. That's why girls with less experience and more naive girls were easily tricked. Then, they walked into the studio. The studio was dark as usual. Most of the light came from the screen in front of them. Lin Xian and Miao Xiaomiao sat in the last row. You're lying. What's so good about the last row? Miao Xiaomiao pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Not good? It's pretty good. Lin Xian put his hand on Miao Xiaomiao's leg as he spoke. Miao Xiaomiao shuddered. She seemed to have understood something. Take it away. Miao Xiaomiao quickly removed Lin Xian's hand and sat next to him. She was 1 seat away from Lin Xian. Bastard. 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 Pig trotter. The seats at the back couldn't be filled. As long as no one bought a fixed ticket, they could sit wherever they wanted. Lin Xian didn't lie to Linglong Shui and the others like that. Come and sit. I won't touch you anymore, okay? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Miao Xiaomiao. Really? Miao Xiaomiao asked doubtfully. Really? Then, Miao Xiaomiao sat down. She didn't believe it, but women were really like that. After sitting down, Lin Xian patted his chest and said, Come and watch the movie comfortably in my arms, or I'll give you a broad shoulder. No, I like to lean against the back. Thank you, Miao Xiaomiao said. Being disobedient is not likable. Lin Xian then pulled Miao Xiaomiao into his arms and pressed her little head against his chest. Miao Xiaomiao, come, that's it. I'll feed you popcorn. Lin Xian then fed Miao Xiaomiao some popcorn. In the beginning, Miao Xiaomiao did struggle because she was reserved. But slowly, she felt that it was not bad. It was comfortable, and there were people feeding her good food and watching movies. It was really comfortable. Then, she became like this. Towards the end, she did not even notice Lin Xian's hand on her leg. Lin Xian didn't do anything out of line. He watched the movie and waited for Wang Qianqian's news. After about an hour and a half, Lin Xian and Wang Qianqian's movie was basically coming to an end. At this moment, in Qin Xiaoyan's studio, Wang Qianqian and Qin Xiaoyan sat together and watched a romance movie. Qin Xiaoyan was not in the mood to watch a movie. He was actually quite nervous. Tonight was indeed the time for him to make his move. But doing this kind of thing, no matter how many times he did it, would not feel at ease. It was normal to be nervous. Qin Xiaoyan slowly reached out his hand to Wang Qianqian. He did not say anything and just held her hand. For people who had not confirmed their relationship, there was no need to say anything. Just make a move. Because girls were reserved, they would reject you if you said anything. This was very common. For example, chatting on certain apps and then asking someone out to eat or watch a movie. Basically, it was like this. Wang Qianqian was not an ordinary girl. What she needed to act now was a seemingly reserved image, but in fact, she was like those men and women who chatted on apps. So she did not say anything and just let Qin Xiaotian hold her hand. It was just a handshake. It was nothing. It was nothing to Wang Qianqian, unlike girls like Lu Yufan and Yi. After all, she was already 25 or 26 years old and had experienced a lot. She could be very calm. However, after helping him, she had to ask Lin Xian for some service fees. She had been taken advantage of. Otherwise, she would be unhappy. It was no problem for friends to help friends, but she had to complain to Lin Xian. When Qin Xiaotian saw that Wang Qianqian did not retract her hand, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So he knew that he would definitely succeed tonight. As long as he could trick Wang Qianqian into his house, then he would succeed. For some experienced boys, without establishing a relationship, without saying anything, without asking, holding her hand without rejecting, the girl had already made it clear. Qin Xiaotian was also clear, so he felt that he would succeed tonight. He was most worried that Wang Qianqian would not agree, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. Of course, the normal Wang Qianqian was not such a person. She would definitely not agree. Wasn't this helping Lin Xian act? That's right. Lin Xian had guessed Qin Xiaoyan's plan correctly. Hotels and guest houses had surveillance cameras. The place he wanted to take action was his own house. Actually, it was not his house. He had rented it in advance for this matter. He had confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras in this neighborhood. For someone of his status, renting a house for his target was simply a piece of cake. In his own house, to be on the safe side, he would drug her and then take action. In Qin Xiaoyan's eyes, Wang Qianqian was at the arcane body realm. Even if he did not drug her, he could still take action. However, he was really too cautious. Even if he felt that he was a realm higher than Wang Qianqian, he still had to choose the safest method. Of course, if she did not eat the food he had drugged, then he would take action directly. In any case, it was best to be safe. It was not wrong for him to be cautious, but he had one fatal weakness, which was his conceit. Being cautious did not mean that he was not conceited. His conceit was because he thought that his plan was flawless. As long as he followed the plan, there would be no problems. That was normal. But he never would have thought that this target was actually Lin Xian's bait, and Lin Xian had already begun to carry out his plan. He never would have thought. He also never would have thought that Lin Xian had the video of him killing Zhang Tian's sister, Zhang Ai. He also never would have thought that Chu Haoan had the video of him appearing in Lin Ya's house. These two were not enough. One was masked, and the other was filmed from the front. However, if he could film the next part, then the three could be linked together. Qin Xiaotian was already immersed in his results tonight. He might even be able to fuck this girl before taking action. Although Wang Qianqian was not a beauty like Han Chuxue or Yi Yi, she could still be considered a beauty. If he could fuck her for free, then it would not be a loss. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. After all, his main goal was to take action. As the credits ended, everyone left the studio. The two of them also walked out of the theater. Chapter 422. At this time, Lin Xian received a message from Wang Qianqian. There wasn't much content, only that they had finished watching the movie and were leaving the theater. She didn't know what happened next and would tell Lin Xian later. Lin Xian's movie was coming to an end, but Lin Xian couldn't accompany Miao Xiaomiao any longer. Little Miao Miao, I won't accompany you anymore. Go back early after you're done. Lin Xian ruffled Miao Xiaomiao's hair and said, Oh, then go to your thing. Miao Xiaomiao was a little disappointed, but she knew that Lin Xian had important things to do, so she wouldn't be unreasonable. Okay, I'm leaving. After that, Lin Xian hurriedly left. There was no need to worry about Miao Xiaomiao's safety. Although it might be quite chaotic and it was the middle of the night, a little girl like Miao Xiaomiao would definitely be targeted by some people with bad intentions. But don't forget, she was at the mysterious heaven realm. If there really was one, he would probably be beaten half to death by Miao Xiaomiao. Lin Xian walked out and saw Wang Qianqian and Qin Shaotian somewhere outside the theater. Lin Xian then hid. Qin Shaotian smiled at Wang Qianqian. Are you hungry? Do you want to have a midnight snack? Wang Qianqian shook her head and said, I'm not hungry. If I eat in the middle of the night, I'll get fat. Then what are you going to do next? I don't know. Usually, when the girl said that she didn't know, it meant that the door was already open. If she really didn't have that intention, she would definitely say that she wanted to go home. Then there was really no hope. But since she said that she didn't know, what did that prove? She didn't want to go home. Then what did she want to do? Get to know her better. Then shall we go to your house, mine or Ru's? Qin Shaotian smiled and said. Wang Qianqian smiled politely and didn't answer. Let's go. I'll drive to my house. Qin Shaotian didn't give Wang Qianqian a chance to answer. He took out his car keys and got into the car. Wang Qianqian naturally followed behind him. This was a very common process. They didn't have to wait for the girl's response because most of the time, she wouldn't give a response. What the boy had to do was to help her respond. If Lin Xian knew what Qin Shaotian had said, he would definitely laugh himself to death. As expected, he was a veteran. Why are you still pretending to be a good person in school? If you don't have a girlfriend, why are you still pursuing Yi? Tue. Then, Lin Xian hailed a taxi and followed them. At the same time, he received a message from Wang Qianqian. She was going to his house. As expected, looks like he's about to make a move. Then, he sent a message back to Wang Qianqian, telling her that safety was the priority and that he would try his best not to show up. Lin Xian was only there for 2 reasons. To film. If he couldn't film, there was still Wang Qianqian to film. Anyway, there were 2 of them. Another important thing was to protect Wang Qianqian's safety. If anything happened to her, Lin Xian would use his space attribute to save her. With Lin Xian's strength, Qin Shaotian definitely wouldn't be able to block the power of space released. Qin Shaotian's rented house was actually quite far away from here. It was probably deliberately far away. After about half an hour, they arrived at a small district. Qin Shaotian drove into the district while Lin Xian got out of the car at the entrance of the district and quickly ran in. The district was quite old, but it wasn't shabby. It mainly depended on the decoration of the house. If it was well decorated, it would definitely be very beautiful. The highest floor was 6 floors, and there was no elevator. Lin Xian observed that there was a camera at the entrance, but the cameras in the district were basically broken. If the car was driven, the camera at the entrance wouldn't be able to capture the appearance of the person inside the car. With Lin Xian's strength as a mysterious heaven realm 3-star, although he didn't have the dark attribute, it was still very easy for him to hide. Unless there was a stronger person deliberately releasing their divine sense to investigate. But how could Qin Shaotian know that someone was secretly following behind? Moreover, this district was generally dark, making it even easier to hide. 3rd floor, left side. Lin Xian received another message from Wang Qianqian. 3rd floor. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, then released his spatial attribute and directly stood on top of an air conditioner box on the 3rd floor. This place was quite good, and he could see the situation in the room. And this room was one of the bedrooms. Then Lin Xian stopped moving. It was close to midnight, and it was very quiet. Soon, the lights in the room in front of Lin Xian were turned on, and Qin Shaotian and Wang Qianqian walked in. I'll go take a shower first, Wang Qianqian said to Qin Shaotian. Okay, you go first. Qin Shaotian nodded and said, then walked away with Wang Qianqian. The corner of Qin Xiaoyan's mouth rose slightly, then poured a glass of milk for her and drugged it. About 10 minutes later, Wang Qianqian finished her shower and walked in. You go take a shower too. Wang Qianqian looked at Qin Xiaoyan and said with a slightly coquettish tone. Okay, I'll be done soon. There's milk on the table, drink a glass. Qin Xiaoyan didn't want to do anything else. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. The sooner he did it, the more relieved he would be. Wang Qianqian nodded and picked up the glass of milk. Qin Xiaoyan then walked out, then walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Soon, the sound of the shower came from inside. Wang Qianqian walked to the window, only a wall away from Lin Xian. Lin Xian heard their entire conversation and knew that Qin Xiaoyan was taking a shower. Then, he stuck his head out. Wang Qianqian was really shocked when she saw Lin Xian's head suddenly appear in front of her. Then, she nodded at Lin Xian without saying a word. They didn't communicate at all because they were worried that the slightest sound might be heard. Lin Xian sent a message to Wang Qianqian. The curtains will definitely be drawn later, so it's basically impossible for me to film. I'm counting on you. Oh right, the milk was drugged. Wang Qianqian nodded at Lin Xian, then turned on her phone to record. She placed it in a potted plant in the corner. She glanced at it and was able to record it on the bed. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she lay on the bed and drank all the milk. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. Wow, she was so dedicated. Lin Xian was really touched. She clearly knew that the milk was drugged, but she still drank it. She could have secretly poured the milk away, but she was worried that there would be any accidents, so she still chose to drink it. However, Wang Qianqian had taken the antidote beforehand, so she wasn't too worried. Then, Wang Qianqian lay on the bed and closed her eyes in a very natural posture, pretending to be asleep. Lin Xian swore that if this matter was successful, even if Wang Qianqian didn't want it, Lin Xian would have to thank her properly. About 10 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyan walked out while drying his hair. He deliberately looked into the bedroom and saw that the glass of milk was empty. Wang Qianqian was lying on the bed asleep. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 423. Qin Xiaoyan walked to Wang Qianqian's side and sighed. It's not that I want to do anything to you, but I need you right now. You just happened to appear. I can only say that you're unlucky. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard his words. What was this called? Pretending to be a prostitute? He was obviously going to kill her, yet he was still sighing. Was he pretending? Qin Xiaoyan then walked out indifferently, poured himself a glass of red wine, and walked in. Then, he sat on the sofa next to the bedroom, swaying the red wine and slowly tasting it. He was no longer in a hurry. She was already unconscious. He had plenty of time. Wouldn't it be nice to slowly enjoy this kind of time? Lin Xian was about to faint. Damn it. Hurry up and do it. He was still waiting to go home and sleep with Ling Ying's wife. After about 10 minutes, Qin Xiaoyan finished the rest of the red wine in one gulp. Then, he walked to the bedside and closed the curtains. Then, he walked to the bedside. Lin Xian could hear the footsteps outside. He probably knew that it was time to make a move. Once he made a move, it would be over. Now, Lin Xian was only worried about one thing, and that was Wang Qianqian's safety. Lin Xian knew that Qin Xiaoyan was absorbing the ice energy for no reason, because Linya was an example. The reason why those people died was because Qin Xiaoyan killed them to silence them. Therefore, before this, Wang Qianqian would be fine. However, Lin Xian would not allow Qin Xiaoyan to absorb all of Wang Qianqian's ice energy. He didn't know the situation inside. He only hoped that during the period when the ice energy was being absorbed, Wang Qianqian could resist if she wanted to. If she couldn't, Lin Xian would have to make a move. However, the awkward thing was that he didn't know what was going on inside. He wasn't sure if he would enter early or late. Therefore, Lin Xian could only pray that Wang Qianqian wouldn't be restrained during this period. Qin Xiaoyan looked at Wang Qianqian lying on the bed. Qin Xiaoyan sneered and muttered to himself, "You look pretty good, but I'm used to seeing women like Han Chuxue. You can't arouse this young master's desire anymore." Then, he continued, "Blame it on Lin Xian. If he hadn't gone to act in that musical with Ling Ying, he wouldn't have invited you to be the scene controller. Then, I wouldn't have known about you, and I wouldn't have done anything to you. So after you die, take revenge on Lin Xian." "No," Qin Shaotian suddenly said. "Lin Xian, you can't find him. This young master will personally kill Lin Xian, and then in front of him, I will fuck all the women who are related to him. Of course, this includes that beautiful sister of his. 3 years ago, I only absorbed his sister's ice body, because that was the first time I did it, so I was still a little flustered. It's a pity that such a peerless beauty, otherwise, no matter what, I would have done it. But it doesn't matter. In these 3 years, she has grown more and more beautiful, and soon I will be able to enjoy her." Qin Shaotian licked his lips and sneered. "Of course, as long as this young master has the strength. Not only that Linya, Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, Xiao Runing, but any woman this young master fancies, this young master will make them submit. As for you, you are just a pitiful sacrifice, but you won't lose out. It's your honor to be able to become this young master's strength." Lin Xian, who was outside, was furious. This bastard not only had designs on his little fairy, but he also had designs on Xiao Runing. But Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. What kind of situation was this? His arrogance and his words had caused him to self-destruct. Even without the previous 2 videos, he was already finished. "So, Lin Xian, don't look for me. Just obediently become my powerful nourishment." With that, Qin Shaotian's body exploded with power, causing the room to freeze into ice. Following that, Qin Shaotian's right hand condensed blue energy. Following that, he placed his hand in front of Wang Qianqian's face and slowly pulled outwards. Wang Qianqian opened her mouth. From her mouth, a cold energy was extracted by Qin Shaotian and wrapped around Qin Shaotian's body. "Awesome. This cold energy, it's really awesome." Qin Shaotian let out a wild laugh that made people tremble in fear. At this moment, Wang Qianqian felt terrible. The cold energy in her body was being extracted. She was conscious, but she felt like she was being frozen. This should be enough, right? Wang Qianqian thought. The reason why she hadn't made a move yet was because she wanted to take more videos. The more videos she took, the more convincing it would be. After about 5 seconds, she felt that she couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, the cold energy in her body would really be gone. Although it wasn't fatal, once her ice attribute was gone, the damage to her body would be too great. Suddenly, Qin Shaotian frowned. "No, her strength is mysterious heaven realm." That's right, Qin Shaotian suddenly realized this point. The gap between mysterious heaven realm and mysterious body realm was huge. Moreover, before this, he knew that Wang Qianqian was only around 4-star mysterious body realm. It was impossible for her to reach mysterious heaven realm in such a short time. When he suddenly thought of this, with his cautious personality, he realized that something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw Wang Qianqian opening her eyes. "I didn't expect you to be such a person," Wang Qianqian said. "You didn't faint?" Qin Shaotian was shocked. "I fainted, but I woke up." In order not to expose too much, Wang Qianqian didn't say anything. Swish! In the next moment, Wang Qianqian's figure disappeared. Bang! Qin Shaotian smashed the bed with a slap. "Where is she?" Qin Shaotian's eyes were red. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such a change to occur. What did it mean for her to run away? It meant that he was exposed. There was one more person in this world who knew his true face. But why did she suddenly disappear? At that moment, Qin Shaotian's mind was in a mess. Whoosh! Qin Shaotian broke out of the window and rushed out. At this moment, Lin Xian took advantage of the moment when he broke the window to teleport into the house and took away Wang Qianqian's phone. "Qin Shaotian, you're finished." Lin Xian sneered, then released his power and made a space jump of nearly 1,000 meters. With Lin Xian's current strength, even with such a low space proficiency, he could make a space jump of about 1,000 meters with all his strength. If he maxed out his proficiency, he could reach nearly 10,000 meters. At this moment, Wang Qianqian's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's house. Wang Qianqian took a deep breath. This was the limit of what she could do. She believed that Lin Xian should be able to take the phone away. It wasn't that she didn't want to take it, but she didn't want to expose that she was filming. Moreover, she was frozen just now. It would take time for her to break free. If Qin Shout Eon was more decisive, she would die. Therefore, she chose to use the heavenly void pearl that Lin Xian gave her. That was the safest way. The three girls' gazes fell on Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian also saw them. Linglong Shui recognized her. After all, they had been to Deep Freeze Valley together. Chapter 424. Wang Qianqian got up from the ground. She didn't know how she was teleported here. Lin Xian didn't tell her where she was teleported to. Anyway, Lin Xian said that she would be teleported to a safe place. Who knew that she would see three people when she landed? Linglong Shui was wearing a veil, so Wang Qianqian couldn't recognize her. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue were the same. When they met everyone, it was Bing Lingyue who gave her a veil, so Wang Qianqian couldn't recognize her. However, the two of them recognized Wang Qianqian. Linglong Shui immediately knew that Wang Qianqian was here because of the heavenly void jewel. Her first reaction was curiosity. She knew that Lin Xian asked her for the heavenly void jewel to save the lives of the people around him. But he used it now? Did that mean that Lin Xian was also in some kind of danger? Linglong Shui thought a lot. She was actually faintly worried. How should she put it? In her eyes, the profound heaven realm was far, far too weak. No matter where they went, they wouldn't have the ability to protect themselves. And with Lin Xian's troublemaking personality, it was very likely that he had a lot of enemies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her for something that could save his life. Your aura is chaotic. Linglong Shui didn't need to think to know that the woman in front of her was Lin Xian's friend. She raised her hand slightly, and a surge of energy entered Wang Qianqian's body. Her aura instantly stabilized. Wang Qianqian was shocked. How strong was this fairy-like woman? Qin Shout Eon had forcibly absorbed some of the cold energy in her body. It wasn't fatal, but it would cause some damage to her. It would take some time for her to recover. However, the woman in front of her who looked like she was in her 20s completely healed her. She was Lin Xian's friend? The three beautiful women here were all Lin Xian's friends? If they weren't, why would Lin Xian's heavenly void jewel bring her here? Thank you. Wang Qianqian cupped her fists slightly. Lin Xian is in danger now? Linglong Shui asked. Wang Qianqian was sure that they were Lin Xian's friends. I don't know. I was doing something with Lin Xian. I came back first. He should be fine. Wang Qianqian said. Yes, you're fine now. Linglong Shui nodded slightly. Thank you. I'll take my leave then. Then, Wang Qianqian walked away, and they did not ask her to stay. Elder sister, what relationship does she have with you? Why are you helping her? Also, if Lin Xian is in danger, then so be it. Who cares about him? On the sofa, Ling Longyue said casually while eating ice cream. Don't worry about it, Linglong Shui said. Ling Longyue snorted and turned her anger into appetite as she crazily devoured the ice cream. Do you want to go and have a look? Bing Lingyue looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui shook her head. I don't think so. Let's rest. At this moment, Lin Xian was on his way home. He needed to calm down. Even if something like this happened, he needed to calm down first. Qin Shout Eon took a deep breath. He was carefully recalling everything that had happened. He was thinking, was Wang Qianqian a conspiracy against him, or was everything just a coincidence? A conspiracy? A premeditated plan? Qin Shout Eon felt that it was impossible. How could she know what he had done in the past? How could she know? However, if she had a relationship with Lin Xian, then it was possible. Lin Xian and she knew each other. She should have fainted, but she didn't. Qin Shout Eon couldn't be sure if she woke up after fainting, but it was a fact that she saw him. Qin Shout Eon thought that there were two possibilities. First, it was a conspiracy between her and Lin Xian. That was possible. Second, it was really just a coincidence. That was also possible. It's not a big deal even if she found out. One person's testimony is useless. Even if Lin Xian is added, it's useless unless they have evidence. Qin Shout Eon muttered. Wait, do they have evidence? Chapter 425. Qin Shout Eon didn't know any of this. However, He was used to thinking of the worst. This wasn't a bad habit. If Wang Qianqian and Lin Xian were working together, then they might have evidence. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. He had to think so. Therefore, he had to do this. Then, he took out his phone. Help me investigate a person called Wang Qianqian. Give me the results. Also, spend tens of millions to hire a few Thunder Calamity Stage powerhouses to go to Lin Xian's house. Even if they can't catch Lin Xian, they must catch his sister. This was the worst news. The worst news was that Wang Qianqian and Lin Xian were in cahoots. Moreover, they already had evidence of him. Logically speaking, he had completely lost. However, before that, he still had a chance to turn the tables. The first was to kill Wang Qianqian. The second was to kill Lin Xian directly. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, as long as he could control Linya, with the importance that Lin Xian attached to Linya, he could definitely threaten Lin Xian. Previously, Qin Xiaotian had been hesitant to kill Lin Xian because he was worried that something would go wrong. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. Even if there was danger, he had to take action. Of course, there was good news. Wang Qianqian and Lin Xian weren't working together. She had really been seduced by him. It was just that when he was absorbing her cold energy, she woke up because of her body. Coincidentally, she had a spatial spiritual device that escaped. It was also possible. Moreover, how could she have evidence? To put it simply, she had to film the scene of him taking action. However, she left immediately. She didn't take any filming equipment with her. Qin Xiaotian suddenly thought of this. He had to hurry back and thoroughly investigate the entire room. He only hoped that the worst possibility was false. Little did he know that Lin Xian had already entered his room and taken away his phone. At this moment, Lin Xian turned on his phone and watched the video. It couldn't be clearer. Qin Xiaotian returned to his room. He searched the room thoroughly and didn't find anything unusual. In fact, he was relieved. Then he received Wang Qianqian's information. Bounty Hunter Guild? Qin Xiaotian frowned. The information did not show the relationship between Lin Xian and Wang Qianqian. Why? This was because although Lin Xian had joined the Gale mercenary group, he had not registered. The money he earned was shared with the mercenary group. In fact, Lin Xian was more like a helper of the Wind mercenary group than a registered member. This was because Lin Xian had said that he would not join any forces. If she stays in the Bounty Hunter Guild all the time, it will be difficult to make a move. However, if there is no evidence, it won't matter if it's just her words. It won't matter even if I tell Lin Xian. Qin Xiaotian muttered. But no matter what, he had to get rid of Lin Xian tonight, or take Linya away. Only then would it be the safest. When Lin Xian returned home, Ling Ying and Linya were already asleep. He simply returned to his room. Fuck. He was in such a good mood that he wished he could go out and dance right now. Only by dancing and having fun would he be able to fit his current mood. It was a pity that there was no one to accompany him in the middle of the night. Lin Xian was so happy that he couldn't fall asleep. Late at night, in Lin Xian's house, which was where Ling Longshui and the others were staying, the three girls were still awake. They had already showered and were sitting on the sofa in their pajamas, playing Fight the Landlord. This was what Lin Xian had taught them. They had nothing to do, so they would watch TV and play Fight the Landlord. As for their bed, it was probably the biggest bed in the world. There were all kinds of rare crystals, elixirs, and even divine fruits. In the human world, any one of them would be worth millions or even tens of millions. At this moment, Ling Longshui frowned slightly and her beautiful eyes shone. Then, it was Bing Lingyue, followed by Ling Longyue. They really don't know what's good for them. How dare they spy on us? Ling Longyue's pretty face was filled with anger as she stood up. No hurry, Ling Longshui said softly. Bing Lingyue said, they are probably here for Lin Xian. Who were they? How could anyone be here for them? This was Lin Xian's house. Naturally, they were here for Lin Xian. However, they didn't know that the person living here was no longer Lin Xian. Then I will tell them where Lin Xian is staying, Ling Longyue said. Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue. Because Lin Xian peeked at Ling Longshui the last time, Ling Longyue had a lot of complaints about him. How should she put it? He didn't even peek at her sister, which made her angry. Linglong Shui then said, "Wait for them." Then, the three of them continued to play cards. At this moment, there were a few figures stealthily moving in the dark outside. It was obvious that they were experts. They went directly to the window on the second floor and quietly observed the three girls in the living room. They were slightly surprised. Didn't they say that Lin Xian and his sister were living here? Why were there three girls? Could it be that two of them were their friends? Then, they threw something unknown into the room through the window. It exploded in the room and created a fog. Then, 5 figures rushed in and fired a rocket launcher at the location where they were just standing. Then, a net was released. "Hey!" A voice suddenly came from behind them, and the pupils of the few people suddenly shrank. They were all experts in the lightning calamity stage. However, for people who didn't have a high cultivation level, it was best for them not to use their powers, because they were ordered to capture people, not kill people. But why didn't they notice that someone suddenly appeared behind them? They suddenly turned around and saw 2 tall beauties leaning on the balcony with their arms crossed looking at them. Then, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Longyue's figure was like a ghost. It was as if she had punched the 5 of them in the face in an instant. The 5 of them were stunned. TSK, Lightning Calamity Stage. Ling Longyue clapped her hands and then walked to the balcony. "Sister, should we kill them?" Ling Longyue asked. Linglong Shui glanced and then said, "Ask them where they came from first." "Okay." Then, Ling Longyue walked in. She waved her hand and created a few ropes to tie up the unconscious people. Then, she walked over. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of the slaps made people feel a chill down their spine. This Ling Longyue was a slightly violent girl. These few slaps woke them up. The moment they woke up, they released their powers to try and break free from the ropes. But they realized that their lightning calamity stage strength was actually unable to break free from the ropes. "Who are you guys?" All of them looked at Ling Longyue in horror. Chapter 426. Slap. Ling Longyue sent the person who spoke flying with a slap. Following that person's figure could no longer descend from the air. Ling Longyue then began to wildly punch at the speed of 10 punches per second. That person was beaten until he was completely stunned. The other 4 people below were trembling with fear as they watched this scene. "You came here without knowing who we are? Are you looking for a beating?" Linglong Shui said to the person who was lying on the ground on his last breath. The other 4 people felt a chill down their spine. What kind of demon is this? Didn't they say that Lin Xian and her sister were staying here? How could this little lowly be so strong that they could not even resist? A man secretly released a bolt of lightning towards Ling Longyue's back. In the next moment, Ling Longyue turned around and caught the bolt of lightning with her fingers. She was even playing with it. Gulp. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "What the hell?" Whoosh. Ling Longyue then flicked her finger and the bolt of lightning hit that person, knocking him out. The other 3 people who were still thinking of attacking no longer had the mood to do so. "You still want to sneak attack? Are you looking for a beating?" "Sister, we were wrong. Please treat us like a fart and let us go." One of them knelt down. They were in the lightning retribution realm and were strong. However, the lightning released by the lightning retribution realm was being played with by the girl in front of them. What was the meaning of this? Even the law retribution realm could not do that, right? What kind of demon is this? "Are you fit to be my fart?" Ling Longyue glared at him. Sorry. No, no. Ling Longyue said, "Little fairy does not know how to fart." "You are." Linglong Shui, who was on the balcony, said. Ling Longyue understood what Linglong Shui meant. She wanted her to stop playing. "Tell me, who sent you here? Who are you looking for?" Ling Longyue sat on the chair with her legs crossed and swayed back and forth. "We don't know." And when Ling Longyue heard his words, she snapped her fingers and his entire body flew up. Under everyone's gaze, he was directly compressed into a meat patty by the space. Then, the space sent his corpse to an unknown place and he disappeared from this place. Gulp. Everyone who saw this scene sweated profusely. Plop. Then they quickly knelt down. "Big sister, we really don't know who sent us here. Then why are you here? Ling Longyue stretched out her hand, and an apple flew into her hand before she took a bite out of it. 2. To assassinate Lin Xian. You can go now, Ling Longyue said. Ling Longshui, cough. Ling Longshui coughed dryly, and Ling Longyue quickly corrected herself. There's more. And bring Lin's. On Longyue's whose S was stunned. So Lin Xian's enemy's target was not only Lin Xian, but also his sister, Linya. For Ling Longshui, although she had only met Linya once, she liked Linya very much. Linya had an aura that made people feel very close to her. Even if you didn't know her at all, you would feel at ease just by chatting with her for a while. You wouldn't have to worry about her having any thoughts about you. Linya was the only person who gave Ling Longshui such a feeling. Therefore, Ling Longshui really liked Linya. How should she put it? When she heard that someone was targeting Lin Xian, she felt something. But when she heard that someone was targeting Linya, she was furious. What else? Ling Longyue asked. No more. Really no more. That's the mission we received. Then you can go to hell. Wait. Ling Longshui stopped Ling Longyue and walked over. You said mission? Could it be that you're from some organization? They tried to avoid eye contact, but they really wanted to live. We're from the Evil Fiend Shrine. He said because he knew that if he hid anything, he would definitely die. If he didn't, he might have a chance to live. Evil Fiend Shrine? Ling Longshui thought for a moment and turned around. Ling Longshui understood what Ling Longshui meant. She meant that she, Ling Longshui, would deal with them. Then, Ling Longshui untied them. Clean up this house for me. Yes. Then, the three of them who could still move helped to clean up the messy living room. How pitiful. A few Tribulation Realm cultivators who came to assassinate people were actually reduced to cleaning up. Wah. Done. The three of them stood there trembling in fear. Then you can die now. After saying that, Ling Longyue waved her hand and the three of them disappeared. Sister, I think we should just let them harm that Lin Xian. He's not a good person either. Ling Longyue walked over and mumbled. Ling Longshui did not answer Ling Longyue's question. Instead, she said, Do you know about the Evil Fiend Shrine? Ling Longyue nodded. I know. Isn't it just an evil organization of the humans? What does it have to do with us? From what I know, the Evil Fiend Shrine is indeed a human organization. However, it seems that the demons are involved. So what? It's not like they're a threat to us. Ling Longyue said while eating an apple. You're too one-sided. Bing Lingyue ruffled Ling Longyue's hair. Ling Longyue hated it when people ruffled her hair. However, only Ling Longshui and Ling Longshui would do that. The main thing was that Ling Longshui did not know how to ruffle her hair. Ling Longshui pondered for a moment. She was not too sure about this organization. However, she knew that it was quite powerful. After all, it was impossible for them to become the #1 villain in the human society. However, Lin Xian and Linya were targeted by this organization. There were a few Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artists who came tonight. In her eyes, Thunder Tribulation Realm martial artists were nothing. However, what if it was Lin Xian and Linya? Not to mention so many of them. Even one of them would not be able to resist. Moreover, there were so many of them. This meant that they were completely targeted. They would not give up until they caught them. No wonder Lin Xian wanted something to save his life. You heir, do you still have any Heaven's Wrath needles? Ling Longshui asked. She did not have anything that Lin Xian could use for the time being. There were some things that he could not use with his strength. I still have 2 more. Why? Ling Longyue took them out. Ling Longshui took them and said, for Lin Xian to save his life. Ling Longyue was speechless. Oh my God. Don't tell me this sister of mine really likes that scum. No. I'm not giving it to you. Ling Longyue wanted to snatch them back, but Ling Longshui had already kept them. I don't mean anything else. He helped me improve my space element to the great success stage, and you know what that means. The heavenly void orb alone can't compare to his kindness. Mother said that we void foxes should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, let alone such a great kindness. Have you forgotten? Chapter 427. Ling Longyu pouted and mumbled, "Of course I didn't forget, but that's because he helped you. I don't need to be grateful to him." This sentence seemed to make sense. Although Ling Longshui wanted to retort, she felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to do so. After a few seconds, Ling Longshui said, "Being grateful to me is equivalent to being grateful to you. Mother said that you and I are one entity." All right, all right, all right. Ling Longyu was most worried about Ling Longshui's reasoning. Every time she did, she would have a headache. She couldn't understand it at all, but she still understood. Ling Longshui continued, "Furthermore, your space is just one step away from mastery. You need his help." "No way. You're enough. Why would I need a space mastery?" Ling Longyu mumbled. Although she really wanted it, she was still at Sundara. Even though she had such thoughts, she was still stubborn. You need to make yourself stronger. A space mastery and just one step away is like heaven and earth. Furthermore, what we understand is space and the void. In the future, when you advance to the great virtual realm, or even the heavenly Tao realm, this is crucial. With you around, it's enough. Ling Longyu said again. What if one day I'm not around? Ling Longshui looked at Ling Longyu. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Ling Longyu didn't know what to say. You're always like this, always worrying for nothing. You're just one step away from the heavenly Tao realm. What are you worried about? Ling Longshui shook her head slightly and looked out the window. There were too many things in this world that needed to be worried about. Just one step away from the heavenly Tao realm was ultimately not the heavenly Tao realm. The great virtual realm was powerful, but what was a heavenly Tao realm expert? She didn't have any enemies, but who could predict the future? What if she provoked a great virtual realm expert? What if an accident happened? To Ling Longshui, she really didn't have any ties to herself. The only thing she had was her younger sister. It was true that Ling Longshui had some strength, but she was too naive and too easily deceived. Moreover, she was too one-sided and too casual in her actions. Under such circumstances, it was easier to make enemies. She was also worried that she would be used by bad people and cause a disaster. If there really came a day when she couldn't be by her side and protect her, Ling Longshui was truly worried. Perhaps the only person in the world who understood her was Bing Lingyue. Ling Longyu saw Ling Longshui's expression. She could understand a little, but she didn't feel good either. All right, then I won't target him in the future. Ling Longyue gave in. The most important thing for you is to become stronger. When you become strong, your sister won't have to worry about you anymore. Bing Lingyue looked at her and said softly, I don't have anything to worry about. Ling Longyue muttered. Then she looked at Ling Longshui's back and said, All right, then see if you can ask Lin Xian to help me improve my space attribute. I'll take it as I owe him a favor. Ling Longshui turned around and looked at her. Go find him yourself. All right, I'll find him. But what if he refuses? Ling Longyue asked. Ling Longshui said, This kind of treasure that can improve my space attribute is rare. It's already heaven-defying for him to have one. However, I can't be sure if he has a second one. If he doesn't have one, then forget it. If he does, then if there's a chance to give it to you, then fight for it. To you, improving your strength is the most important thing. If he needs something, as long as he agrees, then give it to him. I know. Ling Longyue nodded. I'm going to play games. Then she ran off. Actually, she cares a lot about you. Bing Lingyue said to Ling Longshui. It's useless. She still needs to improve herself. Lin Xian might be the only one who has the ability to improve her. I'll go talk to Sister Lin Xian. Let's go visit them tomorrow and give him the Heaven's Wrath Needle. All right. Bing Lingyue liked Linya and wanted to see Lin Xian. Of course, she would be happy to do so. At this moment, Qin Shoutian was having a hard time. He had just received news that he had lost contact with the Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators he sent. For cultivators of this level, he knew what losing contact meant. How is this possible? Lin Xian had just reached the mysterious Heaven Realm. His sister has almost no cultivation level. Why did we lose contact with the Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators we sent? Why? Could it be that there's a cultivator in his family? Qin Shoutian kept pacing back and forth uneasily. He suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had never been afraid of him, and even wanted him to take action. At that time, Qin Shoutian was worried that Lin Xian had some conspiracy, so he didn't dare to take action. Now, the Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators he sent were all dead. So, he was basically sure of his guess. That's not right. If he has the ability to kill a few Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators, why didn't he take action against me? Qin Shoutian couldn't understand. Logically speaking, he was an enemy of Lin Xian. He even had the ability to kill Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators. Why didn't he kill him? Unless he only has the ability to protect himself, and he can't take the initiative to use it, then it shouldn't be a person. It should be some kind of spiritual weapon or some kind of formation in his family. If that's the case, it should be useless to trigger it once. Then, Qin Shoutian dialed the number again. The death of a few Lightning Retribution Realm cultivators was a blow to the evil fiend temple. Qin Shoutian estimated that he would have to pay a lot of compensation, but for him, nothing was more important than tonight's plan. Therefore, there was an even more tragic scene. He sent a few more experts, but they were all gone. This caused Qin Shoutian to break down. He really couldn't sleep. In his mind, he even had the idea of leaving Tianhua City overnight and going to other cities. However, he resisted the urge. First, Lin Xian didn't come to kill him, but he was able to kill the experts who went to Lin Xian's house twice. In his opinion, it would be dangerous only if he went to Lin Xian's house. Even Lin Xian himself couldn't do anything to him. Second, what if Wang Qianqian was just a coincidence? If it was just her, what if there was no evidence? Without evidence, there was no way to convict him. He just had to find an opportunity to get rid of Wang Qianqian. He would still be fine. At most, he would be caught in a little bit of a storm. Third, the Tianwu conference was too important to him. He wanted to enter the God's Awakening door too much. He wanted to increase his strength too much. So he took a gamble. A gamble. At most, he would be more vigilant. If he didn't appear for a few days and waited until the Tianwu conference to participate in the martial arts competition, what if there was danger? He still needed a spiritual weapon to escape. Money, he had plenty. To him, money was useless. With strength, he could have anything. Lin Xian, don't force me. Chapter 428. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on here. Although he was excited, time slowly passed and he fell asleep. In his dream, he dreamed that he had reached the peak and brought a group of girls back to Earth to live a happy life. When he woke up in the morning, he was drooling. I really hope that the dream is real. Lin Xian stretched and sighed. But wasn't he working hard for this goal? For now, he needed to ensure everyone's safety. In other words, there was Qin Shoutian and Zhao Mingyue in the dark. These two dangers had to be solved. After they were solved, there shouldn't be too much of a crisis for now. Walking out of the room, Ling Ying and Lin Yu were chatting and laughing in the kitchen, making breakfast. Lin Yu was definitely going to the company today. But even if she didn't go to the company, as long as she was healthy, she usually woke up very early. Lin Yu's presence was good news for Ling Ying. She didn't need to sleep in anymore. She couldn't let Lin Yu think that she was a lazy girl. Little Ling Ying, help me fry 5 poached eggs, thank you. Lin Xian leaned against the kitchen door and said proudly, 5? Are you a pig? Ling Ying couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Xian. Wow, 5? What's the big deal? Don't tell me you don't want to spend the money for 5 eggs? I've seen through you. Yes. Lin Yu turned her head and said softly, eating too much fried food is bad for the body, but I'm still growing. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. Big brother, I beg you to be less shameless. You're already 21. Are you still growing? Why? Can't I grow later? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. She really wanted to say that if she could still grow, she wouldn't be able to stand it. She couldn't even stand it now. If she continued to grow, would she break the sky? Go wash up. I'll fry it for you and put it on top of the noodles. Lin Yu said, all right, I love you, little fairy. Then, Lin Xian happily went to wash up. Before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Ling Ying. Ling Ying glared back at him without any fear, and then helped Lin Yu make noodles. Now, their breakfast was basically noodles. There were all kinds of noodles, but they still mainly ate seafood noodles because they both liked to eat them. Ling Ying's appetite was getting closer and closer to Lin Xian's. Little Ling, what do you think of little Xian? Lin Ye suddenly asked when they were cooking. Ling Ying was stunned by Lin Ye's question. He stopped eating the lollipop in his mouth. It's okay. Ling Ying didn't know what to say. Of course, she knew what Lin Ye wanted to say, but she never thought about how she should answer if Lin Ye suddenly asked her one day. Should she directly tell Lin Ye about her relationship with Lin Xian? In fact, Ling Ying also wanted to declare her sovereignty. At least in Lin Ye's heart, she was Lin Xian's real girlfriend. Even if Lin Xian was flirting with other girls outside, she would still be the first in Lin Ye's heart. However, she didn't think it would work because Han Chushue's matter hadn't been resolved yet. Han Chushue had also come to the house and knew Lin Ye. Maybe when the time came, Han Chushue would find out about her relationship with Lin Xian from Lin Ye. That wouldn't work. Now that Han Chushue seemed to have recovered and was working hard to improve her strength, Ling Ying knew that it was mostly because of Lin Xian. Once she found out, she would probably be discouraged again. So, Ling Ying weighed the pros and cons and didn't plan to tell Lin Ye. Lin Ye asked while making noodles, "How big is the gap between him and your ideal boyfriend?" In fact, Lin Ye was also very conflicted. On one hand, she couldn't bear to part with Lin Xian. Moreover, she and Lin Xian were so ambiguous. On the other hand, she felt that Lin Xian was already 21 years old, but he was still so indecent. After a while, he would be 22, and he wouldn't even have a girlfriend. In the future, he would have to get married and have children. Moreover, after all, she always had a grudge in her heart because they were siblings. Although they weren't blood-related, to be honest, this grudge was really difficult for her to overcome at the moment. Being ambiguous with Lin Xian was already her limit. Every time she did it, it was indeed very blissful, but after that, she regretted it. Although Lin Xian had told her many times, this kind of grudge was really difficult for a very traditional girl to accept. Perhaps the most she could do was to have sex with Lin Xian, but in the end, she couldn't accept the grudge of marrying Lin Xian and having children. At least, she couldn't accept it now. Of course, if Lin Xian really couldn't find a girlfriend, then it would be different. But that was also impossible. Lin Ye recently saw so many beautiful and outstanding girls around Lin Xian. Really, she didn't know there were so many before. Suddenly, she realized that maybe the most beautiful girls in the world were around Lin Xian. There were all kinds of types, big and small. She was also in a dilemma. Who was more suitable for Lin Xian? Of course, every girl that Lin Ye saw was very good, but Ling Ying lived with him every day, so Lin Ye naturally liked her more. When Ling Ying heard Lin Ye's words, her mind was in a whirlwind. She was thinking of an answer that didn't count as a yes or a hurtful answer. Of course, she wanted to say that it was quite suitable, and then Lin Ye would probably go with the flow and say it. But she couldn't say that. Actually, it's not that bad, but I value things like fate and feelings more. Maybe I still need a little bit of electricity, so I'm not in a hurry. Lin Ye nodded slightly. That's true. Apart from some of us girls who value material things more, who doesn't want to be with the boy they like? Then, does Sister Lin Ye have a boy that you like? Sister Lin Ye is so beautiful, so you must have countless pursuers. Ling Ying asked with a smile as she helped. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. Other than Lin Xian, she really didn't have a boy. She didn't even have a little bit of electricity. Those super handsome superstars and the like. She had no feelings at all. It was probably because Lin Xian had always been in her heart, or maybe she had never deliberately thought about dating. So no matter how handsome and outstanding a boy was, she wouldn't even take a second look. She didn't have a trace of curiosity. If a girl didn't have curiosity about a boy, then it was impossible for her to have any thoughts. Yes, it's me. It was unknown when Lin Xian had come over, but he still spoke sweetly. Hey, don't you know that it's not good to eavesdrop on girls? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Is this considered eavesdropping? But how long has it been since I left, and you're already talking about this? Little Ling Ying, let me tell you, little fairy is mine. You're not allowed to say anything. In Ling Ying's opinion, Lin Xian was more of a joke, but Lin Ye knew that Lin Xian was serious, especially in front of Ling Ying, so she couldn't help but blush. Chapter 429. Linya blushed and quickly turned around. She pretended to focus on making noodles. Hey, is it really okay for you to do this? Linging said in a displeased manner. What's wrong with that? I'd rather marry my little fairy than marry you. Lin Xin laughed and ran off after he finished speaking. Bastard! Linging gritted her teeth. She was very unhappy with Lin Xin's words. However, the more he said it, the less suspicious she would be. He's just like that. Don't think too much about it. Lin Yu explained for Lin Xian. I know. But maybe he really has designs on you, Big Sister Linya. After all, Big Sister Linya and Lin Xian are not biological siblings. Moreover, Big Sister Linya is so beautiful and he's such a bitch. Maybe he has designs on you. Linya only chuckled and did not continue the topic. After dinner, Linya went to the office. Only Lin Xian and Ling Ying were left at home. What's with that look? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian timidly and noticed his wolf-like gaze. Little Ling Ying, you've been very arrogant recently. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying's heart skipped a beat. I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. Ha ha ha, little fairy has gone to work now. You've been teasing me for the past few days. I have to set the rules and punish you properly. I'll teach you a lesson. Then, Lin Xian pounced on her. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian was satisfied. He hugged Ling Ying and laid there for half an hour. Then, he got up and went to take a shower. Ling Ying turned around. She did not want to move anymore. I'm going to the Sky Marshal Court. I'm going to find Miss Xiao to find out more about this year's Sky Marshal Assembly. Ling Ying suddenly sat up, and then the quilt slipped. She couldn't help but scream and quickly pulled the quilt up. I'll go with you. Give me half an hour. I'm going to take a bath. I have something to do in the Sky Marshal Court. Then, Ling Ying ran into the bathroom, wrapped in the sheets. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. This girl was still shy. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it before. She was still covering it up. About half an hour later, Ling Ying got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. Lin Xian was sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone. Then, he looked up. TSK, TSK, TSK. My little Ling Ying is really beautiful. Ling Ying was wearing a black jacket with a pure white turtleneck sweater inside. The sleeves were long and almost covered her hands. However, it was precisely this kind of wide sweater that made her look especially cute. Lin Xian especially liked girls wearing such loose clothes. Moreover, Ling Ying's figure was top-notch and her legs were beautiful, especially when she was wearing tight pants. TSK, TSK, TSK. He couldn't stand it. When he thought about Ling Ying's appearance just now, he didn't want to go to the Sky Marshal Court anymore. So, who didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex? It's really strange that a man like you can find a girlfriend. Even if you do, I'm the only one who can stand you, Ling Ying said angrily. How am I not tender feelings for the fairer sex? Lin Xian chuckled and planted a kiss on Ling Ying's perfect little face that had no makeup on. Go away. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian in disdain. Then, she said, then tell me, why are you tender feelings for the fairer sex? According to research, it's normal to have sex for 10 to 20 minutes. You do it for 1 to 2 hours each time. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone? Ling Ying said in an aggrieved tone. Aren't I serving you? Lin Xian said with a smile. What do you mean by serving me? Ling Ying pouted angrily. Think about it. If you're not satisfied after 10 to 20 minutes, that won't do. I have to satisfy you, right? How do I know if you're satisfied? It depends on when you beg for mercy. I'll only end when you beg for mercy. Tell me, I'm already so considerate. Isn't it warm enough? Warm my ass. Lin Xian. Fuck. How can you scold me? Yes, I'm scolding you. Ling Ying said unhappily. TCH, women, even if it's an hour or two, I don't see you telling me to stop. You even want to change positions. You're still talking. Ling Ying rushed up and covered Lin Xian's mouth. Her face was flushed red, and she looked extremely adorable. That was the truth. That was why her little face was red. Lin Xian took her hand away and said with a smile, Here's the problem. I'll give you a choice. 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Which will you choose? Ling Ying was in a dilemma. She would definitely choose the current position. 5 or 10 minutes was really not enough for her. Go, go, go. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's go. I heard that the rules of this year's Tianwu conference have changed. The rules should be out today. I have to ask Miss Xiao about the rules of this year's Tianwu conference. What were the rules before? The Tianwu conference was the day after tomorrow. Of course, they cared about it. As for Qin Xiaotian, Lin Xian also paid attention to it. Lin Xian and Ling Ying chatted as they walked out. It's just a normal competition. A 1v1 promotion system. I guess so. Even if it's changed, it won't change much. After all, only this kind of 1v1 competition can show the strength of each other. Ling Ying nodded. Although that's true, it's said that the changes this time are quite big. It seems that it will test the strength of each martial artist. If it's more comprehensive in other aspects, it might not necessarily be good news for higher-level warriors. The Tianwu conference was jointly organized by the three major powers. The top 10 winners would enter the God's Awakening door. But before that, they would also receive a lot of rewards from the Bounty Hunter Guild and the Trial Union. Although it was all for the God's Awakening door, the rewards from the other two major powers were also considerable. The three major powers were established with the same goal in mind. It was to protect the peace of human society, to save human society, and to resist the monstrous beasts. And they suddenly realized that what martial artists needed was not just strength. Or rather, it was not as simple as a 1v1 battle between martial artists. So, they changed the rules. After taking a taxi, they arrived at the Tianhua Academy in 10 minutes. Lin Xian and Ling Ying appeared at the Tianhua Academy together. That attracted the attention of many people. Lin Xian and Ling Ying had a good relationship. Of course, they knew that. But for them to come to the academy together, it made people think deeply. Damn, look at the two of them. They can't be dating, right? That's impossible. Although Lin Xian is not bad and seems to be quite powerful recently, I feel that compared to Ling Ying, he's still not good enough for her. What else could it be? The two of them came to the academy together. I feel like they're living together. In a short period of time, rumors spread. But the two of them were the kind of people who did not care about rumors. Of course, if it was the kind of rumors that insulted them, it would be different. But this kind of rumors did not matter at all. Chapter 430. The two of them arrived at the Sky Martial Court. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi had been working hard recently. If they had nothing to do, they would stay at the Sky Martial Court to learn all kinds of combat skills and knowledge. They were here today as well. The two girls were currently sparring with Xiao Runing on the field. They were there for nothing else but Xiao Runing to help them train. Martial artists needed experience. The two of them could not keep sparring with each other. They needed to spar with more martial artists. Xiao Runing was one of them. She would help them improve. Of course, if she was free, she would also help others because she was a teacher. Han Chuxue, Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked over and saw that not far away, there was a beautiful figure wearing a white coat, standing next to a tree with her arms crossed. Her eyes were in the crowd, and they guessed that she was watching Yi Yi and the others from afar. However, they were not familiar with her, so they guessed that she was waiting for Xiao Runing to finish her work. Many people around her had their eyes on her. Everyone must have known about the incident where Han Chuxue threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried, but they still hadn't received an explanation, so all the rumors were just speculation. However, Han Chuxue's beauty was undeniable. She was so beautiful that no one dared to get close to her. Therefore, those people secretly took photos of her from afar and set the photos as their phone wallpaper. Suddenly, they realized that beautiful people could do whatever they wanted. Even a photo taken from any angle would be beautiful. There were no blind spots at all. This is strange. This woman is actually standing in front of the public. TSK, Tisk, Ling Ying said with a smile when he saw Han Chuxue. She's probably waiting for Miss Xiao. After all, she should be looking in the direction of Miss Xiao and the others. Lin Xian said, "That's possible. Why? Aren't you going to flirt with her? I won't disturb you." Ling Ying said with a smile, "That's a good idea. Thank you for the reminder." Then, Lin Xian walked over with a swagger. Ling Ying, "Hey, did she say that on purpose?" Lin Xin really went? Fuck. Dang. You can feel Ling Ying's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Humph. Bastard. Are you doing this on purpose, or just straight? Ling Ying stomped her foot angrily. Then, her gaze landed on a male student who was staring at her like a fool. When the student saw Ling Ying looking over, he quickly turned his gaze away. Ling Ying then walked over and asked, "Student, is this chair stable?" Ling Ying asked with a smile. "Ah, steady, very steady." "Really? I don't know if it'll be stable if I sit there. After all, I've put on some weight recently." When the boy heard Ling Ying's words, he immediately understood what she meant and quickly stood up. "Senior Sister Ling Ying, please sit." "Thanks." Then, Ling Ying sat there with her legs crossed and looked in front of her. "Do me a favor. Here's 800 yuan. Help me go to Lin Xian and Han Chushue's place as a passerby and eavesdrop on what they're talking about." "Thank you." Okay, but I don't want money." "Take it." Ling Ying then stuffed the money into his hands. Many people's eyes were naturally on the school beauty Ling Ying. When they suddenly saw Ling Ying stuffed money into a boy's hands, they immediately exploded. And this boy, because of such a small matter, received a lot of attention in the future. This was the influence of the top school beauty. As long as this school beauty didn't have a boyfriend, her influence would be very exaggerated. Even if she did have a boyfriend, her admirers would wholeheartedly protect her. Then, Ling Ying watched unhappily as Lin Xian approached Han Chushue. "I'd like to see what you're talking about when I'm not around." Ling Ying would be lying if she said that she wasn't jealous. Although this was all caused by her, she just wanted to know how Lin Xian chatted with other girls outside. Lin Xian moved to Han Chushue's side. Han Chushue also saw Lin Xian coming over. She came back to her senses and then slightly tidied up the loose hair in front of her forehead to hide her nervousness. She was really nervous. No matter how outstanding a man was in front of her, she wouldn't take a second look. No matter how outstanding a man was, she wouldn't feel anything when he said sweet nothings to her. However, when Lin Xian just walked towards her, she became nervous, shy, and secretly happy. All kinds of emotions suddenly emerged. "Hello, little Chushue." Lin Xian walked to Han Chushue's side and grinned. Lin Xian felt that it was time to make a move on Han Chushue. Just like Miao Xiao Miao, he made a move first and then left it there. After all, he didn't do anything. No, Han Chushue was different. Han Chushue's mission required sex. It wasn't as simple as just confirming a relationship. Moreover, it required Ling Ying to do it together. Wow, Lin Xian really felt very tired. It wasn't like he didn't do other things every day. He flirted with girls. Those real scumbags purely ran their own fish pond and didn't need to work. They were usually quite rich. Lin Xian also didn't need to work, but he had a lot of things to do. Training, leveling up, all kinds of dangers outside, etc. Then, he still had to flirt with girls. It didn't matter if the scumbags couldn't flirt with them, but if he couldn't flirt with them, his level would drop to 0. Who could stand that? Han Chushue slightly nodded and then nodded. Why isn't Ling Ying coming over? This should be the first time she was alone with Lin Xian, right? Previously, Ling Ying was there, so she was really nervous and didn't know what to say. When she saw Lin Xian, she also saw Ling Ying sitting in the distance. She really didn't know what to say, so she could only say this. "She's not important." Lin Xian grinned and said. The student sent by Ling Ying heard this and was secretly speechless. Han Chushue heard Lin Xian's words and didn't know how to respond. "Little Chushue, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a movie." Lin Xian smiled and said. He really felt that it was time to make a move. The sooner he got one, the sooner he could be at ease. On the other side, there was still Ling Longshui, Ling Longyue, and Bing Lingyue, 3 heaven-defying girls that he needed to deal with. He had to stabilize the rear first. Now, of all the people outside who had triggered the mission, other than Ling Longshui and the other 2, only Han Chushue and Lin Ye hadn't completed it. Yi Yi and Xiao Runing would definitely trigger it. After all, with their level of beauty, according to the scumbag system's temperament, it would be unreasonable if it didn't trigger it. It probably needed some kind of opportunity. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. It was best to trigger it later. Even if it was triggered, there shouldn't be any heaven-defying punishment. Now that Lin Xian was already a bowl of water, if the two of them triggered it, it would be one disaster after another. And Lin Yu's mission wasn't urgent either. As expected of Lin Xian's little fairy, there was no punishment for the mission. So now, Han Chuxue should be Lin Xian's first target. After all, the sooner they confirmed their relationship, the sooner he could be together with Ling Ying. Otherwise, it would be too late. Chapter 431. When Han Chuxue heard Lin Xian's words, her heart skipped a beat, and her ears immediately turned red. Lin Xian asked her to watch a movie? What did this guy mean by asking a girl to watch a movie? Although she had never been in a relationship before, she still understood this. Moreover, it was at night. Her heart was suddenly in a mess. I have something to do tonight. She was really anxious, and her heart was in a mess. She blurted out such a sentence. Probably subconsciously, she didn't know what to do, so she chose to escape. Lin Xian didn't care. If you have something to do, then you have something to do. Can't force it? Okay, then you're busy tonight. No, I'm not busy. Han Chuxue said hurriedly. Oh. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Was this girl busy or not? Didn't she have something to do? Because Han Chuxue regretted it after saying this. Oh my God, what did she say? Then, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she subconsciously said it again. In fact, subconsciously, she really wanted to go to the movies with Lin Xian, but she was a complete idiot. When faced with this kind of situation, she completely lost her mind. The key was that it depended on the person. Probably only Lin Xian could make her lose her mind. Are you busy or not? Lin Xian asked suspiciously. I'm okay. Han Chuxue's hand was a little helpless as she rubbed the corner of her clothes. Then you're quite busy. I won't disturb you. How about this? I'll ask you to watch a movie after the Tianwu conference ends. Han Chuxue nodded. Okay. She was still a little disappointed, but more than that, she was annoyed. What was wrong with her? Why did she say that she had something to do? If she didn't say that, she would be able to watch a movie with Lin Xian tonight. Then it's settled. All right, don't tell that girl Ling Ying. It's just the two of us. I'll take you to eat a big meal, not her. Han Chuxue nodded slightly. In fact, she was quite happy when she heard this. For example, when Lin Xian and Ling Ying said that they would take her out for a big meal and not bring her along, she was also happy. However, being happy was just being happy. This was a very normal psychological activity. Do you want to go? Lin Xian asked Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded and followed Lin Xian towards Ling Ying. Hello, Comrade Han. Ling Ying saw Han Chuxue and said with a smile. Han Chuxue nodded slightly, then her eyes fell on Xiao Runing. Are you waiting for Miss Xiao? Ling Ying asked. Yes, I want to ask about the Tianwu Assembly. Are you guys interested as well? Ling Ying nodded. Yes, because I heard that the Tianwu Assembly has changed a lot. So it's good to ask about the rules in advance. The Tianwu Assembly will have people from the 3 major academies and 3 major powers as judges. Xiao Runing is one of the judges. According to reason, the new rules should not be leaked, but that's only according to reason. If Xiao Runing doesn't tell them, the other judges will also ask, and they will tell them. They will only say that it depends on whether you have the ability or not. In fact, there's no problem even if it's leaked. In any case, it's just a subconscious rule. Yes, asking in advance can also prepare in advance. After all, there are a lot of experts in the Tianwu Assembly this time. Compared to the previous ones, the quality is much better. Ling Ying said faintly. Lin Xian took out his phone and chatted with Zhang Tian. Lin Xian had just told him about the information that could be used against Qin Xiaotian, so Lin Xian went aside to chat with him. However, Lin Xian didn't give him the video because he was afraid that he would ruin it. Of course, he wasn't afraid that he would collude with Qin Xiaotian. Since he cooperated with him, then Lin Xian would trust him. Moreover, his own sister died in the hands of Qin Xiaotian. He had endless hatred, so he was worried that because of this hatred, he couldn't wait to release the video. That was not what Lin Xian wanted. so Lin Xian only told him this news. As for what to do next, he would take the initiative and Zhang Tian would be in charge of supporting him. With Lin Xian's understanding of Qin Shaotian, he was definitely investigating him and Wang Qianqian. However, he shouldn't be able to do anything about it. Linya was at the arcane body realm, and she also had the heavenly void pearl. Although it was still a little dangerous, Linya listened to Lin Xian's words and directly made the heavenly void pearl into a bracelet on her wrist. If she encountered any danger, she could instantly use it to escape. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that if Qin Shaotian wanted to make a move now, he would definitely only control Linya and would definitely not directly kill her. Therefore, as long as she had the heavenly void pearl on her wrist, Linya would not be in danger. It was impossible for someone to make a move on her and steal her heavenly void pearl at first sight. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't very worried about Linya. Even if she was captured, she could use the heavenly void pearl to come back. Right now, Lin Xian wanted to humiliate Qin Shaotian first. As for how to humiliate him, Lin Xian had already thought about it. But now that the rules of the Heaven Martial Arts Conference had changed, Lin Xian had to think about it again. In addition, he had to make sure that Qin Shaotian hadn't left, and confirm his location before bringing people to capture him. Otherwise, if he alerted the enemy, what would happen if Qin Shaotian directly ran away? As for whether he ran away or not, Lin Xian wasn't sure. It was true that he was cautious, but it wasn't to the point where it would make people think about it carefully, right? It had to be said that Lin Xian's control over people's hearts was still quite strong. Qin Shaotian indeed didn't run away directly, because he still had too many things to do. However, he didn't dare to come out, because he needed to make sure that there was no danger outside before he appeared. On the other side, Lingying saw Lin Xian playing with his phone at the side. She found an opportunity to walk over to the student's side and asked, "How is it?" The male student said, "I heard from Lin Xian that he wanted to invite Han Chuxue to watch a movie." Lingying, motherfucker. As expected. Although she thought of it, she couldn't stop it, but she was still unhappy. What else? Also, he told Han Chuxue not to tell you. Lingying, tisk tisk, so uncomfortable. This bastard, he slept with her every day and even invited other girls to watch a movie. If she didn't tell him, Lingying would remember it for the rest of her life. And then? Nothing else. Oh right. He also said that he wanted to eat a big meal, but he didn't want to bring you. Lingying, at this moment, Lin Xian's mind was filled with all kinds of system notifications from Lingying's unhappy and jealous feelings, causing him to be stunned. Wasn't he just playing with his phone? Could it be that she thought that he was secretly chatting with other girls and was jealous? That shouldn't be the case. With Lingying's tolerance, she wouldn't be unhappy and jealous over this matter. Lin Xian looked at her in surprise. At this moment, Lingying had already walked over to Han Chuxue with a dark face and was thinking about life. Of course, she wouldn't blame Han Chuxue. After all, Han Chuxue didn't know that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend. She only blamed that bastard Lin Xian. Chapter 432. Lingying started to doubt his life. He just had sex with her, and when he was doing it, he used all kinds of sweet words to make her change positions. Then, he didn't want to take him out to eat or watch a movie. Fuck your sister. What's wrong? Han Chuxue looked at Lingying and found that she was breaking the key in her hand like it was a soft candy. She looked very depressed. "It's nothing. My period is here," Lingying mumbled, and then threw the broken key at Lin Xian. It hit his head, and then he flipped his hand and acted as if nothing happened. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked back. Who threw it at him? His first reaction was to look at Lingying. This girl was talking to Han Chuxue. It didn't seem to be her. Then, Lin Xian picked up the object. Fuck? Isn't this Lingying's house key? Then it was Lingying who threw it. Still pretending. However, Lin Xian was curious. Why was this girl so unhappy? What did he do? He was really very curious. Then, he walked over and put the key in front of Lingying. What are you doing? Did I provoke you? Lingying turned her head and said, I was bored, so I threw it for fun. Lin Xian. Of course, he didn't believe it. The system notification was the most realistic. No matter how she tried to hide or explain, since she didn't want to say it, Lin Xian just shrugged. Chuxue, let's go eat something delicious after the Tianwu tournament. Ling Ying deliberately said this to Han Chuxue in front of Lin Xian. Han Chuxue nodded without hesitation. Okay, then it's settled. We'll go after the tournament. Although it was Ling Ying who asked Lin Xian to flirt with Han Chuxue, what happened just now made him very unhappy. Didn't they say that they would go to the movies and eat delicious food after the competition? Normally, Han Chuxue would choose Ling Ying first. She just said that she didn't want Lin Xian to feel too good. When Lin Xian heard this, he didn't mind. It didn't matter if it was a day earlier or a day later. Originally, they wanted to go right after the competition, but since Ling Ying wanted to go right after the competition with Han Chuxue, then so be it. Lin Xian didn't mind going one day later. Han Chuxue thought so too, so it didn't really matter. Up ahead, Xiao Runing, Yi Yi, and Lu Yufan had finished their training. Then, they saw Lin Xian and the others. Then, the three of them walked over together. This was a very eye-catching scene. Among the 4 campus belles of the Sky Martial Court, Han Chuxue, who was the rarest to appear, had appeared together. The goddess-like instructor, Xiao Runing, was also among them. When they walked together, the crowd could not wait to secretly take photos. This was a historical moment. It had been so long, but they shouldn't have appeared in this scene before, right? However, when they looked at the photos and saw that Lin Xian was among the 5 goddess-like girls, they were very unhappy. It also affected the beauty of the photos. They were all waiting for Lin Xian to leave their photos, but this guy was still there. Fuck your sister. Lin Xian, you'll be competing in the martial arts competition the day after tomorrow. Good luck. Lu Yufan said to Lin Xian charmingly. You have to work hard too. Try to participate in the Sky Martial competition next year. Of course. Next year is the year that and I dominate the competition. Lu Yufan waved her fist cutely. If the two of you can maintain your current state and cultivate diligently for a year, you'll be able to become junior experts if you reach a certain level. Xiao Runing said with a smile. Miss Xiao, what about me? Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said softly, Go to hell. Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. The girls felt extremely satisfied and laughed happily. All right, I won't treat you well the next time you come to my house. Lin Xian said in a displeased manner. It's fine. It's enough that your sister treats me well. I don't need you to treat me well. Oh, right. You didn't apply for leave for too long recently. I'll deduct your credits. Lin Xian, you're a teacher. You're awesome. I can't afford to offend you. Okay? Lin Xian's face darkened. However, when the girls saw Lin Xian's expression, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't know why, but they just wanted to see Lin Xian suffer. Of course, if it was between friends, they would want to see it. However, if it was someone they didn't know, or if it was Lin Xian's enemy or rival, they naturally wouldn't do that. They just wanted to see Lin Xian beat them up and crush them. That would be very handsome. Come here, come here. Lin Xian called Lu Yufan and Yi Yi to the side. The two girls looked at each other. Could it be that Lin Xian wanted to bully them because they laughed at him? Hey, come here. I have something to ask you. Lin Xian shouted. Then, the two girls walked toward Lin Xian. What is it? Lu Yufan asked charmingly. Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian from the side. Did you see Qin Xiaotian today? Lin Xian asked softly. Qin Xiaotian? I didn't see him. Lu Yufan shook her head. Then, Lin Xian looked at Yi. Qin Xiaotian was chasing Yi. If he came, he would have contacted Yi. Yi also shook her head. I didn't see him. He probably didn't come to school. What's wrong? He didn't come. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Did they hide, or did they just run away? Lin Xian hoped that it was the former. He hoped that he was hiding out of caution. If he ran away, that would be bad news. However, Lin Xian trusted his own judgment. He probably didn't want to leave before he was completely sure that he had been discovered. Indeed, he had been discovered by Wang Qianqian. But so what? It didn't matter if there was no evidence. Therefore, Lin Xian guessed that his current state of mind was like that. If he didn't appear, That was also in line with Lin Xian's guess. It's okay. If he appears, let me know. Also, if he asks you out, don't go. Lin Xian reminded her. Both of them had heavenly void jewels, but Lin Xian still had to remind her. Nen. Yi nodded her little head obediently. Also, Yi didn't agree when Qin Xiaotian asked her out. Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian nodded. Keep it this way. Then you guys go ahead and practice. I'll go find Miss Xiao and the others to understand the new rules of the Sky Martial Tournament. Good luck. You must defeat all those experts. Lu Yufan waved her fist and said, her boyfriend must be the best in her heart. Therefore, she trusted Lin Xian without thinking. Don't worry. It's nothing. Let's go. Lin Xian saw Ling Ying and Han Chushue follow Xiao Runing to the office, so Lin Xian couldn't wait to chase after them. The three of them followed Xiao Runing to her office and sat down. Then, Xiao Runing poured them a glass of water. Miss Xiao, where's my water? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Chapter 433. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian, and then the corners of her mouth curled up. Pour it yourself. Lin Xian. Wah? That's heart-wrenching. Lin Xian clutched his chest. Actually, these girls couldn't be blamed for wanting to see Lin Xian embarrass himself, or for targeting Lin Xian. The main reason was that Lin Xian often teased them and even touched them. This made them unhappy, and in order to vent their anger, they targeted Lin Xian. This was normal. For example, when Lin Xian pinched Xiao Runing's butt, Lin Xian was very happy, but Xiao Runing must have been very angry, so she could only choose such a simple way to vent her anger. But obviously, it was very useful. They didn't have to choose something too excessive. Just seeing Lin Xian's expression was enough. Okay, I'll remember it. Lin Xian then sat on the chair next to Han Chushue. Damn it. One day, not only will I make Xiao Runing pour water for me, but I'll also make her do something else every day. What else do you want to do after you remember it? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. She felt that Lin Xian's words had a hidden meaning. Coupled with his previous behavior, she felt that he had some bad thoughts about her. Remember, when you come to my house in the future, I won't pour water for you. Lin Xian said. Why didn't Xiao Runing believe him? Okay, Miss Xiao, don't bother with him. Let's talk about our own things. Ling Ying said. It seemed that she still had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian. Xiao Runing nodded. Little Chushue, you have to pay attention to me, Lin Xian said to Han Chushue, feeling wronged. He deliberately let Ling Ying and the others hear. Yes. Han Chushue nodded slightly. Ling Ying, Lin Xian was doing this on purpose. Xiao Runing was already used to Lin Xian's shamelessness. She helplessly shook her head. She definitely couldn't let him get first place in the Tianwu assembly. She suddenly wondered if this was what a teacher should think of her student. Miss Xiao, what's the situation with the Tianwu conference? Ling Ying asked curiously. Lin Xian also pricked up his ears to listen. After all, this was what they were here for. Xiao Runing said, actually, there are a lot of changes to the Sky Martial Arts Conference this time. Up until now, there are a total of 280 people who have signed up for the Sky Martial Arts Conference in Tianhua City. The deadline for signing up is the same as before. A 1v1 duel? Xiao Runing took a sip of tea and nodded. Yes, it's still a 1v1 duel. In the past, the Sky Martial Arts Conference could end in one day, but after the change, it will take 2 days. Moreover, it's life-threatening. Lin Xian, it can't be? Isn't it just a duel? Why is it life-threatening? Lin Xian was puzzled. Xiao Runing said, in the past, it was a 1v1 duel until the end. But this time, there are 280 people participating. The 1v1 duel will only decide the top 70 people. The second round will decide the top 10 from these 70 people, including the first place. Then how will it be decided? Ling Ying asked curiously. Go to the Sky Demonic Beast Forest and kill demonic beasts. The three of them were shocked. What's happening now? A normal 1v1 duel in the Sky Martial Arts Conference was enough. But now, they had to go to the Sky Demonic Beast Forest to kill demonic beasts? Xiao Runing nodded her head. because the 1v1 martial arts competition is too one-sided. Only by fighting against truly powerful monster beasts and hunting them down can a martial artist's ability be fully reflected. Fighting with demonic beasts or surviving in the sky demonic beast forest is a test of all aspects. Therefore, the three major forces decided to do so. Then what if they die? Lin Xian asked. If they die, the three major forces will give them a pension. Of course, after the top 70 people are decided, they have the right to choose whether to continue or give up. Under such circumstances, the realm is no longer the most important thing. Of course, it's still very important. Xiao Runing said. Actually, it's pretty good, Linging said after pondering for a while. Xiao Runing nodded her head. Yes, it's very good, because the situation of our human race is becoming more and more unfavorable. The three major forces are trying to find ways to improve everyone's strength. The previous Linfeng City operation, as well as the Heavenly Martial Assembly's reform, are all trends. In the future, there will be more, because they have discovered that too many so-called geniuses are actually flowers in a greenhouse. Only by constantly experiencing dangerous battles can they truly improve. Even if it's a duel, it has to be combined with this. Being afraid of death really can improve the quality of the human race. I quite agree with this. Linging said, yes, and if we don't improve now, it's too easy to die in the future. Then how will the top 10 be decided? Han Chushue asked. Xiao Runing said, for all the martial artists who agreed to enter the Sky Demonic Beast Forest, we have already marked out an area. This area has demonic beasts from the Qi Building Realm to the Mysterious Heaven Realm. As for the Lightning Tribulation Realm above the Mysterious Heaven Realm, it's possible that they exist, but it's very rare. We have already checked. As long as you don't leave this area, you'll be fine. Then she paused for a moment before continuing. All of you will enter the Sky Demonic Beast Forest from different positions. You will survive in the designated area for one day. This day is not only for survival, but also for killing demonic beasts. Kill all kinds of demonic beasts and take out their demonic crystals. Every demonic beast has a different number of demonic crystals. In the end, we will calculate the total number of demonic crystals in each martial artist's hand and rank them. This is a very fair method. Lin Xian muttered, but it's very dangerous. Xiao Runing replied, it is indeed dangerous, but in fact, it is not too dangerous. The Heavenly Demon Beast Forest is a place where many cultivators go to gain experience. Chushue, Lingying, and the others often go there when they were still in the mysterious body realm. The level of the demon beasts there is generally not too high, but there are many of them. It is a good place to gain experience. Since the top 70 cultivators are basically all at the high level of the mysterious body realm or the mysterious heaven realm, such a place is not too dangerous. So the danger can only come from accidents in the demonic beast domain. Lingying said. Xiao Runing nodded. Yes, and we will also ensure the safety of the martial artists. There will be powerhouses from the three great forces and mentors from the three great academies patrolling the entire Heavenly Demon Beast Forest. When the time comes, we will also provide you with equipment to contact your mentors. Basically, if you encounter any danger within 10 minutes, the closest support will be able to arrive and save you. 10 minutes, in fact, if the difference is not too great and you want to run, then even if you encounter a profound Heaven Realm martial artist, you will still be able to hold them back. At that time, the three great forces will also provide you with some sort of life-saving item. In any case, your safety is basically guaranteed. Chapter 434. However, this wasn't good news for Lin Xian. What if Qin Shaotian attacked him in the Sky Demon Beast Forest? But he didn't seem to be afraid. Why was Lin Xian panicking? Moreover, there was a way to contact the teachers of the three major powers. Those experts would wander around the Sky Demon Beast Forest, so Qin Shaotian wouldn't dare to attack. The danger is basically guaranteed. Then, you have to hunt demonic beasts. Remember, no matter how small the demonic beasts are, they are all points. If you don't kill them, they will be killed by others. As for the corresponding points, I don't know yet. Can we form a team? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Xiao Runing nodded. After entering the Sky Demon Beast Forest, you guys can do whatever you want. As long as you don't break any rules, it's fine. There aren't any rules. The main point is to kill demonic beasts and your own safety. Just these 2 points. Then if we form a team with a few experts, wouldn't we be in the top 10 for sure? Lin Xian shrugged and said, You think you are the only smart one? Ling Ying couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Xian. Aren't I very smart? Lin Xian blinked and felt that it was quite good. When he formed a team with experts like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, their results would definitely be better than those of the other students. Miss Xiao, I suspect that this guy's brain isn't very good. What do you think? Ling Ying asked Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not very good. Lin Xian. 3 women in a drama, damn. No, Han Chuxue didn't help them, so it was just 2 women. Little comrade Han is still the gentle and considerate one. Why is it not good? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. You are usually so smart. Why are you so stupid at this time? Teaming up would only increase one thing, and that was the increase in safety. Think about it. If a person walks alone and encounters 20 demonic beasts in a day and kills all of them, there will be 20 demon crystals. Let's not talk about the grade of the demon crystals first. Then, you guys form a team of 3 and encounter 20 demonic beasts in a day. Then, the 20 demon crystals will be divided equally between the 3 of you. If we form a team, our results will be lowered. Isn't that right? Lin Xian slapped his forehead. That's right. How could he have forgotten about this? He always thought that with 3 people, they would be able to kill 3 times the number of demonic beasts, or even more, and it would be safer. However, that was not the case. They were going in to look for demonic beasts, not countless demonic beasts looking for them. The concept was different. As for the latter, the more people there were, the more they would kill. In theory, the demonic beasts were endless, but reality was always different. That's why it's best to act alone. If you're looking for results, Xiao Runing said. But I have to spend a day and a night alone in the heavenly demonic beast forest. I'm so lonely. Without the company of a girl, TSK. Lin Xian had an aggrieved look on his face. It's all right. There are countless demonic beasts accompanying you. When you want to rest, you'll be worried that you'll be surrounded by demonic beasts. You won't be lonely, Ling Ying said with a smile. Lin Xian. That seemed to be the case. Gather at the Sky Martial Court at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow and head to the martial arts arena together. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the top 70. The main thing is the heavenly demonic beast forest later. Strength is the most important factor. Luck might play a part as well. It will test your abilities in all aspects. I have confidence in all of you. After all, you often go out to train. Lin Xian. I say, Teacher Xiao, what do you mean by this reversal? Lin Xian asked awkwardly as he touched the tip of his nose. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian and said, Your combat strength is sufficient. However, in the demonic beast domain, combat strength is only one of the methods to save your life. I don't know much about your other abilities, so I won't comment. There were too many things that could pose a threat when one was out there alone. If one was strong enough to defeat the demonic beasts, that would not be a problem. However, demonic beasts were not the only things that could take one's life. Maybe the plant in front of you is a poisonous plant, but you don't understand it, and you die because of it. Maybe you meet someone else, and you might be tricked, or your life might even be in danger. This is just a simple point that might be related to your life. There are many tests that have nothing to do with your life, but there might be something very important, and this would always happen inadvertently. However, if everyone's strength wasn't too different, and they were alone in the demonic beast domain, without any help, they could only rely on themselves. Under such circumstances, it was more reliable to get into the top 10. For those experts, the 3 major forces, and those mentors, this kind of top 10 covered much more than the top 10 of a martial arts competition. Although they might not be able to see it, and although it might not be as direct as watching a martial arts competition, this was the reality. I feel that I'm stronger than the 2 girls beside me. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Han Chuxue, Ling Ying. Xiao Runing could not help but laugh. It's not that I want to discourage you, but they started learning martial arts when they were a few years old. Before they were 10, they went to the demonic beast domain to hunt demonic beasts. When they were in their teens, I feel that there aren't many people on planet Aqua Blue who can compare to them in this aspect. What about you? Lin Xian. Speaking of this, it was a little awkward. To be honest, the number of times he went to the demonic beast domain could be counted on one hand. It could probably be counted on two hands. However, Lin Xian had lived one more life than them. They only said that they did not know. All right, I admit defeat. Lin Xian shrugged. What's your cultivation level now? Xiao Runing asked. Asking a cultivator's cultivation level was a taboo. However, Xiao Runing was different. Firstly, she was an instructor. Secondly, she was their friend. There was no need to be so many taboos. I'm at Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. Linging said. Han Chushue said. Mystic Heaven Realm 2 stars. You? Ah. If there was nothing going on previously, you would probably be at least Mystic Heaven Realm 6 stars now. Xiao Runing said to Han Chushue with some regret. She knew Ling Ying. She was quite lazy. However, she was strong. If she was not lazy, she would definitely not be slower than Han Chushue in terms of cultivation. However, Han Chushue was different. She cultivated like crazy before. Han Chushue nodded slightly. How about you? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars. Sorry to disturb you. Xiao Runing said helplessly. This Lin Xian was a true monster. How long ago was he in the Qi building realm? Of course, Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian was definitely not in the Qi building realm. However, reality proved that he was not in the Qi building realm. At most, he was in the mystic body realm. He might not have reached it yet. However, how long had it been? In terms of cultivation level, he was already on par with Ling Ying and Han Chushue. Whether it was cultivation level or battle strength, he had reached the top of the advanced class. Without mentioning anything else, Xiao Runing really admired this. Chapter 435. Ling Ying and Han Chushue both knew that Lin Xian had too many secrets, but Ling Ying knew even more. But the more she knew, the more mysteries Lin Xian had that she couldn't see through. Jane medicine, heavenly star fruit. What were these things? They had never heard of them before. What's Miss Zhao's realm now? Ling Ying asked curiously. 7 stars of the Thunder Tribulation realm. Xiao Runing said. Wow. You reached 7 stars of the Thunder Tribulation realm just like that? According to Xiao Runing, the demon beast they encountered was at the high level of the Thunder Tribulation realm. At that time, she hadn't reached the high level of the mysterious Heaven realm yet, and Ling Ying and the others were only a few stars of the mysterious Body realm. They had all advanced by a large realm, which was around 10 stars. Only Lin Xian was more abnormal and advanced more. However, Xiao Runing was different. The amount of experience she needed to advance by 10 stars was many times more than Ling Ying and the others. However, she still advanced by so much. Why did Lin Xian feel that Xiao Runing was always at school and didn't have much time to grind levels? What do you mean you didn't say anything? Did you know when I went out to grind levels? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. So you're that kind of class representative? What do you mean? Xiao Runing asked, puzzled. We play together, but we're always secretly working hard. Xiao Runing said helplessly, I can't help it. As a teacher, I have to be at school. Basically, I'm used to going out to grind monsters every night. But the speed of her improvement was really terrifying. By the way, Miss Xiao, I have a question that I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Lin Xian. What is it? Lin Xian said. You're not that old, only about 3 years older than me. You're about the same age as my little fairy. You're so beautiful, and I feel like you're the daughter of a rich family. I can understand that you came here to grind monsters like Ling Ying and the others, but why do you want to be a teacher? Isn't this a waste of your energy and time? If you weren't a teacher, Miss Xiao, you'd probably be in the law realm already. A 24-year-old law realm, it was a terrifying thought. However, Lin Xian could definitely reach that level. Ling and the others could as well. That is a secret. Okay, you guys go back and prepare yourself. Wow. If you don't tell me, I will be very conflicted. I will always think. You'll think about it. Ling Ying and Han Chushue stood up and left after saying a few words. Teacher Xiao, don't forget our promise. Before Lin Xian left, he grinned at Xiao Ru Ning, causing her pretty face to suddenly turn red. Bastard, you still remember? With Lin Xian's level of talent, with the rules of the Tianwu tournament, she really felt that Lin Xian had a high chance of getting first place. However, thinking about it, that might not be the case. There were too many experts in the three big academies this year. Just their Tianhua Academy alone had three super strong competitors. Xiao Runing could only pray that someone would stand up and not let Lin Xian get first place. As long as Lin Xian got into the top 10 and not first place, it would be fine. Besides the rewards and glory, the top 10 and first place did not have much of a difference. In other words, the top 10 and first place did not have much to do with each other. Everyone wanted to advance and go to the God's Awakening door. As long as the top 10 advanced, they would work hard and enter the God's Awakening door in the next tournament. Of course, for those who valued glory, the meaning was different. Hey, what's the deal between you and Miss Xiao? Just as they left, Ling Ying elbowed Lin Xian's waist and asked curiously, Strange, why did Lin Xian have relationships with all sorts of beauties? Even a teacher would not be spared? Fuck. I told Miss Xiao that if I get first place in the Tianwu tournament, she will be my girlfriend. If I don't, I will agree to one of her conditions. Lin Xian. Tiske, like hell I'll believe you. Ling Ying snorted. Lin Xian. What the heck? In this day and age, no one would believe you when you speak the truth? He was speaking the truth. Tell me, what is it? Ling Ying asked again. I told you. You don't believe me. Then, Ling Ying angrily stepped on Lin Xian's shoe, grabbed Han Chushua's arm and walked away. Fuck. Lin Xian looked bitterly at his own shoe. Ever since the number of girls around him increased, Lin Xian thought that he was only missing out on money and time. Who would have thought that it was his shoe? In the morning, Lin Xian stayed in Tianhua Academy to practice with Lu Yufan and Yi. Rather than saying that it was practice, it was more like flirting. He took advantage of the girls in all sorts of ways. How did he do it? When he fought with them, he would secretly pinch their buttocks while dodging. After the fight, their faces would turn red. Those who did not know would think that it was because they were tired or hot. Who would have thought that it was because they were pinched? In the afternoon, he accompanied Lu Yufan and Yi to eat a big meal and spent more than 1,000 yuan. Xiao Tong Tong. In the afternoon, Lin Xian came to the sacred palace. Wang Xintong had been in the monstrous beast domain frequently and had also been cultivating in the sacred palace. Wang Xintong wiped the sweat off her forehead. When she saw Lin Xian, she was very happy. Then, she took the opportunity to deal with the monstrous beast virtual image in front of her and ran over to Lin Xian to take the water that he handed to her. Why are you here again? Aren't you busy? Wang Xintong took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off her forehead. What can I be busy with? It's nothing more than teasing little sisters here and there. Teasing little sisters there. It's very relaxing. Wang Xintong cutely rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian released his eye of spiritual insight. She was already at the mysterious heaven realm 1 star. Lin Xian was also very pleased. What kind of state did Wang Xintong belong to? She had unlimited motivation. She felt that her water attribute and light attribute were not considered combat attributes. Therefore, she was cultivating these two attributes. She was crazily increasing her combat strength. If it wasn't a combat attribute, she would be at a natural disadvantage in battle. She needed to increase her combat strength to a level far higher than ordinary martial artists. At the very least, she had to make up for the disadvantage of her attributes. But how should she put it? Actually, each attribute had its own strong points. Water and light were both useful. The water attribute could heal, attack, and control. It was also considered a combat attribute, but it was more of a support attribute. Of course, the light attribute could also cause great damage to martial artists. Otherwise, why would it be below the dark attribute and above the lightning attribute? It was just that everyone was prejudiced by first impressions. If it wasn't the fire attribute, then the lightning attribute wasn't a combat attribute. Uncle Qin should have told you about the changes in the Sky Martial Conference, right? Lin Xian asked. Wang Xintong nodded repeatedly. He did. Therefore, I might have a chance to enter the top 10, Wang Xintong said with a smile. Chapter 436. Lin Xian pinched her pretty little nose and said, There will be a chance, but you have to be careful. I can't take care of you when you're inside. I don't need you to take care of me. Wang Xintong blushed at Lin Xian's actions. She slapped his hand away and mumbled, Okay. You don't need me to take care of you. After today's training, rest well tomorrow and prepare for the martial arts competition. Okay. Wang Xintong nodded. Do you want to relax tonight? Lin Xian revealed a mischievous smile. How do I relax? Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian then whispered something in her ear. Whoosh! Wang Xintong's little face instantly turned red, even to her ears. Pervert! Wang Xintong spat with a red face. How am I a pervert? I'm your boyfriend. Isn't this normal? I'm ignoring you. Wang Xintong then walked to the side and sat down, drinking water. If she really didn't want to talk to Lin Xian, he would definitely walk away. Girls were all reserved. To be honest, if Lin Xian really went to her place tonight, she wouldn't reject him. However, Lin Xian didn't go because he was purely joking and wanted to see her blush. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to do it, but he felt that the time wasn't right. Moreover, he felt a little apologetic. It was better to let nature take its course. The two of you are flirting again? A voice sounded, and then Qin Feng walked over with a smile. Uncle Qin. Lin Xian and Wang Xintong called out in unison. Lin Xian respected Qin Feng. This man had given everything he had to humanity. Just this alone was enough to make anyone respect him. Moreover, he had helped Lin Xian a lot. No, we were just chatting. Wang Xintong hurriedly explained. Qin Feng smiled as he walked in front of them. Then, he reached out and patted Lin Xian's shoulder with a lot of strength. Not bad. You've become stronger again. Lin Xian scratched his head. I'm still a far cry from Uncle Qin. But when you reach my age, you will definitely be stronger than me. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. You should know about the new rules of the Tianwu Assembly, right? Qin Feng looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Got it. Well, with your ability, I think you'll have no problem getting into the top 10. I even think you'll have a place in the top 3. Among all the contestants in this year's competition, you're one of the ones I think the most highly of. Cough, cough, Uncle Qin. Don't tease me. Qin Feng shook his head. No, I don't like to beat around the bush, and I don't like to play along. If I say I think you're the best, then I think you're the best. Apart from you, only Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and the others think highly of you. I'm ashamed. Qin Feng smiled. Then, he looked at Wang Xintong and said, But Xintong isn't necessarily so. Her realm is passable, but after all, she has too little experience. Training in that kind of place for a day has too many things to test a warrior. In this aspect, Xintong is still very far from it. If you have the strength to spare, then help her. If you don't, then forget it. No need. I'll work hard. It doesn't matter if I'm in the top 10 or not. Wang Xintong wiped her fragrant sweat and said, That's not the same. Qin Feng shook his head and said, Your hard work will make you an expert. After these days of teaching you, I found that your ability to learn new things is extremely strong. This means that the time you need to spend is much less than a normal warrior. Thus, I hope that you can enter the top 10 this time. Then, within a year, raise your level to a very high level and participate in the finals of the Tianwu Conference. Although the possibility is very low, I feel that you really have a chance to enter the top 10. Wang Xintong never thought that Qin Feng's evaluation of her would be so high. Lin Xian understood. In this world, there was never a lack of geniuses, and there was never a lack of powerful people. However, in the process of growth, there was only one kind that was lacking, and that was Wang Xintong. She had a stronger determination than a normal warrior, and she had a more terrifying ability to execute and believe. Those so-called experts might have defeated a warrior of an empire and entered the top 10. They might be stronger than Wang Xintong now, but it was hard to say who would be stronger in a year's time. It was true that they were strong, but how many of them had the same belief as Wang Xintong? Lin Xian had it, but he probably couldn't compare to Wang Xintong. Lin Xian also admitted this. I know. She's my girlfriend. If I can help her, who else should I help? Lin Xian smiled. Also, Qin Feng patted Wang Xintong's shoulder and said sincerely, don't think that you're inferior just because you have the water and light attributes. There's no such thing. First, the light and water attributes aren't weak. In some aspects, they're even stronger than the lightning attribute. It depends on how far you can cultivate them. If you cultivate the light attribute well, your battle strength won't be lower than any other attribute. I can only tell you this. Second, there are no weak attributes in this world, only weak warriors. Wang Xintong nodded her small head heavily. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Qin. You two can continue to talk about love. Qin Feng smiled and then walked away. Did you hear that? There are no weak attributes, only weak warriors. Lin Xian pinched her soft pink cheeks and smiled. Got it. Let's go. Stop practicing. You must be hungry. I'll take you out for a feast. Although Lin Xian had already eaten, Wang Xintong looked like she hadn't eaten in the afternoon. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to take her out. Moreover, it wouldn't be good to be too tired. No need. You can go ahead. Although Wang Xintong also wanted to go out with Lin Xian, she thought that Lin Xian should have a lot of things to do. Even if he didn't, he should have a lot of other girls to accompany. Anyway, she probably knew something and didn't want to disturb Lin Xian. She didn't want to take up his time. She only felt that she was inferior to the other girls. In fact, that wasn't the case at all. I'll give you 1 minute to change. If you don't change, I'll strip you naked right now. Lin Xian threatened, fiercely. Wang Xintong blushed again. 1 minute isn't enough. Then why aren't you going? Lin Xian smiled. Got it. Then, Wang Xintong ran into the changing room and changed into her youthful and beautiful clothes. As the number of girls around him increased, Lin Xian realized that he didn't have enough time to accompany them. Wouldn't it take half a day to accompany a girl? That didn't include the time spent having sex. Right now, he really wished that he could clone himself. That way, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Chapter 437. All right. Not long after, Wang Xintong walked in front of Lin Xian and shyly tidied up her messy hair. Let's go. Lin Xian then extended his arm to her. Wang Xintong hesitated for a moment, but still held onto Lin Xian's arm. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to take Wang Xintong out for a big meal to express his sincerity, but plans always changed. After the meal, Lin Xian even wanted to take her out to watch a movie and take advantage of her. Then, they went to watch a movie. Of course, it was the last seat. But he didn't take advantage of Wang Xintong. All sorts of kisses, making her blush uncontrollably. In the end, when Lin Xian sent her home, Wang Xintong was still stunned. He went back just like that? It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't have feelings for her, but he didn't want to ruin her. At least not now. Having so many girlfriends at the same time, he still had to pick up other girls. This already made Lin Xian's heart feel guilty enough. Did he want to have sex with them one by one? That would make him feel even more guilty. Wang Xintong watched Lin Xian walk away through the upstairs window. Her little mouth couldn't help but pout. How should she put it? She was happy and disappointed. She thought that Lin Xian was going to do something to her tonight, but he didn't. This was disappointment. Girls were all reserved. Of course, they wouldn't take the initiative to mention this. However, she definitely liked Lin Xian a lot. As long as Lin Xian said something, she might resist a little because she was reserved, and then she would definitely go along with Lin Xian. But who would have thought that Lin Xian simply sent her home and didn't do anything? This was also the reason why she was happy. At least it proved that Lin Xian was a good person. He did not blindly want to possess her. Otherwise, let alone today, she would have been taken down by Lin Xian many days ago. Lin Xian realized that he really was a pervert. When they returned home, the sky was already dark. Lin Xian didn't take Wang Xintong to have dinner, because it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they had dinner. It could also be considered dinner. Anyway, Wang Xintong didn't like to eat dinner. According to her, it was easy to gain weight after eating dinner. The key opened the door, and Lin Xian jumped into the house. Garibaldi, your handsome bee is back, Lin Xian shouted. Then, 6 pairs of eyes in the living room turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian gulped. What the hell? Other than Ling Ying and Lin Ya, Ling Long Shui, Ling Long Yue, and Bing Ling Yue actually came to his house. Han Chushue probably came with Lin Xian. Why did they all choose to gather here at this time? This surprised Lin Xian. The 6 of them looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly and put down his hand. You, why are you all here? Lin Xian coughed dryly and sat down on a small stool opposite them. Oh my God. Lin Ya, Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Ling Long Shui, Ling Long Yue, and Bing Ling Yue. These 6 women sitting together. It was so beautiful that he couldn't stand it. Really, any one of these 6 women would be a goddess on planet Aqua Blue. Lin Xian really couldn't believe that these women had a relationship with him. Among the 6, 2 of them had already had a relationship with him. Especially that Ling Long Shui, TSK. Logically speaking, Ling Long Shui's temperament was superior to theirs. However, at this moment, Ling Long Shui didn't reveal much of her noble temperament. The same went for Bing Ling Yue. What was more stunning was their appearance. Of course, there was also that little girl Ling Long Yue. Maybe it was because she was in someone else's house, or because there were too many people around. She actually sat there quietly and obediently watching TV while listening to everyone's conversation. Ling Ying and Lin Ya had seen Ling Long Shui and Bing Ling Yue before. They were very stunning in that musical. How should they put it? In terms of appearance, these women were actually on par. Each of them had their own characteristics. It was really hard to say who was prettier. However, Ling Long Shui and Bing Ling Yue were superior to Lin Ya and the rest in many aspects. After all, they were at most in the mysterious heaven realm. Ling Long Shui and Bing Ling Yue were in the absolute void realm, heavenly venerable realm, and one of them was once an empress. This level of state of mind, temperament, and behavior was not something that ordinary humans could compare with. This was very normal. If Ling Ying and the rest had reached this level, had such a state of mind, and had such a status, they would also be incomparably noble. However, to Lin Xian, it didn't matter. After all, they were all his women. No matter if they were young or old, they were all his. Wahahaha. When Lin Ya saw Ling Long Shui and the rest, they were wearing caps and couldn't show their true charm. Moreover, the lights in the conference hall were dim. However, when she saw Ling Long Shui and Bing Ling Yue today, Lin Ya was really shocked. Weren't they too beautiful? And with such temperament, she could tell at a glance that they were the daughters of some super big family with a high status. How did Lin Xian have a relationship with such perfect women? Even that little girl was incomparably exquisite. When she grew up, she would definitely not lose to them. Ling Long Shui glanced at Lin Xian and said quietly, I had some matters to attend to, so I came to visit. I think you guys are here to scrounge for food. Lin Xian crossed his legs and shook them as he spoke. Ling Ying and Han Chushue also had their own thoughts. Today, they really saw Ling Long Shui and the rest perfection. Even Han Chushue and Ling Ying really felt inferior for the first time. To be able to make women like them feel inferior, one could imagine how noble these 2 women's temperament was. Some kind of perception between women was the most sensitive. Then, Ling Ying was super unhappy. Why does Lin Xian know such beauties outside? Of course, she knew that these 2 were the fairy sisters that she had mentioned before. It was just that this time she really saw them clearly. They were indeed fairy sisters. Han Chushue also had an indescribable feeling. Little Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Ya reprimanded him. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Ling Long Shui and asked, "Ahem, that, you guys came as guests, right?" Ling Ying was about to laugh to death. This Lin Xian was really interesting. He was still so funny in front of such a goddess sister. Was he stupid or pretending? He even asked them if they brought any gifts. We brought. Ling Long Shui was slightly stunned, then nodded and said. In front of Linya, she tried her best to hide her noble temperament and tried her best to appear more ordinary. Otherwise, it would be impolite. She was a guest, and her temperament was so noble. Although it wasn't her fault, she thought of this point. Chapter 438. Where is it? Where is it? Hearing this gift, Lin Xian's eyes almost lit up. Others might not know, but Lin Xian was very clear. This was a gift from a virtuous realm and a sky sovereign realm cultivator. It was very scary. Lin Xian was thinking about this. Because of her conversation with Ling Longyue had a lot of prejudice against Lin Xian. However, she turned a blind eye to it. She ate the fruits on the table and watched the TV obediently. Little Xian. Linya helplessly rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. They were important guests. How could he be like this in front of guests? The main thing was that Linya didn't know how close Lin Xian was with them. In fact, they weren't close. He only knew Ling Long Shui, and Ling Long Shui was the only one among the three. Lin Xian didn't care too much about this. He only cared about the good things they brought. Little fairy, it's okay. I have a good relationship with them. There's no need to be so formal. Right, Xiao Linglong? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows at Ling Long Shui. Ling Longyue looked at TV and heard Lin Xian's words. She cutely wrinkled her little nose. She didn't agree. Who had a good relationship with him? If it wasn't for her sister, she wouldn't have cut Lin Xian into pieces. How dare he peek at her sister? Damn it. And here were all the girls around Lin Xian. His words and actions could have a special effect on one of them. For example, when Lin Xian said that they had a good relationship, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue would feel uncomfortable. Especially Ling Ying. Her man said that he had a good relationship with a girl who was more outstanding, more beautiful, and more perfect than her. Of course she would feel uncomfortable. Ding. Sensed Ling Ying's jealousy. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. Sensed Ling Ying's disappointment. Scumbag value plus 10,000. This was the first time Lin Xian had felt such disappointment from Ling Ying. Jealousy suited her, but disappointment. Previously, Lin Xian had also had an ambiguous relationship with many girls. At most, she was unhappy and jealous, but she would not be disappointed. Perhaps there was, but not to this extent, right? To be honest, in Lin Xian's eyes, Ling Ying had always been a heartless person. When he looked over, he could also see the disappointment in Ling Ying's beautiful eyes. For some reason, Lin Xian's heart ached for her. He was really a jerk. He had such a good girl, but he was still not satisfied and was still messing around outside. But Lin Xian had no choice. Ling Ying was really very good. In any case, Lin Xian felt that he was already very satisfied with having her. The more he interacted with her, the more he liked this girl. Moreover, as a woman, how many people in the world would indulge their man to do something outside? There were definitely quite a few. But those women were not good people. Ling Ying was different. Therefore, when Lin Xian saw the disappointment in her eyes, he felt guilty. Extremely guilty. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian's gaze, and the disappointment in her eyes disappeared. Then, she glared fiercely at Lin Xian, using her barbaric side to cover up her weak side. Lin Xian gave her a gentle smile, but it made Ling Ying suspicious. What was with Lin Xian's gentle smile? Logically speaking, if she stared at him, Lin Xian should stare back. But what was with that damn gentleness? Who was that? Hurry up and get out of Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian really didn't mean anything else. He just felt that it was a blessing to have a girlfriend like Ling Ying. Ling Long Shui then nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Lin Xian helped me a lot before." Ling Long Shui didn't mention how good her relationship with Lin Xian was. She only said that he helped her a lot. Bing Lingyue also said, "Not only did he help Ling Long, but he also helped me a lot." For Bing Lingyue, Lin Xian waking her up should be a big help, right? Although it was Linglong Shui who helped, Lin Xian also contributed a part of it. I'm embarrassed by what you guys are saying. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then, Lin Xian's next sentence almost made her laugh out loud. Since I've helped you guys a lot, what are you waiting for? Where's the reward? Lin Xian said as he made a gesture of rolling money. Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Han Chuxue also revealed a slight smile. This was really strange. Logically speaking, when a guy met a goddess of this level, he would kneel down and lick their boots. Lin Xian didn't kneel down and lick their boots. He even teased them. This was really interesting. Xian, we don't help people for the sake of reward. Linya tried to reason with Lin Xian again. To be honest, Linya didn't just play the role of a sister. She also played the role of a mother. She would often preach to Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian didn't have any objection because what she said made sense. Lin Xian listened to her. Little fairy, I understand. Lin Xian nodded obediently and said. Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue glanced at Lin Xian. This was the first time they saw Lin Xian admit defeat in front of others. But Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and then saw some exquisite bags and boxes on the shoe cabinet. Then, he rushed over. I still want to see the gifts. Wahahaha. They couldn't help but smile. Linya couldn't stop Lin Xian, but they were used to it. Damn. In the first bag, there was an exquisite box. Inside were a few purple fruits that Lin Xian was familiar with. Last time, Linya ate these fruits and advanced to the arcane body realm. Immortal fruits. It was indeed Linglong Shui's work. Heaven's Wrath Needle. In the other small box, Lin Xian opened it and saw a Heaven's Wrath Needle. He was excited. Linglong Shui said, This is Yub Er's last Heaven's Wrath Needle. Aren't you going to participate in the Tianmu conference? With this Heaven's Wrath Needle, you'll be safer. Linglong Shui said faintly. Thanks. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to put away the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Then, he took the 3 purple fruits and threw them to Linya. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue each had one. He didn't need it. After all, he was a man. Moreover, Ling Ying was disappointed. He should give her what she deserved. Little Xian, you're wrong. Linya said seriously. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Just like what Lin Xian said, we don't care about these things. When friends are together, they should be comfortable and follow their hearts. If friends are restrained, then they can't be called friends. Linya understood, but she wasn't familiar with Linglong Shui, so she felt that something was wrong. Lingyue, you're right. If you don't mind, then it's fine. Linya said faintly. Of course it's fine. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Chapter 439. Lin Xian then came over and said, Little fairy has eaten this fruit before. Little Ling Ying, little Chuxue, try it. Maybe you'll be surprised. Forget it. Eating the gifts they brought in front of the guests while Linglong Shui and the others could only watch. That was impolite. They were not in the wrong, and neither was Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that Linglong Shui and the others did not need to follow the rules. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that they did not care about these things, and he was even more aware of their realm. Ling Ying and the others did not know about these things. All right, pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Xian shrugged. At least Linglong Shui still had some conscience and even gave him a Heaven's Wrath Needle. He was still happy. Ahem, you guys chat. I'm going to lie down for a while. I'm tired. Then Lin Xian decisively left. If he appeared with these 6 women, it would obviously be a disaster. The best choice was to run away quickly. Moreover, if he did not run away, he might have to cook. He did not want to. After that, Lin Xian returned to his room, closed the door, and happily took out his phone to play a game with Lu Yufan. As for the rest of them, let nature take its course. What did it have to do with him? It was comfortable and comfortable. Are you hungry? Little Ing, accompany everyone and chat. I'll go make some food. Linya said as she got up. No need. I'm just here to sit. There's no need to trouble yourself. Linglong Shui quickly said, "We haven't eaten yet. Since you're here, why don't we eat together?" "Sister Linya, let me help you," Linging said. "No need. I can do it alone. You take care of the guests." Then Linya put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. Linging still felt that it would take a lot of time for Linya to cook for 7 people. She would also be very tired, so she definitely needed help. "Chushue, why don't you chat with Sister Linglong and the others?" "I'll go help Sister Linya," Linging said. "Let's go together." Han Chushue didn't know them, so she didn't know what to talk about. "Oh, isn't it good to watch TV?" Linglong Yue said quietly. Therefore, Lin Xian knew his place and slipped away in advance. Now, he was happily playing games in his room. Linging opened the door and walked in. "Hey, they're all your friends. We don't even know each other. If you don't entertain them, who will entertain them?" Linging nudged Lin Xian. "It's okay. Just let them sit there." "That won't do. Either you go and entertain them, or I'll go and entertain them. You go and help big sister Linya cook. You choose." Linging said angrily. "Dear Fanfan, I'll slip away first. The tigress at home cares about me." With that, Lin Xian put away his phone. "Who are you calling a tigress?" Linging glared at Lin Xian. "I said you're a little cutie. Go. Hurry up and entertain them. I'll go and help big sister Linya cook." Then, Linging walked out, and Lin Xian followed closely behind. In the living room, Linglong Shui and the others sat on the sofa and watched TV. Han Chushue was very embarrassed. She wanted to help in the kitchen, but Linya rejected her, so she could only sit there. Friendship between women could come very quickly. For example, "Wow, your bag is so pretty." Friendship between women could come very quickly. However, one of them was a noble empress. One of them was a noble, virtuous realm expert. One of them was a proud little loli, and the other was Han Chushue. How could they find a topic to talk about? Seeing Lin Xian walk out, Han Chushue heaved a sigh of relief. At least he could talk to Linglong Shui and the others. Even if Han Chushue didn't say anything, it was better than watching TV awkwardly. "I wonder if there's a big sister here who can give me a chest to lean on," Lin Xian said as he sat down beside Han Chushue. The others looked at Lin Xian silently, and then no one said anything. Lin Xian, "Hey, can you guys talk to me?" Lin Xian wasn't afraid of this awkward situation, because he wasn't afraid of embarrassment, especially when it came to these girls. "Can you stop talking and disturb me watching TV?" Linglong Yu turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. What was very awkward was that Lin Xian couldn't retort this girl for the time being. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Because this girl was different, he couldn't afford to offend her. "You err," Linglong Shui said with a slight reproach, but more importantly, it was to remind her. After all, Linglong Shui still needed Lin Xian's help. "Okay." Linglong Yu pouted and then silently ate her banana. "Lin Xian, other than visiting today, there's also something I need your help with." "Say it." Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui's beautiful face. Do you still have that thing from before? Because you air's purity is about the same. So, if you don't, then forget it. I'm just saying." Linglong Shui was also a little embarrassed. She was a virtuous realm expert, and yet she had repeatedly asked Lin Xian for help. This was also her first time. Although Linglong Yu didn't seem to care, she still listened carefully. She definitely wanted her space attribute to reach the large success stage. "I do," Lin Xian said decisively. To Lin Xian, this attribute increasing potion wasn't worth much. It was only 5 million scum points. It was different from the Sky Star fruit. No matter how much he exchanged, the attribute increasing potion would still be 5 million scum points. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Linglong Shui was pleasantly surprised. It was really a surprise. She didn't have too many restraints. There were only her parents, the matter of the Heavenly Fox clan many years ago, and her sister. If her sister's space attribute reached the large success stage, Linglong Shui would be able to do what she wanted to do with peace of mind. Although it might be dangerous and she might die somewhere, at least she would have the ability to protect herself. It was awkward to say. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. To Linglong Shui, a heavenly venerable realm and a large success stage spatial attribute was only enough for her to protect herself? What about him? However, this kind of thing varied from person to person. At Linglong Shui's realm, she could come into contact with more things. She knew very well that even a heavenly venerable realm expert was nothing in front of some people. Provoking a virtuous realm expert, or a heavenly Tao realm expert was also an ant. And with her sister's troublemaking personality, she was also worried. Then, can you? Linglong Shui nodded slightly and looked at Lin Xian. She was really embarrassed. Of course. But what can your sister give me? Linglong Shui, who was beside them, was stunned. What were they talking about? Bing Lingyue was more in charge of being pretty. Being pretty was enough. Chapter 440. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Longyue turned her head to look at him. What do you want? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Little girl, you and your sister are the ones begging me now, not the other way around. You have to change your tone. Ling Longyue clenched her teeth and recalled her promise to Linglong Shui. Then, she lost her temper. Although she was unhappy, she would really like it if she could master her space attribute. Moreover, she would not let Linglong Shui down. Then what do you want? Ling Longyue's tone softened and Bing Lingyue's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Linglong Shui was also pleased. This sister of hers knew her limits. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and kept his eyes on Ling Longyue. What did he want? He did not know and did not know what else they had. Even if they had something, whether Lin Xian could use it was another matter. Therefore, Lin Xian chose another method. Now, it was indeed possible to exchange for something good. There was nothing wrong with it. It felt like a huge profit, and it was indeed a profit. But on second thought, if these two girls became my women, then wouldn't their things be my things? He could take as much as he wanted, and this mission must be completed. Therefore, Lin Xian did not choose to take anything. I want you to serve me for 7 days. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue and said, Dream on. Ling Longyue was instantly unhappy, asking her, a noble void fox, to serve a lowly human? Don't even think about it. Then forget it. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. You are. Linglong Shui looked at Ling Longyue and said, Sister, he is obviously making things difficult for me. Ling Longyue said to Linglong Shui with grievance. Is it difficult to serve you for 7 days? Linglong Shui asked. Ling Longyue opened her small mouth. Lin Xian nodded and said, Yes, it's not difficult. You can help me bring tea and water, wash my clothes, wash my fruits, peel them, and so on. It's very simple. I'm being merciful and want to give you some simple tasks so that your life won't be in danger, and you won't have to give up any treasures to make your space element great success. But you're saying that I'm making things difficult for you. How interesting. Of course, Lin Xian's intentions were not as simple as he thought. The reason why he gave up on the possibility of obtaining a powerful treasure was because he wanted to use this kind of intimate contact to increase his favorability with Ling Longyue. Now, this girl's favorability was still at 0. Lin Xian was also helpless. She had to complete this mission, right? She would not be able to take it if her level was reset to 0. Now, Linglong Shui was on the right track. Her favorability had reached 30. 30 might not be much, but for a goddess of this level, 30 favorability was enough to satisfy Lin Xian. As for Bing Lingyue, her favorability had increased inexplicably. Lin Xian did not feel that he was deliberately trying to increase her favorability, but her favorability had reached 25. This was an unexpected gain. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have any extravagant hopes of being able to woo Ling Longyue. It was too difficult. He only felt that it would be a success if he could increase Ling Longyue's favorability to 20 or 30. As long as her favorability reached this point, he could slowly increase it. For example, with Linglong Shui now, Lin Xian felt that he was very confident that he could get her. God knows where his confidence came from. Ling Longyue lowered her little head. It was not difficult. Ling Longyue was even worried that Lin Xian would take away some of her treasures. She only wanted to serve him for 7 days. To be honest, she would not lose anything. Then, she would be able to achieve great success in her space attribute. Normal people would think that it was a great deal. However, she was a void fox. In other words, she had her own pride. Asking a void fox, who was in the heavenly venerable realm, to serve a lowly, ant-like human in her eyes, she really could not do it. In fact, if she did not put on airs, she would have done it. Normally, if Lin Xian asked Linglong Shui to serve him for 7 days, according to the previous Linglong Shui, she would definitely not agree. However, if she was given a choice now, she would hesitate and then agree. This was because she needed to achieve great success in her space attribute. At the same time, she had to have one thing. Her relationship with Lin Xian had taken a qualitative leap. Thinking about it, it was really a qualitative change. When they met in Deep Cold Valley, Lin Xian said a few words, and she was already filled with killing intent. But now, it was hard to believe that they were the same person. All right. Ling Longyue raised her head and looked at Linglong Shui. Then, she chose to compromise. Han Chushue had heard the entire conversation between them and was a little confused. However, with her intelligence, she could roughly guess some things. At least, she felt that Linglong Shui, Ling Longyue, and Bing Lingyue were not ordinary people. Linging knew about them, but she did not tell Han Chushue. Hearing Ling Longyue's words, Lin Xian was happy. He did not feel regretful because he could not get any treasures or heaven and earth spirit items. This was because the most important thing now was to raise the favorability of these 3 girls. Then, he could get them into his hands. At least, he would not have to worry about leveling up. Then, Lin Xian would be able to do more things. Otherwise, if he leveled up, no amount of treasures would be of any use. But, Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian and said unruly, "You can't make things difficult for me. I can serve you tea and water, but you can't make me do anything overboard." Lin Xian nodded. "Don't worry. You're usually with your sister and Bing Bing. I don't have much time to be with you." If something happens, I won't appear at your place for a few days. I'm obviously letting you off easy. Humph. Ling Longyue snorted proudly. But I won't make you do anything overboard. You have to respect me. Do you hear me? Che. Ling Longyue snorted in disdain. How could she, a void fox, be so respectful to a lowly human? How is that possible? All she had to do was serve him tea and water. Xiao Linglong, look at your sister. It seems like our deal is not going to be completed. Lin Xian said to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui could not understand Lin Xian's intentions. Such a precious item, and all he wanted was for Ling Longyue to serve him for a few days? She really did not understand why Lin Xian would make such a choice. What could he get in return? Linglong Shui could not see through this young man anymore. He had all sorts of mysterious treasures, obedient sprays, and now, he could easily help her achieve large success in the virtualized realm space attribute. And now, he didn't want anything and only wanted Ling Longyue to serve her for a few days. Or did he really not lack treasures? Chapter 441. Linglong Shui stopped thinking about it and looked at Ling Longyue. She really felt that it was nothing. As long as Lin Xian didn't do anything overboard, she would give it to him for free. Furthermore, Linglong Shui would definitely not let Lin Xian give it to her for free. Although on the surface, Linglong Shui would only serve Lin Xian for a few days, she would definitely give Lin Xian something in the future. This was because she couldn't get over it. Little did she know that the free things she thought would cost her sister in the end. Ling Longyue saw Linglong Shui's gaze and shrunk her head. It wasn't that she was afraid of Linglong Shui, but she was worried that Linglong Shui would be disappointed and disappointed. "All right, I got it," Ling Longyue said helplessly. Then, Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Lin Xian nodded. "All right, help me peel an apple first." Ling Longyue secretly clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. Then, she stretched out her hand and an apple flew towards Lin Xian. The apple peeled off in midair, and when it reached Lin Xian's hand, only the pulp was left. It looked like it had been peeled off. When Han Chushue saw this scene, even though she was usually unmoved, she couldn't help but be moved. What kind of technique was this? She didn't even know what kind of power was used to peel the apple. In the second that the apple flew towards Lin Xian, all the peels were peeled off. For a martial artist, there were too many unbelievable things that they could do. However, Han Chushue admitted that she couldn't do this. Even if she held the apple in her hand and used her spiritual energy to peel it, she had to be very careful. If she didn't do it well, the apple would be rotten. However, this little girl was able to peel off all the peels in the second that she threw it out. This kind of method was really shocking. Perhaps for Ling Longyue, this was a simple matter. However, she didn't know that in the eyes of Lin Xian and Han Chushue, it was a bit exaggerated. Lin Xian was fine since he knew Ling Longyue's true realm. However, Han Chushue was different. Lin Xian took a bite of the apple and said, "Not qualified." "You." Ling Longyue clenched her teeth. "What about me? Firstly, you didn't respect me. You should have given me the apple with both hands. Secondly, you're not satisfied. If you're not satisfied, that means you don't respect me. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. You can be dissatisfied, but since you've chosen to make a deal with me, you'll have to abide by the rules. At least for the next few days. You can be dissatisfied, but please don't show it in front of me," Lin Xian said while biting the apple. Lin Xian realized that he couldn't be soft with her. The more he was soft with her, the more presumptuous she would be. Just like Miao Xiao Miao, Lin Xian took her down. Lin Xian felt that Ling Longyue was very similar to Miao Xiao Miao. However, Ling Longyue was the upgraded version of Miao Xiao Miao. Her arrogance came from her disdain for humans. The Void Fox was superior while humans were lowly ants. This kind of arrogance was very difficult to balance. However, Lin Xian had to try. He had to find a way. Obviously, it was useless to be soft with her. However, Lin Xian had to cooperate with her. At least for now, he had to create a special relationship with her. This way, many things could happen. Only then would he have a reason to do something. After that, it would depend on Lin Xian's ability to cultivate her favorability. "Big sister, look at him. He's obviously making things difficult for me." Ling Longyue angrily looked at Ling Longxue. She really wanted to hit him. "No, you were in the wrong just now." Ling Longxue looked at Ling Longyue and said, "It was a good thing for her to be wronged." Moreover, Ling Longxue felt that it was a good thing for her to be wronged. Think about what Lin Xian said and what you did just now," Ling Longxue continued. "I know." After a few seconds, Ling Longyue lowered her head and mumbled, "So satisfying." That's right, Lin Xian felt really satisfied. Seeing this arrogant little lowly being humiliated gave him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It was even better than having sex with a big sister. "So, peel another apple for me now." Lin Xian finished the apple in a few bites and said, "That's right. Got it." Ling Longyue then took an apple and placed it in her palm for a second. Then, the peel fell off, leaving behind a beautiful peeled apple. She then stood up and walked in front of Lin Xian. "Here." Ling Longyue passed the apple to Lin Xian. "Look, you're showing your displeasure on your face again," Lin Xian said. "Ding." Displeasure from Ling Longyue. Scumbag value plus 100,000. The degree of displeasure seemed to be quite high. Ling Longyue took a deep breath. To be honest, if Ling Longxue wasn't here, she would have already taken action. Space attribute? She didn't want it anymore, alright? Here. Ling Longyue's tone softened and then became slightly weaker. Lin Xian took the apple and took a bite. "It's okay. That's all. If you have any more emotions, you'll be disqualified. Then, we'll start from 3 days later." Ling Longyue, "What? 3 days later? Then what was that?" Ling Longyue was furious. Oh, she was really going crazy. Needless to say, this little girl was going crazy just like Miao Xiao Miao. Lin Xian leaned on the sofa and ate the apple. He then said, "That was just a test. It's like a company interview. At the very least, I need to know if you can make this deal or not. Otherwise, if I agree to it directly and you don't respect me, wouldn't I lose out? A treasure that can allow you to master the space attribute. You should ask your sister how precious it is. Ding. Displeasure from Ling Longyue. Scumbag value plus 200,000. Ling Longyue secretly clenched her fist. She really wanted to punch him to death. Lin Xian felt that he had found a treasure. This Ling Longyue's displeasure was already 100,000 points. Her displeasure was so high, and now it was 200,000 points. This little loli with an explosive temper was quite interesting. Lin Xian loved to punish this kind of disobedient little loli. Wahahaha. One disobedient little loli was already taken down by him. This was the second one. Oomph. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth and snorted. Also, I'll be participating in the Tianwu conference the day after tomorrow. You'll only be serving me for 7 days. If I let you slack off for 2 days, wouldn't that be 5 days? I won't lose out if we start now. Bing Lingyue gently rubbed Ling Longyue's hair and said, Lin Xian is right. Also, what you'll get is really precious. Your sister spent so many years and still couldn't master the space attribute. I believe you know how precious it is. Your sister is doing this for your own good. Chapter 442. Ling Longyue knew. If she did not know, she would have left long ago. But to be honest, she did not want to see the disappointment on Ling Longshue's face that night. Who was her sister? Although she had never admitted it, but in her eyes, she was the strongest person in the world. She did not expect that her sister would show such a disappointed expression because of her, so she felt uncomfortable in her heart. Because of this, she listened to Ling Longshue's words. I know. 3 days later it is. Suddenly, Ling Longyue rolled her eyes. Although she was unhappy, she could at least have some fun in these few days, right? But you did remind me. Ling Longyue glanced at Lin Xian. What did I remind you of? Lin Xian was suspicious. I am still a student of Star Academy. I also want to participate in the Sky Martial Assembly. Lin Xian. What the hell? If Ling Longyue participated in the Sky Martial Assembly, then one of the top 10 would be missing. Moreover, she was just playing around. She did not need the God's Awakening door. What the hell? Why would the Void Fox, an Empyrean, need the God's Awakening door? What a joke. This girl was just playing around. You don't have to participate. Lin Xian coughed and said, Why not? What right do you have to control me? Ling Longyue stared at Lin Xian and continued, You said it. It has not started yet. Lin Xian, yes, he indeed could not control her. He did not have the right to control her. Cough cough, little Xiao Ling Long. Ling Longyue. Hearing how Lin Xian addressed her, Ling Longyue had goosebumps. Go and die. Han Chushue was amused by the two of them. She realized that she had lost her composure and silently took a sip of tea. I call you Sister Xiao Ling Long. Is there anything wrong with me calling you little Xiao Ling Long? Disgusting. Ling Longyue was really disgusted. All right, I'll call you little Yeye then. Ling Longyue. The others were also helpless. The dignified Ling Longshue of the great virtual realm was called Xiao Ling Long, and the Empress was called Little Bing Bing. What did they say? Ling Longyue gritted her teeth. Call Her Majesty the Queen. Lin Xian. I'm calling your sister. Ling Longyue. He wanted to kill someone. How dare he disrespect her? Cough, cough. Little Yu, I'm being very serious with you. Can you not participate in the Sky Martial Assembly? Beg me. Lin Xian. My bad temper. Just you wait. I'll beat you up. Ling Longyue and Lin Xian were at odds. But how should he put it? When a girl started to quarrel with a guy, that was the first step of her falling. It was the same as when a girl started to be curious about a guy. That was also the first step of her falling. It was the same principle. If the first thing a man and a woman did when they met was to bicker with each other, if they didn't meet for a period of time, they would think that the man had already entered the woman's heart. Sigh. Lin Xian scratched his head. This was awkward. Not only did he have to fight for the top 10, Miao Xiaomiao and Wang Xintong also had to fight for the top 10. Every single spot was very precious. Oh right, let me remind you that the Sky Martial Assembly has changed the rules. The second round is to go to the Sky Demon Beast Forest to hunt demonic beasts. Are you sure you want to participate? Ling Longyue. This Lin Xian directly checkmated her. She was a void fox, which was also a demonic beast. She could casually kill those demonic beasts that provoked her and attacked her without feeling guilty. It was just like how a human would kill an enemy who wanted to kill them. But if she went to hunt demonic beasts, it was just like how a human would kill another human for no reason. How could she do it? Although she killed without batting an eyelid, she still had some principles. She would definitely not kill those who did not provoke her. But the reason why she killed without batting an eyelid was because she felt that humans were all bad. Wasn't it the same logic as humans hunting demonic beasts? In her eyes, humans were all demonic beasts in the eyes of humans. What did it matter if she killed them? So she was also puzzled. Why did her sister blame her? She did not kill demonic beasts for no reason. Her thinking was not wrong. If she put herself in her shoes and thought about it, it was not wrong. Humans took it as their duty to hunt demonic beasts. Then shouldn't demonic beasts take it as their duty to hunt humans? That was definitely the case. The reason why Linglong Shui blamed Ling Longyue was that they were originally neutral and did not participate in this kind of thing. But she was disobedient and felt that so many demonic beasts had died in the hands of humans. She wanted to uphold justice for the demonic beasts. But how should she say it? Perhaps Lin Xian did not understand. Were demonic beasts and humans two races that could be discussed together? She really did not understand. Linglong Shui felt that demonic beasts could not be killed, and humans could not be killed either. Of course, if they provoked them, then it was another story. Linglong Shui did not have much of a reaction. She could understand. If humans did not kill demonic beasts, the human world would be gone. If demonic beasts did not resist, the demonic beasts would also be gone. But she just wanted to remain neutral. You. Despicable human. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth and angrily glared at Lin Xian. Han Chushua's brows suddenly furrowed. Despicable human? This girl was not human? She suddenly became terrified as she thought about it. This sister was not human? For demonic beasts to take human form, they should be at least in the law realm. Moreover, only those with a high bloodline in the law realm could fully take human form. Looking at their heaven-defying appearance and noble temperament, they either had a supreme status in the demonic beasts or were incomparably powerful. She suddenly understood why the little lowly could so easily use some unknown power to perfectly peel the apple. It turned out that she was a very powerful expert. Lin Xian actually had two demonic beasts as friends? Han Chuxuan naturally did not discriminate against demonic beasts because she knew that many demonic beasts were neutral. Since Lin Xian could get along with them, it proved that they were neutral. She was just shocked. Lin Xian could actually make such powerful and beautiful demonic beasts as friends. Lin Xian also saw Han Chushua's shocked expression. He naturally knew what Han Chuxue was shocked about, but Lin Xian knew Han Chushua's character. She definitely would not casually tell others. She might only tell Ling Ying, but it did not matter. Lin Xian gave Han Chuxue a reassuring look. Han Chuxue then slightly nodded at Lin Xian. You are. Hearing Ling Longyue's words, Linglong Shui faintly called out. In the human world, it was best for them to hide their identity as demonic beasts. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Of course, it was not a problem for them to reveal that they were neutral and reveal their strength. Humans were friendly to demonic beasts, but Linglong Shui knew that Ling Longyue was not neutral. Chapter 443. Linglong Shui's hands were stained with the lives of hundreds of people. Although she didn't say it and no one knew about it, Linglong Shui couldn't get over it. What she did was what she did. If she admitted it, she had to admit it. Either she slowly hid her identity as a demonic beast, or she had to admit that Linglong Yu had killed a lot of people. Hearing Linglong Shue's words, Linglong Yu realized that what she said was inappropriate. She glanced at Han Chushue, but Han Chushue didn't have much of a reaction. She just sat there and sipped her tea. It's okay, Lin Xian said. They were all very smart and understood the meaning of Lin Xian's words. So, are you still going to participate? Lin Xian asked Linglong Yu with a smile. Not participating. Although Linglong Yu was very unhappy, she really couldn't participate. Why would she participate? Could it be that she wanted to help this group of people hunt demonic beasts? Lin Xian smirked. It's good that she didn't participate. Even if you want to participate, it's useless because the registration has already closed. Wahahaha. Lin Xian also suddenly realized this point. Sorry, before the deadline, the Skystar Academy had already reported it for me. So, if I want to participate, it's not a problem. Lin Xian. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. Among the few of them, Bing Lingyue and Han Chushue were in charge of being pretty. They didn't say anything and just listened to them chatting. Everyone, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. At this time, Linya walked out with an apron and said to everyone, coming. Lin Xian couldn't help but rush over, but he was stopped by Linya. Go wash your hands. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, no need, it's very clean. Then you still have to wash your hands. Okay. Then the group of people rushed to the bathroom. Lin Xian rushed over to wash his hands and took the opportunity to touch the soft hands of the girls. Wow, happiness. Most importantly, at this time, they only thought that Lin Xian was snatching the faucet from them, so their attention was on the faucet and Lin Xian's hands. However, they completely ignored Lin Xian's possible intentions, so they were taken advantage of. Although they didn't shake hands or anything, just touching Lin Xian was enough to make Lin Xian happy, especially when it came to goddesses like Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. How could one touch their bodies normally? Ding. Intentionally having physical contact with a big sister is considered a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 100,000. For some reason, Lin Xian was elated when he heard the system notification. After that, Linglong Shui and the others finished their dinner. After chatting for a while, they left. Only Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Linya, and Han Chushue were left at home. Sister Linya, I have something to discuss with Chushue tonight, so Chushue will sleep in my room tonight. She won't disturb us, right? Ling Ying asked. Of course not. Linya smiled faintly. Wow. Then we have 4 people tonight. We can play mahjong. Lin Xian said happily. Play your sister. Ling Ying couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Xian. What a good opportunity. For people playing mahjong and then playing money, I'll go. So comfortable. Sorry, I don't know how to play. Ling Ying said. Okay. Han Chushue also nodded. How could girls like them have the time to play mahjong? It was already good enough to play poker. Then let's play poker. Let's go to Ling Ying's room. Lin Xian said. He didn't want to play poker. Just imagine, 4 people, 3 super high-quality girls in pajamas, with their beautiful bare feet, sitting around Ling Ying's soft bed. Wow, that kind of scene was simply heaven, wasn't it? Why do we have to go to my room? Then we can go to Little Fairy's room, Lin Xian said. Anyway, as long as it wasn't his room, that kind of feeling would be reduced by half. It had to be in a girl's room. Why not your own room? Ling Ying asked aggressively. Isn't this for your sake? Are you 3 willing to sleep on my bed? But we still don't want a man like you to sleep on our bed. Ling Ying continued. Lin Xian, wow. Sure enough, it's not good for girls to be too smart. He felt that if it were Lu Mingming and the others, they would have been fooled by Lin Xian. Also, why do we have to play on the bed? Can't we play on the sofa or the coffee table? So, you must be plotting something. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with a proud look. How is it? Am I good? Have I seen through your plot? Her eyes seemed to be saying that. It was a little good. But Lin Xian glared at Ling Ying. Damn it. No. This girl always forgot the pain after the scar healed. Did she forget the fear of being dominated by him? The bed is so comfortable, so soft, so comfortable sitting on it. Forget it. Forget it. If you don't want to play, then don't play. Why do you keep framing me? Lin Xian had a pained expression on his face. Like hell I'll believe you. Linging knew Lin Xian too well, especially with Han Chushue around tonight. Even if Linging didn't know what he was up to, he definitely knew what he was thinking. Oh right. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something, then quickly ran to the coffee table, took the 3 fruits, and put them in their hands one by one. Hurry up and eat. They looked at each other in surprise. Only Linya knew about this because she had eaten it before and even reached the arcane body realm. You wanted us to eat this from the start. Is there anything special about it? Linging asked, puzzled. You'll know after eating it. I'm not eating it. I've eaten it before. Xian, you eat it. Linya handed it to Lin Xian. I'm not eating it. You eat it. Although the fruit's effect would gradually decrease if they ate more, if it could increase Linya's strength, Lin Xian would give it to Linya even if it was just a little bit. Because he could always increase his strength by killing monsters, but Linya couldn't. She had never learned martial arts, and even if she had a realm, she didn't have combat strength, and she didn't have any attributes. At least in the short term, she could only increase her realm through other methods. Therefore, Lin Xian had to give it to her. Linya looked at Lin Xian, then Lin Xian. Only when you become stronger can I be more and more assured. Hurry up and eat it. If not, I'll spank you. Linya, Han Chushue, Linging, Lin Xian said it without thinking, but he didn't expect to say something like that in front of them. Lin Xian looked at them awkwardly, then coughed dryly and explained, I'm just threatening you, you know? It's not real. I'm just saying it. Yes, yes. Linging nodded. She also felt that Lin Xian wouldn't really spank Linya. He was probably just saying it to threaten her to eat the fruit. Linya's face turned even redder. Then she pretended to be calm and said, then I'll eat it. Really, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't say, I'll eat it, so directly. But it was a little awkward now, so she could only say it to ease the awkwardness and then skip the topic. Chapter 444. Lin Xian didn't tell them the effects of this fruit. If he did, Linging and Han Chushue would definitely push the fruit to Lin Xian and let them take a bite. Anyway, the fruit had to be eaten completely to show its effects, so they definitely had to finish it. This fruit, how magical is it? Linging looked back and forth. He always heard Lin Xian say that it was very magical. How magical could it be? Could it be more powerful than the Tianxing fruit Lin Xian gave Han Chushue before? Could it even increase their cultivation level? The Tianxing fruit could increase their cultivation level by a whole realm. Could this fruit do that? However, Lin Xian shouldn't be lying to them when he said that it was magical. It should be quite powerful, right? You'll know when you try it. Don't tell me it's the kind of fruit that will make you faint after eating it, and then let you do whatever you want to it? Linging looked up at Lin Xian and said quietly, Lin Xian, Han Chushue was just about to take a bite to test the water when she heard Ling Ying's words. She paused. Wah, little Ling Ying, you're making me sad. I'm so kind and full of joy and expectation for you, but you're doubting my intentions. Sigh. Lin Xian then sighed in disappointment. I'm just kidding. Ling Ying was of course just joking. Although Lin Xian was a little unreliable, he couldn't be that bad. No, actually, Lin Xian wasn't bad at all. He was a good person. Otherwise, if Lin Xian's character didn't meet Ling Ying's requirements, how could she agree to be Lin Xian's girlfriend? If his character wasn't good, why did he save so many people? Why was he in a situation where he was almost certain to die? Sigh. Even if you're joking, you still hurt my heart, Lin Xian said bitterly. Let me touch your head. Then, Ling Ying really patted Lin Xian's head. Then, he looked at the fruit and said, I'll eat, I'll eat. Then, she took a bite without hesitation. Then, she was shocked. This was because she felt the fruit turn into a warm current that flowed into her body after entering her mouth. This was a very magical thing. Han Chushue also took a small bite. Linya wanted to give the fruit to Lin Xian, but because of what happened before, she ate it silently. What's so magical about it? Linging took a bite and asked Lin Xian. We'll talk after you finish eating. Oh, when Ling Ying was the first to finish eating, she didn't feel anything at first. Then, she felt a warm current spreading in her lower abdomen, followed by spiritual power. A powerful aura surged from Ling Ying's body. She leveled up. Han Chuxue glanced at Ling Ying and revealed a shocked expression. Then, her aura also surged. Then, Linya. In fact, Lin Xian was also envious. He also wanted to simply increase his cultivation level, but it didn't matter. First of all, they were all his women. Although Han Chuxue and Lin Ye weren't his women yet, they definitely were. What was the point of leaving good things for his women? Lin Xian could only be at ease if they became stronger. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that he could get such good things from Linglong Shui. In any case, he definitely wouldn't be short of such good things. Damn! Ling Ying's view of the world had really changed. In the past, she didn't think that other than killing demonic beasts, there was a way to increase one's cultivation realm. However, she encountered it later. She even encountered more than one method. Now, there was another type of fruit that could increase one's cultivation realm. Therefore, she realized that she didn't know it didn't mean that it didn't exist. It just meant that she hadn't come into contact with it yet. Perhaps in the future, when she reached the lightning tribulation realm, the law realm, or even higher realms, she would be able to come into contact with more aspects that she couldn't come into contact with before. How much did it increase? 2 stars. Ling Ying said excitedly. Increasing from 4 stars to 6 stars from the mysterious heaven realm was not a small increase. Moreover, it's close to 3 stars. Ling Ying was very excited. She almost increased her realm by 3 stars just by eating something? Could there be more of such wonderful things in this world? I increased my realm by 3 stars. Han Chuxue said even more excitedly. There were very few things that could make a girl like Han Chuxue so excited. During this period, she had delayed a lot of time because of Lin Xian's matter. However, this 3 stars, in addition to the 1 star of Lin Xian's heavenly star fruit, was equivalent to making up for the time that she hadn't been able to increase her realm for a long time. Little fairy, what about you? 3 stars. Linya looked at Lin Xian and said happily to her, increasing her realm by a little was enough to make her happy. However, Lin Ye's 3 stars were different from Han Chuxue's 3 stars. Han Chuxue's mysterious heaven realm increased her realm by 3 stars, while Lin Ye's mysterious body realm increased her realm by 3 stars. The effect was lower because this was her second time eating it. Therefore, the effect was much lower. It's still okay. Lin Xian, what is this? Ling Ying asked curiously. This was the second fruit that she had seen that could increase a martial artist's realm. It's a type of spirit fruit. As for where it came from, I don't know. In any case, it was given by Linglong Shui. She is very powerful. The world that she can come into contact with is something that we can't come into contact with. At least, we can't come into contact with it right now. Therefore, it's normal for her to be able to take out something that we can't see. Lin Xian said, it's really magical. Doesn't that mean that if I eat a few more of these, I can increase my realm to the realm of an expert? What are you thinking? The effect is getting lower and lower. Basically, eating it once or twice is enough. It's already not bad if you can increase your realm by 1 star next time. Therefore, it's better not to think about it. This kind of thing can only be seen as an opportunity. The real thing is still up to our own efforts. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said with jealousy, no wonder your realm increased so quickly. Hey. I relied on my strength. Okay? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. To be honest, he really didn't eat this kind of thing. However, Ling Ying didn't believe it. You, Lin Xian, have such a good relationship with Linglong Shui. Why wouldn't she give you this? However, she didn't continue this topic. If that's the case, my realm is already at Mysterious Heaven Realm 6 stars. If I kill a few Mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beasts, I should be able to reach Mysterious Heaven Realm 7 stars. Ling Ying muttered to herself for a moment. Right now, she wasn't thinking about getting a better ranking. She realized that after following Lin Xian, she actually didn't care about this. In any case, she wouldn't have a problem getting into the top 10. What was she thinking about right now? If she wanted to help others, she would help Lin Xian's friends. If she could help a little, then she would. Although Lin Xian's friends were all girls, it didn't matter. She could see Lin Xian flirting with other girls. She even personally returned Han Chuxue to Lin Xian. Why would she care about this? For example, she knew that Miao Xiaomiao was quite strong. However, her realm shouldn't be too high. Therefore, it would be a bit difficult for her. Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao had also gone through life and death situations together. They were also good friends. Chapter 445. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Let's go back and rest. Do you want to go shopping together tomorrow?" Lin Xian smiled. Tomorrow was the last day of rest, and the day after that was the martial arts tournament. What they did tomorrow depended on each person's choice. Should they continue to work hard and level up, or should they relax? Sure. It was rare to be able to go shopping with Lin Xian. Although there were other people, it should feel good. Her respected sister, her best friend, and her stinky man. Going shopping with her boyfriend was one feeling, and going shopping with her friends was another. It didn't mean that going shopping with everyone couldn't compare to going shopping with Lin Xian. It depended on what kind of feeling Ling Ying wanted. In fact, it was all the same. Han Chuxue also nodded slightly. Her best friend, Lin Xian's sister, and Lin Xian. Even if she had something important to do, she had to put it aside and go shopping with them. That's good. I'll just take tomorrow as a break. Tomorrow, I'll go watch you guys fight. Linya said with a smile. She realized that perhaps this was the life she wanted to live. In the past, she was always in the company. Even if the company was hers, it was difficult for her to give herself a day off. But now, she didn't even think about the company anymore. It was fine as long as nothing happened. Then, she would go out with Lin Xian's girlfriends. No, it should be female friends. She would go out with Xiao Runing, and then she would take Lin Xian. It was really quite comfortable. Her family was also rich because Linya saw that Lin Xian could make money by himself. She was very happy, but what could she give to Lin Xian? In Lin Ye's opinion, the only thing she could give to Lin Xian was money. At most, she could give Lin Xian a good life. But now, Lin Xian was able to earn money on his own. He had earned tens of millions from a single banquet. He had even earned more than she had. What else could she give Lin Xian? Linya didn't know. She realized that she was becoming more and more useless. She was really useless to Lin Xian. Instead, she became a burden to Lin Xian. Lin Xian still had to think of ways to protect her and give her things that could save her life. She couldn't help Lin Xian and became his burden. Thinking of this, Linya always felt very disappointed. It was just like being a mother. A mother's happiest thing was to help her child wash clothes and cook. She was very satisfied to see her child eat. But one day, the child grew up and left. The mother began to feel disappointed. When the child returned home, the mother cooked a table full of food. She wasn't only happy to see her child again, she was happy that she could cook for her child again. She was able to realize a little bit of her value, so she didn't feel so disappointed. This was also why some children wanted to share their mother's burden and wanted to do it themselves. But the mother insisted that the child sit down and do it herself. It was because she felt that she could do something for her child. Linya had similar feelings. The less Lin Xian needed her, the more disappointed she became. She was very conflicted. On one hand, she wanted Lin Xian to need her, even if it was just a little bit of help for Lin Xian. On the other hand, she didn't want Lin Xian to need her. Because if that was the case, Lin Xian would definitely have grown to the point where he could take charge of things on his own. But then, she would feel very disappointed. Fortunately, although Lin Xian could earn his own money now, at least she could still help Lin Xian cook, help Lin Xian take care of or entertain his friends, and even help Lin Xian wash his clothes. If there was a day when she couldn't do these things for Lin Xian, Linya would probably be the saddest and most disappointed at that time. Fortunately, Lin Xian was aware of this, so he never washed his own clothes. In fact, He only occasionally cooked for Linya so that she could have a taste of his cooking. Perhaps people who didn't know better would think that Lin Xian wasn't a man. How old was he? His clothes, even his underwear, were washed by his own sister. At first, Ling Ying didn't understand. She had seen Linya enter Lin Xian's room many times to clean up his messy room. Then, she would collect the dirty clothes that Lin Xian had flown to various places and wash them by hand. She had scolded Lin Xian several times about this, but at first, Lin Xian only gave her ambiguous answers. She had also scolded Linya, but Linya always smiled and said it was fine. It was only later that she understood Lin Xian's meaning. At that moment, Ling Ying didn't know how many emotions she had in her heart. She even felt a lump in her throat. She was born into a wealthy family, so she never considered these things. She knew that Lin Xian and Linya had a good relationship. They relied on each other and had gone through tough times together. She didn't expect them to have such a bond. Okay, let's get up early tomorrow and rest early. Then, they each returned to their own rooms. The night passed just like that. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue talked a lot. Then, they got up early and prepared breakfast for Lin Xian and Linya. Do you have the urge to move in? Ling Ying suddenly asked with a smile. Han Chuxue's movements paused. Although she had never revealed it, she really wanted to move in. She didn't have any friends, and the only one who could be considered a friend was Ling Ying. Lin Xian should be counted as well. It was really lonely to be alone in such a big villa every day. However, she realized that there were 3 people living in this small 3-bedroom living room. It was so happy and lively. She had never said it, but this was a scene she had once imagined. Of course, there were no men. She had once imagined several friends living together, but it was just a fantasy. However, when she came here, this idea really surged out again. It's okay. Han Chuxue nodded slightly and said, Why don't you share a room with me every day? Ling Ying teased. Of course, she was joking. However, she was also very conflicted. She wanted Han Chuxue to move in, but she also didn't want to. Can I? Han Chuxue glanced at Ling Ying. Ling Ying, really? Ling Ying was stunned. Can I? She actually asked this? Ling Ying thought that Han Chuxue would refuse without hesitation, but now, Ling Ying touched the tip of her nose. She had learned some of Lin Xian's movements. Then, she looked at Han Chuxue and said, Anyway, I don't dislike you. Forget it. Han Chuxue also realized that her words just now were not right. Then, she shook her head slightly. Ling Ying glanced at Han Chuxue again, and then silently made breakfast. Have you eaten the seafood noodles made by Lin Xian? Ling Ying asked. No, I've eaten the noodles made by you. I learned it from him. Sister Linya also knows how to make it. However, when I make it, I always feel like something is missing. However, they all say it's delicious. Ling Ying said helplessly. Chapter 446. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, it was impossible for anything to be missing. The ingredients and seasonings were all correct. Perhaps what was missing was a special feeling that belonged only to them. Lin Xian yawned and walked out. Morning. Opening his eyes to see 2 beautiful girls was a kind of happiness. If they could do something happy together, it would be even more perfect. However, he couldn't do it right now. Don't forget to add 5 poached eggs for me. Lin Xian went over and reminded him. Ling Ying, 3. No more than that. Wow, why do you care how much I eat? Ling Ying said, Sister Linya said that I can't eat too much. 3 should be enough. Okay. Lin Xian walked away aggrievedly. Another day passed. Lin Xian didn't do anything else but eat, drink, and play with his girls. Until the afternoon, Lin Xian went to Miao Xiaomiao's place. Sister Qianqian. Lin Xian greeted Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian nodded slightly. Want some coffee? Lin Xian walked over. Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Lin Xian and then proudly played with her computer. However, she kept her ears perked up to eavesdrop on their conversation. She didn't take the initiative. She wanted Lin Xian to take the initiative to talk to her. Lin Xian took the coffee and leaned on the counter. Sister Qianqian, are you okay these 2 days? Wang Qianqian shook her head. I'm fine for now, but I asked Grandpa Miao to investigate Qin Xiaoyan's whereabouts. And then? Wang Qianqian said, we couldn't find anything. It's like he disappeared from the world. Do you think he ran away? Lin Xian shook his head and said, I don't know, but I don't think he's willing to give up so easily. Let's see if he runs or stays. We'll see if he shows up at the Tianwu conference tomorrow. But you still have to be careful, Sister Qianqian. Wang Qianqian nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But I'm still going to watch the competition tomorrow. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Then you should dress up a little. There shouldn't be a problem with a lot of people. I know. Then, Lin Xian's gaze landed on Miao Xiaomiao, who was sitting at the side. She was probably eavesdropping on their conversation and was looking at Lin Xian from the corner of her eyes. When Lin Xian turned his head, she quickly turned her little head and pretended to work on her computer. Little Miao Miao. Lin Xian walked over and sat beside her. What? Miao Xiaomiao was the type of girl who would often act arrogant and distant towards Lin Xian for no reason. Lin Xian couldn't understand this mentality of hers, but it didn't matter. Are you free tonight? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Qianqian smiled helplessly. This Lin Xian was going to tease Miao Xiaomiao again. Yes, why? Bring your ID. I'll take you to a very powerful place. Internet cafe? Lin Xian, damn. This little girl only knows how to ask for an ID at an internet cafe. No, I'm still underage, so my ID is useless. Miao Xiaomiao shook her little head and said, Let's go get a room, little fool. Miao Xiaomiao, get lost, pervert. Then she stepped on Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian, damn. This shoe is breaking so fast. Tomorrow is the Tianwu conference. The day after tomorrow is the Tianwu forest training. Do you want me to bring you along? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Actually, Lin Xian felt that Miao Xiaomiao and Wang Xintong were a little worried. After all, they had just entered the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian wanted them to advance, but he could only bring one of them. However, he wasn't sure if it would work. Lin Xian felt that with his eye of insight, he should be able to find more beasts. No, I want to rely on myself. What if you can't get into the top 10? I still don't want that. I'm not someone who relies on men. Humph. Miao Xiaomiao said proudly. You're awesome. Okay? Lin Xian secretly gave Miao Xiaomiao a thumbs up. What a proud little girl. Remember to be careful. Lin Xian reminded her. Hearing Lin Xian's reminder, Miao Xiaomiao was actually very happy, but she didn't show it on her face. I know. The next day, Lin Xian woke up early. When he woke up, Ling Ying and Lin Ye had already changed their clothes. Lin Ye was in a white dress, while Ling Ying was in a simple casual outfit. After all, today was a martial arts competition. She could either wear tight clothes or loose casual clothes. It's time for breakfast. You can't be late for the Tianwu martial arts competition. Otherwise, you'll be disqualified. Ling Ying reminded Lin Xian with a grilled sausage in his mouth. Coming. After the meal, they gathered at the Tianhua Academy. The Tianhua Academy had a total of 30 students participating in the competition. As for Miao Xiaomiao, she had her own channels. They had come to the Tianhua Academy because they were from the same academy after all, so they had to go together. Unless there was a special reason, they could go by themselves. Lin Xian didn't see Qin Xiaotian, but that didn't mean that Qin Xiaotian wasn't participating. After all, he could go directly to the competition venue. Therefore, there were only 29 of them here. Lin Xian, you can do it. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi ran over and cheered for Lin Xian. They weren't participating, but they were going to watch the competition. Don't worry. Lin Xian smiled. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Xintong, who wasn't far away. Wang Xintong really didn't know anyone. She was a member of the intermediate class, and those who were participating in the Tianwu martial arts competition were all from the advanced class. Therefore, the people standing here were all happily chatting, while she was alone at the side playing with her phone. Of course, she saw Lin Xian, but she was too embarrassed to come over. Furthermore, when she saw Yi Yi and Lu Yufan in front of Lin Xian, she was even more embarrassed to come over. Xiao Runing walked over, and everyone immediately stopped chatting. Everyone, quiet down. Next, I have a few things to say. Xiao Runing glanced at them and then said, the first point is that you have to pay attention to in a martial arts competition. Although this is a martial arts competition and you have to win or lose, but everyone must act according to their ability. Swords have no eyes, so in a martial arts competition, there will be a lot of evenly matched opponents. In such a situation, there will be a certain degree of difficulty in determining the winner and loser, and there will even be a situation where two people will go all out, and no one will give way to the other. I want to say that although winning is important, but safety is even more important, especially since this is just a martial arts competition. If you encounter such a situation, I hope that you can give up, and if you lose, then you will not be able to advance to the second round of the Heavenly Demon Beast Forest. So everyone should act according to their ability, and if you lose this time, then we can wait for the next round. After all, only the top 10 positions are useful, and the difficulty of getting top 10 positions is not small. Chapter 447. Everyone listened attentively to Xiao Runing. After all, this was their first time participating in the Tianwu conference. Xiao Runing continued, secondly, do not harm your opponents. The majority of your opponents are from the three great academies. I also know that there are many members from the three great academies who don't have good relationships with each other. If you meet them, don't think of harming your opponent under the guise of a tournament. If you do, you will be disqualified, and all future qualifications will be revoked. The price is extremely high. Thirdly, I can't tell you about the changes in the Tianwu conference for now. Don't ask me one by one. I won't tell you. Lin Xian, that's fucking true. That's why it's important to have connections. It's not that Xiao Runing didn't want to tell them, but there was an unspoken rule here. Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone, get in the car. We're going to the Sanctum Tournament Arena. Linya drove directly to the Sanctum Tournament Arena. As for the audience seats, it was too easy for Lin Xian to get one. It was the Sanctum Tournament Arena. With Qin Feng there, how could Lin Xian not be able to get one? Miss Xiao, I have something to ask. Lin Xian caught up with Xiao Runing on the way to the car. What? Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian. Why didn't Qin Xiaotian come? Him? He has something to do, so he will go directly to the sanctum. I see. Why are you asking this? Are you friends with him? That's not right, right? Xiao Runing was stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I'm just concerned about my opponent. Lin Xian didn't tell Xiao Runing this for now. All right, get in the car. About half an hour later, they arrived at the temple's martial arts arena. The so-called temple's martial arts arena was not in the temple. There was a huge gymnasium in Tianhua City where some activities would be held, including the concerts of celebrities. But at the same time, this was also a martial arts arena that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. It belonged to the temple and was called the Temple Gymnasium. Now, in the temple stadium, all the people who had obtained tickets had already gathered inside. The Sky Martial Assembly was a very important competition. So many people were paying attention to it. Perhaps they didn't know who this person was, but they wanted to see everyone's glory. There was a wide range of audiences. There were even grandpas and grandmas in their 50s and 60s. There were even children, but there was only one thing. They wanted to watch this. The elders were concerned about the future of the human race. The stronger the children were, the more secure the future of the human race would be. The children looked up to the experts and hoped that they could become such experts in the future. There was a martial arts arena here that could accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, from all over Tianhua City, the participants from the three great academies were all ready. Lin Xian saw Qin Xiaotian in front of him. He had been sitting there for a long time. Qin Xiaotian turned his head and looked behind him. He nodded slightly at the people who had just arrived and greeted them. Lin Xian. Lin Xian passed by Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian called out to him. Young Master Qin, what's the matter? Lin Xian glanced at him. Good luck. I hope you can be in the top 10. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, I hope you won't be in the top 10. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away and sat with his beloved Wang Xintong. Ling Ying and Han Chushue sat together, but not far from Lin Xian. When Miao Xiaomiao saw that Lin Xian had arrived, she also wanted to sit with Lin Xian. However, everyone here was from the Tianhua Academy. It was best that she didn't come over now. She had to wait until the competition started, and when there weren't many people paying attention to them, everyone had arrived earlier than the contestants, so they could start at any time now. Han Chushue, Ling Ying, Qin Xiaotian, Chen Sheng, Zhang Tian. As they entered the arena, many people were shouting their names. Qin Xiaotian, Ling Ying, and the rest, as well as the more famous people from the other two academies. They were all very famous in the entire Tianhua city. One had to know that in the hundreds of thousands of people, most of them were young men and women, including the tens of thousands of students from the three academies. They were all here to support the competition. Moreover, they were the ones who paid the most attention to the Tianwu conference. The total number of students from the three academies added up to more than 50 to 60,000. Those who were shouting these names were all these students. Lin Xian was embarrassed. Why wasn't anyone shouting his name? Lin Xian, Lin Xian. At this moment, among the many voices, Lin Xian heard his name. He raised his head emotionally and saw some people from the Tianhua Academy. His class 10, led by Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and including Wang Fugui's class 5, had close to 100 people shouting Lin Xian's name. Their voices were not soft. Wang Fugui gave Lin Xian a big thumbs up from afar. They did not look at anything else. At most, they would pay attention to the school beauties of the various academies. Of course, they would pay more attention to Lin Xian. In front of them, on the side of the audience, was a panel of judges. Xiao Runing, Chen Yiba, Teacher Zhao, and more than 40 to 50 people from the other academies and the three major factions were there. Qin Feng was there as well. These were all big shots. For them to be present at an event was indeed very important. They did not have to do much. They were only responsible for ensuring the fairness of the competition. At this moment, a figure walked onto the stage. Lin Xian knew this person. It was the president of the Tianhua City branch of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Zhang Nan. That mature woman had once invited Lin Xian to join the Bounty Hunter Guild. Everyone, please be quiet. Following Zhang Nan's voice, the hundreds of thousands of people in the audience quietened down. First of all, on behalf of the three major factions, the three major academies, and all the participants, I would like to thank everyone for watching and supporting us. Following that, thunderous applause rang out. This was the first time that the hundreds of thousands of spectators had taken notice of something. Zhang Nan waited for the applause to stop. Then, she said, "Now, let's invite all the participants onto the stage for a roll call. At the same time, I will announce the rules of the competition." Then, Lin Xian and the rest came to the stage. There were specialized people who confirmed their identities and the number of participants. Zhang Nan then said, "According to the rules of the competition, in this 600 by 300 arena, the warriors will have a 1v1 battle. The arena will be divided into two parts, 300 by 150, and there will be a power barrier in the middle. The two battles will be carried out at the same time, and the opponents will be randomly drawn. In each round, there may be a contestant with a bye. The competition will only stop when the top 70 are determined. It won't be much faster than before, because in the past, it was carried out in 4 arenas at the same time." Chapter 448. With 2 stages going on at the same time, the speed of the competition would be faster. At the same time, it would be more enjoyable for everyone to watch. After all, how should one put it? The strength of these martial artists was relatively weak. Most of their battles were not worth watching. With 2 battles going on at the same time, there should be one battle that was relatively more interesting. Then, Zhang Nan continued, there are 3 ways to determine the winner. First, one side admits defeat. Second, they are kicked out of the stage. Third, they lose the ability to fight. This was the universal rule of martial arts competitions in the world. Basically, it was like this. Zhang Nan continued, there is another point. This is just a friendly competition. The competition is second, friendship is first. Everyone is from Tianhua City. Don't fight too hard for a spot, and don't fight too hard for a spot. In this case, even if you win, you won't have the ability to continue due to your injuries. So, it's meaningless. This is just a warning to everyone. They were all having their identities checked, but they all listened. In addition, in this competition, you can't use any spiritual weapons. For example, offensive spiritual weapons, flying spiritual weapons, defensive spiritual weapons, speed-increasing spiritual weapons, and so on. Some amplification items can't be used either. You can only use your own attribute power. Once discovered, you will be permanently disqualified. Then, a man couldn't help but ask, referee, can we only use our fists and feet? Zhang Nan shook his head, then pointed to a side and said, there are sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and various other weapons over there. You can choose your own weapon. In order to make the competition fair, these sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and halberds have no grades. However, they are specially made and can withstand a martial artist's power without being damaged. It was indeed for the fairness of the competition, because some people's spiritual weapons were of the profound rank, while others were of the yellow rank. This was already not a competition at the starting line. In addition, some people had defensive spiritual weapons, while others didn't, so these things had to be removed. In addition, the weapons are the same. Also, some special amplification items can't be used. You can only use healing gene medicine and gene medicine to recover spiritual power. You can only use these 2 kinds. Any other kind will be considered a violation and disqualified. These are all the rules of this competition. I hope everyone will remember them well. As he spoke, the spiritual weapons that the martial artists were wearing were removed. About 2 minutes later, Lin Xian and the others returned to their seats after drawing lots. Zhang Nan then said, there are 276 people in this competition. 4 people are not here, so they are disqualified. Therefore, there will be 2 rounds in the Sky Martial Assembly. The final number of people will be 69, and they will advance to the second round tomorrow. Their cell phones had also been temporarily put away. Lin Xian, then it's very likely that we'll meet as friends. Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the drawing of lots was random. Lin Xian might even meet Ling Ying, or Ling Ying might meet Han Chuxue. This way, one of them would definitely be eliminated. This was also a matter of luck. At this time, Zhang Nan said, because the competition is based on drawing lots, the opponents are random. There might be 2 very strong people facing each other, and one of them will be eliminated. This is not something we want to see. Therefore, after the top 69 martial artists advance to the second round, the eliminated martial artist will have another chance to determine the top 10, and they will also advance to the second round. This way, the powerful martial artists will not be buried. Judge, what's the second round? Someone asked, puzzled. Zhang Nan smiled and said, when you advance to the second round, you'll know tomorrow. Then she said loudly, now, I announce that the Sky Martial Assembly in Tianhua City has officially begun. Bang, bang, bang. Several saluting cannons that were hidden in the field shot out fireworks. Now, please draw number 1 and number 2. The 4 martial artists will move to the 2 arenas. Those with the same number will be your opponents. Then, 4 people walked out from the crowd and walked to the arena. Lin Xian, what number are you? Lin Xian took out a piece of paper. 40. Wow. Then it's your turn soon. Wang Xintong blinked her big eyes and said, it's okay. 2 rounds at the same time. It'll be my turn after the 20th round. What about you? Lin Xian asked. I'm number 60. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue. Then let's watch your man finish first. Wang Xintong blushed when she heard Lin Xian's words. Then, she subconsciously looked to the side. Fortunately, no one heard it. Ling Ying and the rest were quite far away. Lin Xian didn't know any of the 4 people in the arena, so he just glanced at them. Excuse me. Excuse me. A voice came from the side. Lin Xian turned his head and couldn't help but laugh. Miao Xiaomiao was walking through the crowd towards him. Then, Miao Xiaomiao walked over. May I ask if you can sit at the seat over there? Miao Xiaomiao asked a student from the Tianhua Academy's advanced class beside Lin Xian. The student looked at Lin Xian and then at Miao Xiaomiao. Then, he guessed what was going on. Sure. Then, the student walked away. Then, Miao Xiaomiao sat beside Lin Xian. Wang Xintong looked at her. She seemed to have seen her before. She should have seen her at Lin Xian and Ling Ying's musical. Was such a small Lolita also a martial artist participating in the competition? Wang Xintong looked surprised. Why? You have to sit with me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Miao Xiaomiao. That's not it. Miao Xiaomiao pouted proudly. I don't know many of the participants here. Only you and Sister Ling Ying are here. So, I just found a random person and asked you to sit with me. Is there a problem? What if Sunder a little girl? Lin Xian smiled and said, Okay. No problem? No problem at all. What's your number? Lin Xian said, Number 40. What's your number? Number 3. Miao Xiaomiao shrugged and said helplessly, Then you're about to go on stage. Wang Xintong's little head came over and said charmingly, Yes. Miao Xiaomiao said calmly, Good luck. You too. Miao Xiaomiao smiled. You're still talking about her. She's better than you. Lin Xian smiled at Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong was stunned. It wasn't that she looked down on others, but she had never met someone so young who could be praised by Lin Xian. You'll know when you see. Lin Xian smiled. Miao Xiaomiao said quietly, I'm not that good. If Lin Xian says you're good, then you must be very good. Wang Xintong said with a smile. Miao Xiaomiao glanced at Wang Xintong again. Was this another girl who had an especially good relationship with Lin Xian? Usually, when a girl liked a guy, she would trust him unconditionally. Wang Xintong was obviously like this. Chapter 449. It didn't take long for the fights to end. Since all the fighters who went up were arcane body realm cultivators, they weren't particularly talented or powerful, so it usually didn't take too long. Next, let's have the 3rd and 4th fighters get ready for the fight. I'm going. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and said, Good luck. Lin Xian nodded. To Miao Xiaomiao, 90% of the fighters present were no threat to her. As long as she wasn't too unlucky and didn't meet people like Han Chuxue, she would be fine. But even if she met someone like Han Chuxue and lost, there was still the revival round, which she could definitely pass. Miao Xiaomiao walked step by step to the arena. There was a huge screen, which looked like a celebrity concert. It could display the images on the arena, allowing the audience to see more clearly. However, the sound couldn't be heard. Damn, what a pretty little loli. No. I want to commit a crime. Twin ponytails, I like twin ponytails. Go. But can such a young little loli participate in the Sky Martial Assembly? If she gets punched, she'll cry for a long time. Miao Xiaomiao. Why do I feel like I've heard this name before? When they saw Miao Xiaomiao, they couldn't help but get excited. In the audience, the members of the Wind Mercenaries, Wang Qianqian, and Miao Zhenghao were naturally there. They were there to see Miao Xiaomiao, and also to cheer for Lin Xian. When they saw that Miao Xiaomiao's opponent was a very strong man, they were all worried for her. Normally, a little loli would cry for a long time after being punched, but if she was punched by such a strong man, wouldn't she cry even longer? Wu Di. When the strong man walked onto the arena and faced Miao Xiaomiao, screams could be heard from the audience. Clearly, this martial artist called Wu Di had some skills. Do you know him? Lin Xian asked Wang Xintong. I don't know him, but I've heard of this name before. He's a student from Heavenly Sun Academy's advanced class. I think his strength was ranked in the top 10 of Heavenly Sun Academy. Anyway, he's definitely at the mysterious heaven realm, Wang Xintong said. Little Meow Meow's luck isn't too good, meeting a profound heaven realm cultivator right off the bat, but it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and looked at Meow Xiao Meow on the stage. Out of the 276 participants, there should be around 60 mysterious heaven realm cultivators. Although the mysterious heaven realm cultivators would be ranked higher, it was not certain that only mysterious heaven realm cultivators would be able to get into the top 10. On the big screen, it was Meow Xiao Meow versus Wu Di. Little girl, have you grown up yet? Coming to compete at such a young age, go back? Wu Di couldn't help but tease when he saw that his opponent was such a young girl. This Meow Xiao Meow was beautiful, but he had no feelings for little Lolis. No matter how beautiful they were, he had no feelings for them. He liked mature ones. How many moves do you want to be beaten? Meow Xiao Meow was unhappy to hear this. She was a proud little Lolis, and she couldn't stand being looked down on. Hearing Meow Xiao Meow's words, Wu Di stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. What did he just hear? A little girl who hadn't even grown out all her hair asked him how many moves he wanted to be beaten? Ha ha ha. I bet you won't be laughing for as long as you're on the stage later. Meow Xiao Meow stared at Wu Di in front of her. What an interesting little girl. You're not even holding a weapon? Only then did Wu Di realize that she wasn't holding a weapon. It's all the same, Meow Xiao Meow said. Ha ha ha. Wu Di couldn't help but laugh again. All right then. Then he threw the weapon he just picked up onto the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What were they doing? However, they could see that Wu Di was smiling mockingly. Was he looking down on the little Lolis? But then again, it made sense. Now, let the competition begin. As Zhang Nan's voice fell, Meow Xiao Meow's aura suddenly soared. Mystic Heaven Realm? Wu Di, who was just about to move, froze. Was this a joke? How could such a little brat be in the Mystic Heaven Realm? Whirlwind scattering clouds. A terrifying gust of wind rushed toward Wu Di. Fuck. Wu Di felt that he couldn't block the wind at all. First, although he was in the Mystic Heaven Realm, he could feel that this power was higher than his cultivation level. Second, this was clearly an Earth-rank martial skill. Third, the range was too large. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Mystic Heaven Realm, a rare wind attribute, and an Earth-rank martial skill. What was he supposed to do? Vajra protection. Wu Di was of the metal attribute. His body was wrapped in a powerful golden light, and then his figure was sent flying dozens of meters away before he fell outside of the arena. Everyone, what the hell? What the hell? Wu Di was instantly defeated? He's invincible. He can't even beat a little Lolis. How can he be Wu Di? You think you can beat her? That little Lolis is in the Mystic Heaven Realm, and she's using an Earth-rank martial skill with the wind attribute. Even if Wu Di's cultivation level is higher than hers, he still can't beat her. His metal elemental strength and defense were strong, but he couldn't touch the little Loli. Moreover, the little Loli didn't even need to defeat Wu Di. She only needed to rely on the powerful wind to blow him off the stage to win. How domineering. That little Lolis is actually a Mystic Heaven Realm expert. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was it? He was knocked off the stage in one move? Wu Di got up from the ground. The wind attribute's attack wasn't too strong. Even though it was an Earth-rank martial skill, Wu Di didn't get hurt because of the metal attribute. However, when he got up, he realized that he had been knocked off the stage. Arena number 3. Meow Xiao Meow wins. Zhang Nan was stunned for a moment. Then, cheers came from the arena. Beautiful young ladies naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even if they didn't know each other, it was obvious that Meow Xiao Meow was one of them. Meow Xiao Meow's appearance had left a deep impression on everyone. Wu Di was defeated just like that? Meow Xiao Meow calmly walked off the stage. She was different from the other little Lolis. She was more arrogant and mature. This kind of battle wasn't enough for her. This little girl is quite strong. As long as she's strong enough and has a large enough area, She can use the wind to blow her opponent off the stage. She's smart. She doesn't need to fight hard either. I didn't know the wind attribute could be so useful. Lin Xian smiled. She's so strong. Wang Xintong's mouth opened slightly. So, what do you think your chances of winning are? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wang Xintong shook her head. I don't think so. Chapter 450. Wang Xintong's growth was indeed very fast, but to be honest, she was still a little lacking compared to the young Miao Xiaomiao. Moreover, Miao Xiaomiao had the fire attribute, and the grade of her martial arts was definitely higher than Wang Xintong's. Her actual combat ability was naturally higher as well. If the two of them were to meet, Lin Xian also thought that Wang Xintong had no chance of winning, at least not now. Miao Xiaomiao then walked to Lin Xian's side and sat down. Don't you have anything you want to say? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I can't even last one round. Lin Xian, ha ha ha. He was about to laugh. This girl was really interesting. Let's see if you can still say something like that when you're beaten up. You're the one who's going to be beaten up. Miao Xiaomiao wrinkled her nose cutely. But you're really strong. How did you cultivate? Wang Xintong's little head came over and asked humbly. I didn't cultivate much. Miao Xiaomiao was a little embarrassed to talk to a girl. Then why are you so strong? Wang Xintong was a little obsessed now. She just wanted to know everything that could make her stronger. I learned from Grandpa when I was young, Miao Xiaomiao said. Oh, Wang Xintong didn't know what to do about this. She had only just started learning. Actually, there was another reason why Miao Xiaomiao's combat ability was so high. It was very simple. She often went on missions with the Wind Mercenary Group and often wandered between life and death, just like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Lin Xian could say without exaggeration that Miao Xiaomiao would not be weaker than the two of them in the future. The competition continued, and there were only a few people who caught Lin Xian's attention. Zhang Tian and Chen Cheng were done. After that, Lin Xian saw a few stronger warriors, but Lin Xian didn't care much about them. Other than Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, only Qin Shaotian and Chen Cheng could pose a threat to him. But they shouldn't be a problem. Fuck. Lin Xian was dumbfounded when he saw the two contestants from number 20 enter the arena. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. The two of them were opponents? With such a small chance, they could get a share? They were invincible. Luckily, there was a revival competition, or they would be embarrassed. Ling Ying. Ling. Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue. The two twos and twos to two to the three academies. The Lin Shui and Lin Shui. Where was and S ants and the other. To the other academies, two to the point. To them two, S and S to tis and lenses to be to A's and the two to the S and the two, the students, the two to say, this of course of, they, it. They were helpless being knowing they, twos and S to be expected to, S. Are they going to have a good fight? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and looked at the two in the arena. They were best friends, but they were also rivals. They worked hard for each other. Whoever slacked off would be overtaken by the other. Both of them were like that. Hence, they often PK each other. Both of them had their share of wins and losses. Such an occasion was indeed suitable for them to have a good fight. Lin Xian thought so too. Everyone was looking forward to it. Fuck. The battle between the two beauties of Tianhua City. This was too awesome. Even if it was a fight, it would be as beautiful as a painting. Xiao Runing was originally on the judging panel, but in fact, it was more of a change of location to watch the martial arts competition. It didn't matter if she was there or not. So now Xiao Runing was accompanying Linya to watch the martial arts competition. The two of them met. Xiao Runing smiled. She did not panic because she knew there was a revival competition. Hence, it did not matter who was eliminated. I heard from Xiao Xian that they are very strong, Linya said. Have you never seen them fight before? Linya shook her head. Never. Then you have to watch carefully today, especially Lin Xian. Maybe he will make your eyes light up. Xiao Runing smiled. I have never seen Xiao Xin fight before. At most, he would use his fists and kicks. To be honest, Lin Yu was very excited. Xiao Runing smiled and said, "You will be able to see it, but it may not necessarily be wonderful. If he can fight with a relatively powerful martial artist, then it will be wonderful to watch, but if he is not strong, then it will not be good to watch. After all, the warriors who have advanced will only have to fight 2 rounds. The real top 10 will be decided tomorrow. The competition is just a country. It is not that important, so it will not be exciting." On the other side, Ling Longshui, Bing Lingyue, and Ling Longyue were sitting in a corner wearing caps. They had nothing to do. This was about Lin Xian's competition. It did not matter if they came to watch. "Sister, let's go eat good food and go shopping. What's so interesting about watching a group of ants fight?" Ling Longyue said. That's right. She was the only one who did not want to come. "Let's eat after watching." Ling Longshui's beautiful eyes saw Lin Xian, who was a few hundred meters away. With her eyesight, it was too easy for her to see Lin Xian clearly. Then, she saw Lin Xian playing with a beautiful little girl beside him. He was laughing happily. She was a little unhappy for no reason. She did not even care about her own emotions. Ling Longyue munched on a big apple. "Bastard Lin Xian. Hooligan Lin Xian." She mumbled as she ate. It seemed like she had a lot of opinions about Lin Xian. She felt that Ling Longshui was here for Lin Xian. If it was not for Lin Xian, she would not have come. "Ling Long, look." Bing Lingyue saw something and said. Ling Longshui then saw Linya in the crowd a few hundred meters away. She wanted to go over, but she thought about it and decided not to. Everyone's attention was now on Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Ling Longshui and the others knew her. After all, she was a guest at Ling Ying's house not long ago. Let the battle begin. Following Zhang Nan's order, the 2 people in the other arena had already started fighting. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue had not moved. Thinking about it, the other 2 martial artists were a little pitiful. Basically, no one was paying attention to them. Even if they had already started fighting, not many people were watching. Regardless of gender, everyone's attention was on Han Chuxue and Bing Lingyue. They were afraid that they would miss a second of the exciting scene. Then, the 2 of them walked towards each other. Both of them raised their hands. It's time. It's time. Everyone was looking forward to it. Rock, paper, scissors, gotcha. When they saw the situation on the screen, their hearts were all broken. They wanted to see the scene of the 2 goddesses fighting. Then the 2 of them actually decided to use rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner. Ling Ying waved the stone in her hand and revealed a smile. Then, Han Chuxue silently walked down from the martial stage. Chapter 451. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also stunned. Fuck. These 2 people must be Ling Ying's idea. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. However, it was reasonable for them to not fight. First of all, it was very difficult for the 2 of them to achieve a result. Second of all, even if they fought, many people might see some of their moves or something. That wouldn't be good, so they might as well not fight. Moreover, there wasn't much meaning to it. They had plenty of opportunities to fight. Ling Ying wins. Zhang Nan was also stunned for a moment before she said. This was the first time she saw 2 people casually decide the winner with rock, paper, scissors on a stage like the Sky Martial Assembly. There was no one else who would do this. However, she could guess what was going on. It wasn't a secret that the 2 of them were friends. At the same time, the 3 major factions had also tried to recruit them. However, they had all rejected them. Ling Ying also walked down. The list of people who advanced to the next round had already been recorded in the data. There wouldn't be any mistakes. After about 3 minutes, the other stage's battle had also ended. Next, let's invite number 39 and number 40 to the stage. I'm going. Lin Xian then walked to the stage. Good luck. Wang Xintong said charmingly. I finished it in 1 move. Miao Xiaomiao reminded Lin Xian. She even said that she shouldn't be beaten up. She had finished her battle in 1 move. Lin Xian smiled and then walked up. When Lin Xian went up, The people from Class 10 and 5 shouted his name. Yi, Lin Xian is going up. Lu Yufan excitedly grabbed Yi's arm. Yi also looked at Lin Xian and then nodded slightly. Your little Xian is going up. Let me see his opponent. Xiao Runing looked at the list of opponents on the big screen. Qin Cheng, is he very strong? Linya asked. Xiao Runing nodded her head. Very powerful. The 3 academies all have their strongest students, and he is one of the strongest students from the Star Academy. Strange. Why didn't that little girl from the Star Academy participate? Xiao Runing finally noticed this. Linya looked at the stage nervously. If Xiao Runing said that he was very powerful, then he must be really powerful. Fuck. This match is going to be interesting. Lin Xian, the most famous martial artist recently. Chen Cheng, one of the leaders of the Heavenly Star Academy. His strength is on par with Qin Xiaotian, Zhang Tian, and even Han Chuxue. This match should be the most interesting one so far. Go Lin Xian. Chen Cheng, we love you. When these 2 people went up, one could imagine how much attention everyone was paying to them. The match between Ling Ying and Han Chuxue should have been the most eye-catching. Who knew that they would use rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner? But Lin Xian and Chen Cheng couldn't possibly use the same method to decide the winner, right? Lin Xian looked at Chen Cheng, who was walking towards him. Mysterious Heaven Realm 5 stars. He was Mysterious Heaven Realm 3 stars. He was about to reach 4 stars. The difference of 2 stars was actually nothing to Lin Xian. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. One is Mysterious Heaven Realm 3 stars, the other is Mysterious Heaven Realm 5 stars. He can't win. Ling Longyue snorted. Don't forget that Lin Xian has the space attribute. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. I know, I'm just saying. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. We meet again. Qin Cheng looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Yeah, young Master Chen and I are quite fated. It's fate. Why? Do you want to have a good fight or what? It doesn't matter if you lose. Anyway, there's still the revival round. At least you can make it to the next round, right? Chen Cheng said. Lin Xian shrugged. Whatever. He was right. Because of the revival round, experts weren't afraid of losing. Even if they lost, they could still fight their way out of the revival round. As long as they advanced, they didn't need to care about the ranking. The ranking in the Sky Beast Forest was the real deciding factor. Now, let the fight begin. Zhang Nen said. Come. Chen Cheng gripped the sword on his collar and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smirked. Space jump. Shua. In the next moment, Chen Cheng's figure disappeared in front of him and appeared outside the arena. Everyone, outside the arena, Chen Cheng was also dumbfounded. Logically speaking, his realm was 2 stars higher than Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian used space jump, it shouldn't have been effective. However, because Chen Cheng was so relaxed, he didn't care if he won or lost. Even if he lost, he could still fight his way out of the revival round. Therefore, he didn't have much vigilance or reaction. He didn't even release much energy. Before he could react, the space jump was used on him, and he was teleported out of the arena. Lin Xian wins. Zhang Nen secretly touched his forehead and said, This, everyone looked at each other. That's it? That's it? I'll beat your mother. Chen Cheng scolded outside the arena. Damn it. How could there be such a competition? Space attribute is amazing, right? If he used his full power, this space attribute wouldn't have much effect on him. But he didn't use it. He thought that Lin Xian wanted to have a good fight with him. Who knew that Lin Xian would use such a move? Fuck your mother. What kind of fight is this? I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, so I want to get off the stage and have a good rest. I'll have to trouble young Master Chen to participate in the revival match when the time comes. Lin Xian grinned at Chen Cheng, who was off the stage. You're awesome, okay? Chen Cheng walked away in a huff. Damn it, he can do whatever he wants with the space attribute. Chen Cheng's realm isn't as high as Lin Xian's? Or is the space attribute so abnormal that it can instantly teleport people with higher realms away? Why do I feel like I should cancel the space attribute? It's too damn disgusting. Fight you. Can't you fight like a man? Fight. These people were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Xian. Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. How did he do it? Linya was confused by the battle and couldn't understand anything. Lin Xian's space attribute teleported him off the stage, so Chuncheng lost. I thought of many scenarios, but I didn't think of this. What a strange genius. Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps this was the real Lin Xian. His thoughts were something that you simply couldn't keep up with. Then, Lin Xian walked down the stage under the unhappy gazes of the audience. This is the person you were talking about? An old man beside Qin Feng chuckled as he stroked his beard and asked. Qin Feng nodded. Yes, he's a ghost genius. This kid isn't simple. He's not simple. These days, there's no shortage of strong people. What we lack are ghost geniuses like him. Do you have any ideas? Qin Feng said helplessly. He doesn't like to join other factions. I've already tried to recruit him, but it's useless. Chapter 452. Lin Xian, on the other hand, happily walked to his seat and sat down. How is it? I also used one move. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows at Miao Xiaomiao. You're shameless. Miao Xiaomiao pouted. How am I shameless? Miao Xiaomiao said. Using the space attribute to directly send him out is too shameless. Damn. Your wind attribute blowing him out is also attribute power. My space attribute also uses attribute power to send him out. Tell me, how am I shameless? Miao Xiaomiao. It seems like that's the case. Don't be nervous. Lin Xian patted Wang Xintong's shoulder and said. I'm not. Wang Xintong said in a small voice. Then don't keep your hands clutching your clothes. Lin Xian laughed. Wang Xintong's face turned red. She had never experienced any PK before, let alone fighting in front of so many people. Moreover, it was her turn soon, so she was definitely nervous. I'll do my best, Lin Xian said. As long as your luck isn't bad, it'll be fine. Plus, you didn't train for nothing. NN. Immediately after, a group of girls shrieked. Lin Xian then saw Qin Xiaotian walking towards the sparring arena. This Qin Xiaotian is quite famous. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Qin Xiaotian could be considered one of the most famous people among the younger generation in Tianhua City. Naturally, he would obtain the adoration of countless girls. When he went on stage, there would definitely be screams from these girls who adored him. I'd like to see if you can still be like this when your fake mask is revealed. About 10 seconds later, the fight ended. Qin Xiaotian's opponent was a cultivator who hadn't even reached the profound heaven realm. Qin Xiaotian's cold energy had rendered him immobile. Naturally, he had lost the ability to fight. Qin Xiaotian then swaggered off amidst the screams of the crowd. This Qin Xiaotian is quite strong. Miao Xiaomiao said. Yes, he is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so famous in Tianhua City. Lin Xian shrugged and said. As for the grudge between Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian, Miao Xiaomiao didn't know. Lin Xian and Wang Qianqian didn't tell her, let alone her. Ling Ying and even Lin Ye didn't know. How confident are you if you fight him? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and asked. I don't know, because I don't know his true strength. Lin Xian shrugged. However, Sister Ling Ying and the others are also very powerful. If the Sky Martial Assembly was like before, the top 10 would be decided through 1v1, and then the top 10 would compete with each other. That way, it would be very interesting to watch, and we would also be able to see the level of each person's strength. However, if it was changed to this way, it would be fine. Everyone has their own advantages. The former is more direct and can be recognized by others. As for the latter, we've already competed. No one knows what happened and only knows the ranking. Why should we care about other people's opinions? It's fine as long as we are in the top 10, Lin Xian said. After about 15 minutes, Wang Xintong went up. Lin Xian looked at the big screen. Wang Xintong's opponent was also a girl called Zhang Ming. She was a girl from the Sky Sun Academy. As for whether she was strong or not, Lin Xian didn't know. Wang Xintong and the girl each held a sword and faced each other. Wang Xintong, I've never heard of your name in the Sky Martial Court's advanced class. But why do you say you're from the Sky Martial Court? Zhang Ming looked at Wang Xintong and asked. She was a little jealous. Why was this girl so beautiful? I'm from the intermediate class. Uffed. Zhang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Is there no one else in the Sky Martial Court? Even the intermediate class is participating in the Sky Martial Assembly? What a joke. Wang Xintong didn't say anything. She held her sword and looked in a familiar direction. She saw Lin Xian give her a thumbs up. Then, she took a deep breath and her expression turned serious. She couldn't lose. She couldn't lose to herself, Lin Xian, and she couldn't embarrass her brother. She had to prove herself. Then I'll finish you in one move. Whoosh! After saying that, Zhang Ming held her light sword and charged at Wang Xintong. She thought that since Wang Xintong was in the intermediate class, she would at most be at the 3rd or 4th star of the arcane body realm. She was at the 1st star of the arcane heaven realm, so she could easily defeat Wang Xintong without even using her elemental power. When the two swords collided and their powers collided, she realized that she was wrong. Was she really a member of the intermediate class? How could an intermediate class member have the strength of the arcane heaven realm? Zhang Ming quickly distanced herself. What a cunning person. She clearly has the strength of the arcane heaven realm, but she said she's from the intermediate class. I'm really from the intermediate class. Don't say any more. Take this. Shocking thunder. After saying that, lightning wrapped around her sword. She was of the lightning attribute. Whoosh! Following that, a bolt of lightning slashed at Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong was extremely serious. The power of this sword was very strong, but the range was not large. It was not like Lin Xian's 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, as long as she was fast enough. Whoosh! Wang Xintong suddenly dodged to the side. The lightning burned the corner of her clothes, but did not hurt her. Golden light burst. Suddenly, a strong light flashed. Zhang Ming was hit by the strong light, and her eyes were stinging. In an instant, she panicked and waved the sword in her hand. Wang Xintong rushed over and stabbed her sword. Midway, Wang Xintong withdrew her sword because she would be injured if she stabbed her. Water Ripple Technique. A water dragon rushed at Zhang Ming, and her figure was directly pushed out of the arena. Lin Xian saw this scene and nodded slightly. She's still too kind. But if it's a competition, it's okay to be kind. I just hope that she won't be like this outside in the future. Lin Xian sighed. Wang Xintong's combat ability was not too strong, but it was not too weak either. However, she still had a disadvantage. She did not have many powerful martial skills. Lin Xian even knew that she did not have any Earth-rank martial skills. It wasn't that Qin Feng didn't want to give it to her, he didn't have any. Although his position was high, martial skills belonged to the temple. He didn't have the qualifications to privately give powerful martial skills to Wang Xintong, unless he had his own. But he was of the lightning attribute. How could he collect water and light attribute martial skills? Qin Feng gave Wang Xintong a lot of normal profound ranked martial skills, but the difference between profound and earth-ranked martial skills was too great. Which expert did not have an earth-rank martial skill? The power of an earth-rank martial skill could make up for the difference of a few stars. Therefore, Lin Xian was really worried about Wang Xintong going to the Sky Demon Beast Forest in such a situation. However, Qin Feng had already applied for an earth-rank martial skill for Wang Xintong. The excuse was very simple. Lin Xian's reward. Lin Xian had saved many people before, and he did not ask for the reward. Qin Feng used this reason to apply for a water and light attribute martial skill. He believed that it would not be long before the martial skill would be approved. At that time, Wang Xintong would also have a martial skill. Chapter 453. After finishing her battle, Wang Xintong's face was flushed red. She bowed and left the stage. She was really excited to win against a mysterious heaven realm cultivator in this kind of situation. However, Zhang Ming was a cultivator who only had a high level but not much combat power. She couldn't even react in time to avoid the power of Blink Eye. She even panicked when Blink Eye hit her. This wasn't something a mature cultivator should do. How is it? How do you feel? Lin Xian asked with a smile. My heart is still thumping, Wang Xintong said nervously as she placed her hand on her chest. Let me try. Then Lin Xian stretched out his hand, causing Wang Xintong's face to turn red. Stinky pervert. Miao Xiaomiao muttered to herself. He actually dared to tease another big sister in front of his little girlfriend. Oh. Lin Xian was only teasing her. He wouldn't touch her in front of so many people. After that, there wasn't anything else that Lin Xian had to pay special attention to. Those who were supposed to fight had all been fought. Not long after, the top 138 were all out. The other 138 cultivators who failed would still have to participate in the revival round. However, the revival round had to wait until 69 of the 138 had been eliminated. Soon after, the competition to advance from 138 to 69 began. After a day, the competition ended. Everyone that Lin Xian knew had advanced. Wang Xintong, Miao Xiaomiao, Ling Ying, and the others. Han Chuxue, who had lost in the rock-paper-scissors game, also made it out of the revival round. All in all, this competition was very disappointing because the most interesting part was the first few rounds. At that time, all the cultivators were evenly matched mysterious Heaven Realm cultivators. However, the competition ended now. After all the matches ended, everyone dispersed. Tomorrow was the second round. Tomorrow was the main event, but it was a pity that these people couldn't see it. They only knew which 79 people had advanced. Lin Xian and the others went to have dinner together that night. At this moment, a woman was standing in front of Qin Shaotian, and Qin Shaotian was actually very respectful to her. He was so respectful that he didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This woman was wearing a long red dress, and her face was covered with a veil. However, her skin was fair, and she was tall and slender. Her figure was the kind that could arouse people. Do you know how many experts our evil fiend hall has lost because of you? The woman scolded Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian quickly lowered his head. Senior, no one expected something like this to happen. If it wasn't for your Qin clan's kindness, you would be dead by now. Yes. Qin Shaotian nodded repeatedly and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was not too clear about what kind of person this person was. This was what made Qin Shaotian afraid of her. He really didn't feel any special power. Space? Shadow? He didn't feel it, but she came and went without a trace like the wind. What realm did she have to be to do that? Law Realm? It wasn't that he hadn't seen Law Realm cultivators before, and he was very clear about their strength. Of course, they could come and go without a trace, but they needed to release dark or spatial attribute power. However, he didn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations. This meant that the woman didn't release any attribute power and disappeared just like that. Qin Shaotian sneered. Lin Xian, you were lucky and didn't die before. This time, no one will protect you in the Sky Demon Beast Forest. Let's see how you escape this time. Right now, Lin Xian was Qin Shaotian's only inner demon, so he had to kill Lin Xian. As for Wang Qianqian, Qin Shaotian didn't think much of it. Now, he suspected that Ling Ying should have heard about this matter from Wang Qianqian, but it was useless because there was no evidence. However, those who knew about this matter had to die. Lin Xian had to die, and so did Ling Ying. Although Qin Shaotian couldn't bear to kill Ling Ying, he had to do so. This time, he had to get rid of Lin Xian and Ling Ying in the Sky Demon Beast Forest. With the evil fiend hall's power, he could easily get rid of them as long as he found them. After all, the two of them were only at the mysterious Heaven Realm. Chapter 454. After all, Ling Long Shui, Bing Ling Yue, and Ling Long Yue had all come. After that, they all went back to their own homes. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up even earlier than Ling Ying and Lin Ye. After helping them make breakfast, the two beauties left the room almost at the same time. Don't tell me you all woke up because of the fragrance? Lin Xin smiled and brought out the noodles. Yeah, my eyes haven't even opened yet, but my body couldn't help but walk out. Ling Ying walked out with messy hair and yawned. Lin Xian was used to Ling Ying's sleeping posture. When she woke up in the morning, it was normal for her hair to fly. In the past, Ling Ying would still care a lot. When she wasn't familiar with Linya, she would always look beautiful in the morning. But after they got familiar, she completely let herself go. Have you washed up? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. Heavens! How could this little girlfriend of his let herself go so freely? I forgot. I slept in a daze. Ling Ying then rushed into the bathroom in her room to wash up. I haven't either. Linya said faintly. You are different. Little fairy, even if you don't wash up, you are still beautiful. But Ling Ying is different. She doesn't wash up. Look at her hair. Lin Xian said helplessly. It's pretty good. Linya didn't care about these things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Ling Ying if Lin Xian was a good person and if he was suitable to be her boyfriend. It must be because Linya really liked Ling Ying that she asked. Oh right, I can't watch you today. Don't forget when you go to the beast domain. Safety is the most important thing. Linya reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, little fairy. I still have a beautiful little fairy in my house. I don't want anything to happen to you. Linya blushed. What did he say? He still wanted to push her down? Go. Linya blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she went to wash up. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Ling Ying left the house together. Before going to the Sky Beast Forest, 79 people were required to gather at the arena. Then, they would go together. Time would start counting when they would officially enter the forest. In any case, there was a total of 24 hours inside. However, there were 79 people. The news of the second round being the Heavenly Demonic Beast Forest had already been spread out. Everyone was clear that it was their personal choice whether they wanted to go or not. There was no need to force them. If they couldn't gather at the martial arts arena at 8:00 in the morning, it was equivalent to giving up. Lin, big sister Ling Ying. When they arrived at the arena, everyone was already there. Miao Xiaomiao saw Lin Xian and greeted him. Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked over. Wang Xintong was at the side. A few guys seemed to be flirting with her. This made Lin Xian unhappy. As soon as he walked in front of Miao Xiaomiao, he walked towards Wang Xintong. Miao Xiaomiao pouted. She was unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Han Chuxue saw Ling Ying walking over and silently walked over. In the distance, Qin Shoutian was chatting with a few people. When he saw Lin Xian walk in, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Then, he disappeared. On the other side, Qinsheng also saw Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth in hatred. He already had a conflict with Lin Xian, but it wasn't too deep. Yesterday, he had been tricked by Lin Xian, which made him very angry. It was too fucking annoying. This Lin Xian, even if they hadn't reached the point of killing each other, they were still enemies. He was thinking of a way to teach Lin Xian a lesson in the Sky Demon Beast Forest. Zhang Tian saw Lin Xian, but he didn't come over. He couldn't show that he knew Lin Xian in front of Qin Shoutian, or that they were related in any way. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Xian walked over and said. The three guys turned around. Lin Xian was quite famous, so they naturally recognized him. What? Lin Xian, do you still care about what we do? One of the guys sneered. Oh, Sky Sun Academy. Lin Xian glanced at the three of them. What? Nothing. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, I just said stay away from my girlfriend, otherwise I won't be polite. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Xintong's face turned red. Lin Xian actually said that she was his girlfriend in public. All this time, Wang Xintong thought that she was just Lin Xian's girlfriend. She never thought that Lin Xian would actually say that to her face. Although it was just a casual remark, she was still very touched. Her? Your girlfriend? The three of them looked at each other. Nonsense. Didn't you see that we were sitting together yesterday? Lin Xian said. They really didn't pay attention. You say it's your girlfriend. So she's your girlfriend? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Fuck. Do I need to prove it to you? Get lost. Interesting. Are you a bar spirit? Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Fuck your mother. Lin Xian, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm one of the top 10 martial artists in Sky Sun Academy. Slapped at the sound of a slap traveled very far. Many people were chatting when they heard the sound of the slap. They all looked over and saw this scene. Hey, hey, hey. Linging elbowed Han Chuxue, and they also looked over. Interesting. A hero saving a beauty. Ling Ying crossed his arms and looked in front of him with interest. Wu Kai's face was ashen. How could he endure being slapped in front of so many people, especially when he was a man? Just when Wu Kai was about to be hit, Lin Xian suddenly pointed at him and shouted to the group of people behind him, "Everyone look, this guy from Sky Sun Academy thinks that he's one of the top 10 martial artists in Sky Sun Academy and want to pick up girls." I already said that she's my girlfriend, but he still tried to pick her up. He even said that I have to prove it, and I have to prove it to him. Don't you think this kind of person is an idiot? Wu Kai stopped in his tracks. Under such circumstances, there were only two possibilities. First, he ignored the mockery and ridicule of those people and disregarded his own reputation to fight Lin Xian. The second possibility was that he could only swallow the humiliation and give up. Wang Xintong's face turned even redder. Lin Xian actually said that she was his girlfriend in front of so many people. Lin Xian is taking advantage of someone again. Girlfriend? She's probably another one he's trying to pick up. Ling Ying secretly shook his head. They all thought that Wang Xintong was not Lin Xian's girlfriend. Lin Xian only said that to stand up for himself. In fact, she really was his girlfriend. You, Lin Xian, don't pester me endlessly. When did I? Wu Kai tried to salvage the situation. I beg you to stop talking. Many people here know that Tong Tong and I are from the Sky Martial Court. Is it strange that she's my girlfriend? Don't tell me she knows you. Bah, lowly, bastard, hooligan. Why do I feel that these adjectives sound so strange coming from Lin Xian's mouth? Ling Ying could not help but comment. Chapter 455. What was this called? A hooligan scolding another hooligan. It was definitely out of place. Lin Xian, don't go overboard. Are you trying to stir up trouble between Tianya Academy and my Tianyang Academy? A man from Tianyang Academy who looked rather prestigious pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "Oh, this big brother seems to be a little unconvinced." Lin Xian looked at him and said, "The person involved didn't say anything. What right do you have to talk nonsense here?" Also, he flirted with my girlfriend. I don't have the right to interfere? What right do you have to talk nonsense here? To make your presence known? Seeing that there are so many beautiful girls here, you want to play the hero? Get lost. You. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. What did this have to do with him? Even if they were all from Tianyang Academy, he didn't have to step in. But why should he? Because there were beauties like Ling Ying and Han Chuxue around. He really just wanted to make his presence known. Who knew that Lin Xian would have such a poisonous tongue? He hadn't experienced Lin Xian before, so he didn't understand. Now that he understood, he regretted it. Those who knew Lin Xian wouldn't step in. They knew that they were asking for trouble. Stop talking nonsense. Either you fight or stop talking nonsense. Don't come out to make your presence known. Okay? This is my girlfriend's matter. You fucking come out and meddle. How interesting. Lin Xian continued to be like a viper. That person's face turned red from Lin Xian's words, but he really couldn't refute. He was filled with regret. Was he a fucking idiot? Why the fuck should he care about someone else's girlfriend? Then Lin Xian glanced at Wu Kai and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Wu Kai clenched his fists and deflated. He angrily swung his arms and walked to the side with the two people beside him. What a disgrace to his grandmother's house. Lin Xian then pulled Wang Xintong's small hand and walked to the side in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone believed that she was really Lin Xian's girlfriend. But to Ling Ying and the others who knew Lin Xian well, Lin Xian was just joking. He couldn't really say that Wang Xintong was really his girlfriend in front of them, right? It must be an act. but he took the opportunity to grab the girl's hand. Ah, Wang Xintong. I'll just sit here and play with my phone. Lin Xian nodded. All right then, I'll go chat with the other ladies. Yes. Wang Xintong lightly nodded her head. Logically speaking, she should be disappointed when Lin Xian said that. However, Lin Xian actually stood up for her, and even said that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend in front of so many people. Wang Xintong was now filled with embarrassment and gratitude, so she didn't have any other thoughts. Yo, young Master Lin saved the damsel in distress. Why didn't you comfort your sister more? Ling Ying said with a hint of jealousy. No, no. The pretty sister was being teased by someone. Of course I had to stand up for her, right? Lin Xian grinned. What about me? Ling Ying asked. What a joke. Who would dare to tease you? Ling Ying, Miao Xiaomiao quietly tugged at Ling Ying's sleeve and said, Sister Ling Ying, he's indirectly calling you a tigress. Ling Ying, Lin Xian dryly coughed. Fuck. This little girl isn't obedient. It wouldn't be good if the two of them were together. Is that so? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shuddered. Of course not. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's not me. How can she understand my thoughts? What I mean is, the reason why those people don't dare to flirt with you is because they are subdued by your beauty, your temperament, and everything about you. They even feel inferior in front of you. Looking at you from afar, they feel inferior. How could they dare to flirt with you? Really? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Tisk, pig trotter. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. What about you? Do you feel inferior? Ling Ying asked with a smile. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Why would I feel inferior? I've mingled with all kinds of beautiful girls. I'm used to it. Probably only Lin Xian dared to say such words in front of his girlfriend. At this moment, a group of leaders walked in. Zhang Nan, Xiao Runing, Qin Feng, and the others were all there. Everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, line up and get ready to go to the Sky Demon Beast Forest. Zhang Nan said. 3 minutes later, the roll call ended. There were supposed to be 70 people, but now there were 70. Commander Qin, there are 9 people who have deserted. Zhang Nan said. Qin Feng nodded. It doesn't matter. It's human nature. You can't call it running away. Someone gave each of them a very small mobile phone-like thing, and at the same time, a small badge was worn on each of them. Then Qin Feng glanced at the crowd and said, Everyone, you should already know the content of the second round. Let me explain it in detail. The things in your hands are your life insurance. If you are in danger, you can quickly contact us. We have arranged hundreds of experts in the Sky Demon Beast Forest to protect you. The badge is your location. There is a map on your phone, and that point is your location. The training will last for 24 hours. If you enter at 9 o'clock in the morning and come out at 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, there is a map on your phone. So, you can decide when to return. If you are late, no matter how many demon crystals you have in your hands, they will all be regarded as useless. Then Qin Feng continued, but if you ask for help, it means that you've given up the qualification for the Sky Martial Arts Conference. In addition, if you encounter any danger that you can't handle, crush the phone and a spirit domain will be released. It can last for 5 minutes and resist the power of the Thunder Retribution Realm demonic beasts. You just need to wait for help, but you'll also be disqualified. Lin Xian thought for a while. In this way, the safety of the cultivators was basically guaranteed. Now, let's talk about the ranking. Qin Feng glanced at the crowd and said, In the Sky Demon Beast Forest, there are only Qi Building Realm, Spirit Concentration Realm, Arcane Body Realm, and Mysterious Heaven Realm Demonic Beasts Forest. We've checked, but there might be some accidents. But with this special phone, there won't be any problems for the time being. Qi Building Realm Demonic Beasts Forest is 1 point. Spirit Concentration Realm Demonic Beasts Forest is 10 points. Arcane Body Realm Demonic Beasts Forest is 20 points. And Mysterious Heaven Realm Demonic Beasts Forest is 50 points. If you have the same number of points, you'll be ranked according to the grade of the Demonic Beast Forest. If you have more Demonic Beast Forest in the same realm, you'll be the winner. Is there anything else you don't understand? Someone asked, is the Qi building realm demonic beasts forest the same as demonic beasts forest? Qin Feng nodded. Yes. Chapter 456. In fact, it didn't matter whether you were in the same realm or not. As long as you had the strength, you could deal with it easily. Moreover, in the heavenly beast forest, the level of demon beasts and the number of demon beasts you would encounter were unknown. You didn't just need to rely on luck to encounter demon beasts. There were also some methods that could allow you to encounter more demon beasts. This was a test of each warrior's experience and courage. In order to kill more demonic beasts, did they know how to attract more demonic beasts? Did they have the courage to do so? These were all unintentionally test you. This was also the reason why the Sky Martial Assembly had decided to use this method to determine the top 10. One had to know that future martial artists were not meant to fight against individual human martial artists. They were more likely to fight against monstrous beasts. They might even need to take charge of an area alone. They might need to lead hundreds of thousands of human martial artists to crusade against the monstrous beasts. They needed to be proficient in all aspects. Are there any other questions? If not, we will immediately depart for the heavenly beast forest. Qin Feng glanced at everyone and asked. Everyone was silent. Silence meant that there were no more questions. Well, now we will check everyone's interspatial ring, and then everyone will go to the heavenly beast forest. In fact, the inspection was only to check one thing, demon beast crystals. Because everyone knew that the purpose of entering the heavenly beast forest was to kill demon beasts and obtain demon beast crystals, the final score would be calculated according to the number of demon beast crystals. Then, some people would prepare some demon beast crystals in their interspatial rings in advance. This was a very normal thing. As for other things, such as spiritual tools, protective spiritual tools, etc., they could bring as much as they could. After all, this was not a simple competition. Sure enough, some demon beast crystals were found in many people's interspatial rings. These demon beast crystals were confiscated for the time being. Of course, there would be no punishment. Everyone had their own reasons to explain. Then, everyone boarded a few modified buses. Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue sat together, sniffing the faint fragrance of the two beautiful ladies. It was indescribable how comfortable they were. Lin Xian, how about we go together? Ling Ying asked. Go together in the heavenly beast forest? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying said, I am just saying, it may not be good. Lin Xian muttered to himself. How should he put it? Lin Xian wasn't worried about Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Lin Xian. He could go with them, but if they were together, the effect would be very low. Lin Xian would rather bring Wang Xintong or Miao Xiaomiao. First of all, these two girls weren't that strong compared to them, especially Wang Xintong. Although she was at the mysterious heaven realm, her experience and battle strength were relatively mediocre. Lin Xian was also worried about her. Forget it, Lin Xian said as he glanced at Wang Xintong, who was listening to music with headphones not far away. As long as you enter the heavenly demon beast forest, no matter what you do, as long as you don't violate the rules, it's fine. In fact, there aren't too many violations. Basically, there's only one point. You can't kill other warriors for demon crystals and rob them. Soon, they arrived at the huge heavenly beast forest. The mobile phones given to them had their own location. After entering the forest, they could also see how far away they were from the heavenly beast forest. They could then choose to come out early. In any case, they couldn't stay in the forest for more than 24 hours. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure. One by one, they got out of the car. Basically, every warrior was at least 500 meters away from each other. 500 meters. After entering the heavenly beast forest, it would be difficult for them to meet each other. They might be only a few dozen meters away, but because of the large number of trees, they still couldn't see each other. It wasn't that they couldn't go together, but it was better for them to go alone. Lin Xian also got out of the car and stood outside the heavenly demon beast forest. Beside him was an expert from the enforcement union. He was responsible for keeping an eye on those who would enter the heavenly demon beast forest. Once they entered the forest, they would also be responsible for their safety. Although there were already more than 100 experts from the 3 major forces inside the forest, Lin Xian didn't dare to say anything. "Daogua, can I make a call?" Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the person behind him. "Sure. There are no restrictions." That man nodded and said, "Many thanks." Then, Lin Xian gave Wang Xintong a call. "Xiao Tong Tong, let's go together later," Lin Xian said. He was more concerned about Wang Xintong's strength. "No need. I want to go by myself." Hearing Wang Xintong's words, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment.
Yes.
"Well, regardless of whether it works or not, I want to treat this day as an important day for me to train." Wang Xintong's firm voice came from the other side. "Be careful," Lin Xian said and hung up the phone. After about 10 minutes, a fiery red light lit up the sky. This should be the signal. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was exactly 9 a.m. "You can go in now," the man behind Lin Xian said to him. "Okay." After receiving the order, Lin Xian entered the heavenly demonic beasts forest. Everyone else also entered the forest at the same time. In fact, there weren't many of them, only 79 people. There were even 200 people protecting them in the forest. However, their safety was very important. Firstly, they were basically the most powerful group of young people in the city. They were the hope of the future. Secondly, it could be considered as the pressure from the empire. The previous operation in Linfeng City failed and caused heavy losses. They had already done a lot of protection, but there was no other way. If more people died in the Sky Beasts Forest trial, it would really be difficult to continue in the future. After Lin Xian entered the Sky Beasts Forest, the surrounding directly quieted down. Only the sound of the small animals in the forest could be heard. However, as Lin Xian approached, these small animals also stopped. Generally speaking, in a place like the forest, the deeper you go, the easier it is to encounter powerful demon beasts. It is like a hierarchy. The weak ones are in the periphery of the forest, and the powerful ones are in the center of the forest. Lin Xian muttered as he went deeper into the forest. He was too lazy to waste any more time in the outer ring. 1 point for a Chi-building realm beast, 10 points for a spirit-focused realm beast, 20 points for an arcane body realm beast, and 50 points for a mysterious heaven realm beast. For Lin Xian, killing arcane body realm and Chi-building realm beasts was the same. Either way, he could kill them all in one move, but the difference in points was 20 times. Furthermore, the outer ring was mostly filled with Chi-building realm and spirit-focused realm beasts. Lin Xian knew this very well, so he did not waste any time and directly rushed into the depths. From the moment they entered the Sky Beasts forest, every warrior's choice was equivalent to the beginning of the test. Chapter 457. Lin Xian wasn't walking, but sprinting. His speed in the forest could reach 10 meters per second. He now needed to run at this speed for 1 or 2 hours. This time, he would be able to enter the depths of the heavenly demon beast forest. At least for now, it was enough. Of course, if he encountered any demonic beasts during this period of time, he would collect them as tolls. Those with experience would make the same choice as Lin Xian when they entered the heavenly demon beast forest. They could even choose not to kill demonic beasts for the first 1 or 2 hours. It might seem like they had 2 hours less than the others, but once they reached the area, killing 1 demonic beast would be equivalent to killing 10 demonic beasts in the periphery. It would be equivalent to killing 1 hour of demonic beasts, making up for the time they had wasted in the middle. After 1.5 hours, Lin Xian stopped. During this time, he had only killed 2 demonic beasts, and they were only in the Chi-building realm. Killing them didn't even take as much time as taking out the demonic crystals. This place should be about 15 kilometers away from the entrance. Lin Xian glanced at the map and muttered to himself. 15 kilometers into the forest. Although it was still considered as the outer perimeter of the forest, it was still considered quite deep into the forest. Lin Xian had already stopped sprinting forward at this point. Instead, he continued to move forward as usual. Of course, He was going deeper into the forest. Demonic beasts are most active at night. Night is also the most dangerous time. Therefore, I must seize the night. However, I have an extra ability compared to everyone else. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he released the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit could detect all the spirit energy fluctuations in the surroundings. What he was looking for wasn't demonic beasts, but the natural treasures in the forest that were emitting spirit energy fluctuations. In other words, spirit herbs and the like. A demonic beast's perception was tens of times stronger than a human's. In the outside world, any natural treasures that were emitting spirit energy would definitely be sensed by demonic beasts. Generally speaking, demonic beasts wouldn't eat these natural treasures. Or rather, they would wait until they were fully matured before eating them. They would mostly guard these natural treasures because staying beside them would increase the speed of their growth. Therefore, in the outside world, any place with spiritual herbs would be guarded by demonic beasts. Furthermore, they would be stronger demonic beasts. No matter what, they would be at least in the mysterious heaven realm. This was because demonic beasts that were weak didn't have the ability to guard spiritual herbs. They would have long been snatched by stronger demonic beasts. Lin Xian was thinking about this point. He had an ability that others didn't have. He could also find stronger demonic beasts. In this kind of place where very few people set foot, the number of relatively ordinary heaven and earth spirit objects was still not too small. Perhaps some people could think of Lin Xian's point, but they didn't have Lin Xian's ability. Then, Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight saw many directions where the spiritual power of heaven and earth was flowing. Lin Xian randomly picked one and walked over. Thinking about it, this was a rare opportunity. Firstly, he could kill stronger demonic beasts. Secondly, he could obtain some spiritual herbs. Thirdly, he could increase his cultivation by killing stronger demonic beasts. Lin Xian was about to reach the mysterious heaven realm 4-star. Today might be an opportunity for him to increase his cultivation. Lin Xian also knew that these spiritual herbs were very useful to cultivators. Even for cultivators with the God's Child system, they could use the spiritual energy to increase their cultivation. However, they usually needed stronger spiritual herbs. Ordinary spiritual herbs were mostly used to refine medicine. I'm here. Lin Xian's figure stopped. At the same time, he canceled his Eye of Cave Spirit. In front of him, there was a particularly green plant that attracted Lin Xian's attention. This should be a 1-star rainbow berry. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. A 1-star rainbow berry was a relatively common spiritual herb. A red strawberry-like fruit would grow on a plant. This was a 1-star rainbow berry, a spiritual herb that could heal injuries. Of course, this wasn't its only use. It was relatively useless and rare. What was even rarer was the 3-star rainbow berry. The 5-star rainbow berry and above could already be considered extremely rare. It was basically impossible to obtain them. It was said that there was a 9-star rainbow berry in the legends. The 9-star rainbow berry seemed to need thousands of years to grow. Even law realm experts didn't have the ability to get close to this kind of spiritual herb. Legend had it that this kind of spiritual herb could even develop intelligence. What was even more exaggerated was that it could take human form. Who knew if that was true or not, but it was clear that a spiritual herb like the rainbow berry was relatively powerful. Lin Xian directly walked over. He didn't believe that there would be an existence above the mystic heaven realm in this place. With Lin Xian's 3-star mystic heaven realm cultivation and his many tricks, he could easily deal with a 6-star mystic heaven realm monster. If he encountered a 7-star mystic heaven realm monster, he could run away if he couldn't beat it. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't particularly panicked. Then, Lin Xian plucked the 1-star rainbow berry. If this small strawberry was injured, he could directly eat it. Its medicinal effect might be more useful than those medicinal herbs and not inferior to ordinary wood attribute healing techniques. The moment the 1-star rainbow berry was plucked, a roar came from not far away. Then, an aura suddenly rushed over. Sensing that aura, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Around 3-star mystic heaven realm, it came quite quickly. Lin Xian condensed lightning in his right hand. Then, he sensed the direction of the aura and threw a heavenly thunder flash over. Boom! An explosion came from the front. Then, lightning flashed, and the surrounding area was directly flattened. At the same time, some of the nearby trees were set on fire. How should he put it? Forest fires were nothing here. This was the territory of the demonic beasts. Humans couldn't wait to burn down the forest and kill the demonic beasts. However, this was impossible. This wasn't Earth. With the strength of these demonic beasts, as long as it didn't spread too far, they could easily extinguish the forest fires. A black figure rushed out from the lightning. It opened its bloody mouth and stared at Lin Xian angrily. There was even blood in its mouth. It was probably hunting just now. Then, it sensed that its one-star rainbow berry was tainted and directly rushed over. The divine sense of a mystic heaven realm monster was still something. It was a black tiger. However, its right hind leg seemed to have been electrocuted. It was a little charred and bleeding. Realm: Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars, level 33. A relatively common monster. However, its bloodline isn't low. It can reach a higher realm. It's fast, has strong attack power, and is extremely cruel. Demonic skill: shoots a ray from its eyes. It has strong attack and penetration power. Generally, the body of the target will be penetrated. Increases all attributes for a short period of time. Chapter 458. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen a demonic beast with a skill that could buff itself. Lin Xian did not know how much the buff was, but it should not be weak. But, Mysterious Heaven Realm 3 stars, the same level as Lin Xian. How could Lin Xian be afraid? If Lin Xian could not even defeat a demonic beast of the same level, then he could really go and die, even if a demonic beast of the same level was much stronger than a martial artist. But Lin Xian's standard for himself was to be invincible in the same realm. If he fought seriously with an existence 2 stars higher than himself, there would be no danger to his life. To be able to kill an existence 3 stars higher than himself, no expert would be satisfied with just fighting in the same realm. Shua. Lin Xian took out 1,000 evils and rushed over without hesitation. Roar. The bloodthirsty demon tiger was clearly a hot-tempered creature. Even though its leg was injured, it didn't cower in the slightest. It leaped up and roared angrily. A black light erupted from its body as it swiped its claws at Lin Xian. 1,000 lightning strike. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was very happy. At the same realm, a demonic beast without using any martial skills actually wanted to fight him with a spirit weapon. Wasn't this courting death? Therefore, Lin Xian took the opportunity to release the Thunderbolt 1000 Rend. There was no need for him to waste time with this kind of demonic beast. He needed to conserve his spirit power, but Lin Xian had more than 10 spirit recovery pills. What would he need? He needed a large number of demonic crystals, and not only did he have enough, he was also thinking about Miao Xiao Miao and Wang Xintong. He did not want his women to be eliminated. Miao Xiao Miao was not particularly worried. She had been in the demonic beast realm for many years and knew better than most people. The main thing was Wang Xintong entering the top 10. She believed that with Wang Xintong's determination, she would be able to grow greatly. Shua. Lightning wrapped around Lin Xian as he slashed out. Bang! The bloodthirsty demon tiger's body was sent flying by the impact of the lightning. It crashed into several trees and then crawled up with difficulty. Damn! Its defense is so high. At the same realm, Lin Xian released an Earth-grade martial skill and actually did not instantly kill it. Following that, Lin Xian did not hesitate to use the 1,000 lightning strike in the form of sword chi. Roar! A terrifying power burst out from the bloodthirsty demon tiger's body, and a black light directly blocked the Earth-grade martial skill. Amplification. Due to anger, the bloodthirsty demon tiger lost its mind. It was almost instantly killed by Lin Xian, but it reacted, but it was useless. Amplification. Exchange attribute exchange. Lin Xian could not be bothered to waste any more time. The more time he wasted, the more likely he would be in danger of being attacked. Demonic beast amplification of a demonic beast beasts. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have to pay too much. Double the strength of a mysterious heaven realm third star was no joke. The higher Lin Xian's level was, the more terrifying the effect of the attribute doubling would be. The bloodthirsty demon tiger had indeed received an amplification, and its defense was probably increased as well. However, it was directly killed by Lin Xian's lightning amplification. It did not even have time to resist. After putting away the bloodthirsty demon tiger's beast core, Lin Xian moved on to his next target. Ding, you have leveled up to Mysterious Heaven Realm 4-star. After Lin Xian killed his second Mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beast, he successfully reached Mysterious Heaven Realm 4-star. His strength soared once again. The higher the realm, the greater the difference in strength between each realm. It would be harder to fight across realms. At Lin Xian's current distance, it would be difficult to meet other cultivators at this time. He also did not want to meet them. Lin Xian realized that his method was indeed useful. Not only could he obtain a lot of heaven and earth spirit items, but it was better than nothing. He could also accurately meet Mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beasts. Time gradually passed. For the entire day, which was about 10 hours, Lin Xian killed demonic beasts. It was simply too convenient for him to use his Eye of Cave Spirit to search for demonic beasts. His cultivation had even reached Mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star. In the future, Lin Xian decided to use this method to hunt demonic beasts in the demonic beast domain. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The demonic beasts here, or rather, the demonic beasts that could protect ordinary heaven and earth spirit items, had to be existences that Lin Xian could fight against. Dusk fell. It was after 10 o'clock at night, when the number of demonic beasts was the highest. Lin Xian had killed for an entire day. The highest level of demonic beast he encountered was Mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star, which was within the acceptable range. However, he was also Mysterious Heaven Realm 5-star now. Feeling a little tired, Lin Xian jumped onto a tree and planned to rest for a while. Resting for 10 minutes and recovering his spiritual energy wasn't a waste of time. On the contrary, if his body was tired, he might make mistakes during battle. If he made a mistake while fighting against demonic beasts of the same cultivation level, it could be fatal. Moreover, Lin Xian was also a little injured. This was normal. Fighting against a Mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beast during the day, even if it was Lin Xian, it was inevitable that he would be injured. Chapter 459. After the meal, Lin Xian had almost recovered his strength. He jumped down from the tree and continued his hunting journey. Time slowly passed, and the time gradually approached the middle of the night. Lin Xian didn't know that in the middle of the night, several figures quietly sneaked into the heavenly demon beast forest. Sister, what are we doing here? In the middle of the night, 3 figures stood in the sky. No one could see them because their cultivation was too high. Ling Longyue sat in the sky with her legs crossed. She looked unhappy. It's a full moon tonight. They don't know that 3 days ago, a pack of silver moon heavenly wolves came to the heaven demon beast forest. A full moon night is a paradise for silver moon heavenly wolves. So? Ling Longyue yawned. He will definitely meet the pack of silver moon heavenly wolves. Ling Longshui said. Bing Lingyue pondered for a while. Silver moon heavenly wolves already existed in my era. They are a very ancient race that can reach a higher realm. At night, their fighting strength will increase by 30%, and on a full moon, their fighting strength will double. Silver moon heavenly wolves live in packs, and there will be at least 40 to 50 of them. The weakest of them will be close to the profound heaven realm, and on a full moon night, the weakest of them will be at the profound heaven realm. Normally, on a full moon night, the pack of silver moon heavenly wolves will choose to expand their territory. In other words, on a full moon night, the pack of silver moon heavenly wolves will move in large numbers to kill all the demonic beasts, including those who are here tonight. Ling Longyue said, But the Heaven Demon Beast Forest is so big. Why is that bastard Lin Xian sure to meet the pack of Silver Moon, Heavenly Wolves? So you can read more ancient books. Linglong Shui glanced at Linglong Yue. Although they were beasts, they still needed to know about the demon beast race. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves are sensitive to sound and light. Lin Xian has the lightning attribute. It is one of the brightest attributes. At the same time, it is the loudest. Therefore, he will be in danger. Also, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves have the ability to tear apart defensive enchantments. Yes. Linglong Shui pointed downwards. Linglong Yu looked over. A martial artist was stealthily moving through the night. He saw a Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf, but he didn't understand. He quietly prepared to ambush it, but he didn't know that he was already surrounded by dozens of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. When he rushed over, he had indeed attacked. But in the next instant, he realized that dozens of pairs of green eyes had appeared around him. Following that, the Silver Moon Celestial Wolves rushed over. He subconsciously crushed his cell phone. He didn't even have the time to call for help, but he still had his own phone. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief and was about to use his phone to contact those people, the white barrier was torn apart by the Silver Moon Wolf. Ah! The blood-curdling screams rang out in the sky above the Heaven Demonic Beast Forest. However, the forest was too big, and almost no one could hear them. So annoying. Why did these humans have to come to such a place for training? You're looking down on the demons too much. Linglong Yue scratched her head. They went to Lin Xian. Lin Xian will be the second person to encounter them. You go. Linglong Shui said. No, I don't want to save him. Linglong Yue shook her head proudly. You still need him to help you increase your spatial attribute. Okay. At this moment, Lin Xian had just used the 5 lightning constellation to kill a Mystic Heaven Realm 6-star demonic beast. He was recovering his spiritual energy. I should be leaving the designated area soon. Lin Xian took out his phone and looked at the map. It was indeed so. He was now at the edge of the designated area. This area had been cleared and explored. If he went out, he might encounter a Lightning Tribulation Realm demonic beast. Lin Xian couldn't defeat a Lightning Tribulation Realm demonic beast, so he didn't continue forward. Lin Xian should be the closest to the edge. He didn't know that he was also the closest to the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Pack. Go back. Lin Xian decided to go back. Going forward was naturally impossible. He would go back to the area he hadn't been to before and look for other demonic beasts. Lin Xian's direction was exactly the direction that the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Pack was looking for him. Opening his Eye of Cave Spirit, Lin Xian suddenly realized that there was an especially chaotic fluctuation of spiritual energy in front of him. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. He had never seen such a fluctuation before, so Lin Xian couldn't react in time. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to go forward. In front of him, 3 figures were hiding in the dark. Big brother, why isn't Lin Xian moving? One of them said through the earpiece. That's right, they were here to assassinate Lin Xian. As for how they found Lin Xian, it was actually very easy. During the day, Qin Shaotian passed by Lin Xian and stuck a mini-tracker on Lin Xian. Of course, there was also Ling Ying. Then, they could detect Lin Xian's location. As for why they didn't directly find and kill Lin Xian, they chose to hide in the direction that Lin Xian went and ambush him in advance. That was because they knew that Lin Xian had the space attribute. Although they were strong, once Lin Xian reacted, he could use the space attribute to escape. At the same time, there were many experts from the 3 major forces patrolling here, so they had to kill him in one hit. Don't worry, we have his location. Don't panic. Ah, suddenly, a scream came from the earpiece. Third brother. Third brother. The big brother revealed an expression of disbelief. Then, he lost contact with his third brother. How was that possible? His third brother was an 8-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator. An 8-star Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator was instantly killed? And Lin Xian heard this scream. It would be abnormal if he didn't hear this scream. What's going on? Could it be that a cultivator in the trial was attacked by a demonic beast? Lin Xin frowned. He was hesitating whether to go over or not. In the end, Lin Xin still chose to go over. The closer he got, the more Lin Xin could feel a kind of spiritual energy fluctuation, followed by the sounds of battle. Then, the ground trembled, and various powerful martial techniques collided. What the hell? Lin Xin felt this power and revealed a shocked expression. This was a power that was far above the mysterious heaven realm. Lightning Tribulation Realm? No, Lin Xin had felt the power of the Lightning Tribulation Realm before, and it seemed to be much stronger than that. It can't be the Law Realm, right? Lin Xin opened his mouth. Then, he decisively ran in another direction. What a joke. Why would he go near the Law Realm? Was he courting death? And in a short moment, the three people there all became corpses. They were waiting for Lin Xin, but they didn't expect to be targeted by a group of Silver Moon heavenly wolves. They also didn't expect that there would be a Law Realm existence among this group of Silver Moon heavenly wolves. A Law Realm Silver Moon heavenly wolf strength doubled under a full moon. That wasn't something a normal Law Realm cultivator could compare to. He didn't even have time to run before he was instantly killed. They wanted to assassinate Lin Xin, but they died in the mouths of a group of demonic beasts. It was really sad, and Lin Xin and Qin Shoutian didn't know about it yet. Occasionally, the anguished howls of demonic beasts could be heard. As Lin Xin took the initiative to attack, the demonic beasts no longer concealed themselves. They charged towards Lin Xin from all directions, accompanied by a sudden flash of white light. Lin Xin saw the figures of the demonic beasts rushing towards him. Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf? Not many martial artists knew about Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves, but Lin Xin had seen them in the ancient book of love Shao Runing. Following that, Lin Xin raised his head and looked at the sky. Full moon night. Fortunately, most of the Silver Moon heavenly wolves were in the mystic heaven realm. Even if their strength was doubled on a full moon night, their speed and strength were only around the mystic heaven realm 5 stars. They were about the same as Lin Xian's strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was not afraid. He did not feel an irresistible force. Although there were many Silver Moon heavenly wolves in the mystic heaven realm, Lin Xian was not afraid of numbers. Seeing the pack of Silver Moon heavenly wolves rushing towards him, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Why was Lin Xian not panicking? The reason was simple. He was waiting for the pack of Silver Moon heavenly wolves to rush in. When the pack of Silver Moon heavenly wolves rushed into a certain area, they did not do anything special at first. However, when they approached Lin Xian, some of the weaker Silver Moon heavenly wolves directly fell to the ground. Coupled with their extremely fast speed, their bodies were thrown more than 10 meters away. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. Did they think he was a pushover? Did they think this poison was a pushover? When they rushed into the poison domain that Lin Xian had secretly created, their game was over. It was mainly because Lin Xian's luck was good. This pack of Silver Moon heavenly wolves did not even have a Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator. There was a group of Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivators and 2 Law Realm Silver Moon heavenly wolves eating the Evil Fiend Hall cultivators. How should he put it? The bodies of these cultivators were the favorite of these demonic beasts. After all, when their cultivation realm was high, their bodies would be strengthened. Simply put, a body of this level was similar to a spiritual item of heaven and earth, similar to a spiritual herb. In any case, it was a great tonic. Naturally, it was the food in the stomachs of the higher-level Silver Moon heavenly wolves. These weaker ones would eat the weaker ones. This was very normal. Even if they were of the same race, there would still be a hierarchy. There were about 30 Silver Moon heavenly wolves on Lin Xian's side. About 10 of them directly entered the poison domain and lost their ability to move. They were not far from death. About 10 of them were hindered and slowed down, but they still had the ability to move. There were about 10 more. It did not seem to have much effect, but Lin Xin knew that it was only because their levels were higher that the effect of his poison would not appear so quickly. However, they were definitely poisoned. It was only a matter of time. After all, this place was not too far away from the Law Realm power just now. Therefore, Lin Xin even felt that this group of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves was the culprit behind the release of the Law Realm power just now. There must be a very, very strong Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf King. This was inevitable. There must be a strongest leader among them, but Lin Xin had not seen it yet, so Lin Xin knew that it had not appeared yet. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this little bit of time to get rid of these Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. After getting rid of this group, Lin Xin would basically be in the top 10. Moreover, he could help Wang Xintong. After all, there were dozens of mysterious Heaven Realm cultivators. Carefree World. This was really the first time Lin Xin had released Carefree World in a true sense. After releasing Carefree World, he felt that his body was no longer his own. He felt even more elated than when he had been squeezed dry by Ling Ying for an entire night. Then, he moved. Whoosh! His figure directly dodged the surprise attacks of a few Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. With just a slight movement, Lin Xin instantly appeared in a position to the side as if he had teleported. This, after releasing all his strength, wasn't a tenfold increase in movement speed a little too exaggerated? Lin Xin had completely fallen in love with this martial art technique. Of course, it consumed too much spiritual power, so he only increased it by 3 to 4 times. Then, his figure madly ran in the poisonous domain that he had released. The group of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves stubbornly chased after him and released all kinds of martial arts techniques. The surrounding books and stones were directly shattered by the sudden appearance of the silver light. It felt like thunder. If they hit Lin Xin, it would obviously be fatal, but they could not hit Lin Xin. Every time they were about to hit him, Lin Xian's speed would suddenly increase, and then he would lead the group of wolves madly running in the poisonous domain. Chapter 461. A pack of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that could be said to be terrifying when added together were all killed by Lin Xin just like that. What did that mean? At least half of them were in the profound Heaven Realm, while the rest were in the high levels of the Spirit Condensation Realm. However, with a full moon, their strength doubled and reached the profound Heaven Realm. Lin Xin smirked as he looked at the pack of Silver Moon Wolves that were either motionless or twitching on the ground, unable to get up. This poison attribute is too damn useful. Lin Xin was pleasantly surprised. It was much more useful than he had imagined. 5 Thunder Constellation. Sizzle, Lin Xin released the powerful 5 Thunder Constellation and killed all the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that had not been poisoned to death by Lin Xin. Ding. Your cultivation level has increased to profound Heaven Realm 6 stars. Lin Xin had reached the 6th star of the Mysterious Heaven stage, and was close to the 7th star of the Mysterious Heaven stage. To Lin Xin, the increase in his cultivation alone made this trip worthwhile. No, that was not right. He still had to enter the God's Awakening door. Is this the poison attribute? Above the void, Bing Lingyue saw this scene and said softly, "That's right, it's the poison attribute. He's lucky. If those Lightning Tribulation Realm and Law Realm Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf King were together, he wouldn't be able to do this." Linglong Shui was right. Even if a Lightning Tribulation Realm Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf King came, Lin Xin would not be able to fight it. When he felt the power of a Lightning Tribulation Realm, his first reaction would be to run. If Lin Xin had reached profound Heaven Realm 8 or 9 stars, he could try fighting Lightning Tribulation Realm 2 or 9 stars. But now, it was impossible. It was too difficult to cross a realm. They're going. Bing Lingyue saw a few figures in the forest running towards Lin Xin in the dark. Yu is already there. Linglong Shui was not worried after seeing this. Damn. Lin Xin was still thinking of taking out the demon crystals of the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves when he suddenly felt several auras in the sky. One of them was especially terrifying. That was the aura of the Lightning Tribulation Realm. To what extent could a cultivator in the Thunder Tribulation Realm achieve? Just by releasing his aura, Lin Xian would probably be lying on the ground vomiting blood. There was no way he could resist this existence. However, why was Lin Xian hesitating? This was because he had the Heaven's Wrath Needle that Linglong Shui had given him. As long as he hid it, even a Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator would be instantly killed by the Heaven's Wrath Needle. However, it was the Lightning Tribulation Realm, and there were more than one Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivators, so Lin Xian gave up. Yo-yo. Lin Xian planned to slip away first, and then find an opportunity to come back and retrieve the demon crystals of these Silver Moon heavenly wolves. A furious roar was accompanied by a barrier that directly sealed Lin Xian. Barriers could be released by powerful cultivators and demonic beasts. Generally speaking, only those at the Law Realm could release them. However, some very special demonic beasts could release them at the Thunder Tribulation Realm. The Thunder Tribulation Realm demonic beast that Lin Xian had encountered in the Sky Martial Court was relatively special and powerful. A terrifying force broke through a 5 to 6 meter wide area in front of him. Wherever it went, trees and stones would all turn into dust as it rushed toward Lin Xian. Instant shadow. Lin Xian moved 10 meters to the side and nimbly dodged the attack. Then, several figures appeared in front of and around Lin Xian. Surrounding him, the force blasted a ditch more than a meter deep and dozens of meters long in the ground. Several Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings, whose grades and levels were not low, glared at Lin Xian. At this moment, on a tree beside Lin Xian, Ling Longyue was chewing on an apple and looking down condescendingly. Bye-bye. When Lin Xian saw the Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings, he decisively released his spatial attribute and tried to escape 1,000 meters away. Lin Xian had indeed disappeared and was 1,000 meters away. Just as Lin Xian was about to escape, he realized that he was locked on by a force. Then, his figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he found himself in the place where he had been surrounded by the Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings. Lin Xian, really? He was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did these Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings have spatial attributes? That was impossible, right? How many demonic beasts could control spatial attributes? Really? For a moment, Lin Xian felt despair. Roar. Several Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings pounced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly swallowed a spirit recovery pill and released his spatial attribute to escape. All the Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings missed him. Lin Xian had indeed left, but he had returned. Fuck. Lin Xian wanted to curse. What the hell? What a weak man. What's the point of only knowing how to run? A figure suddenly came from above. Lin Xian felt that this person had some attributes. Then, he saw Ling Longyue land in front of him. Following that, Lin Xian understood. So it was this girl's doing. What are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion. A beauty saving a coward. Lin Xian, remember, you owe me a favor. With that, Ling Longyue waved her hand. Those Lightning Tribulation Realm and Law Realm Silver Moon heavenly wolf kings all fell to the ground like stinky little brothers. Then, they instantly stopped breathing. According to Linglong Shui, they were demonic beasts and would not kill demonic beasts for no reason. However, there was a reason. It was because they wanted to save Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian did not necessarily need to be saved, in fact, he really did not need to be saved. With his spatial attribute to escape, he could use the spirit recovery pill to activate Unfettered World. Even if those demonic beasts were Law Realm demonic beasts, they would not be able to catch up to Lin Xian. If they could not catch up, they would lose their target and would not be able to find Lin Xian. Secondly, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf Pack was an ambitious race. Their existence would hunt down innocent demonic beasts, so killing them was not a big problem. However, with strength, they could do whatever they wanted. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. All right, let's call it a day. Ling Longyue clapped her hands and then looked at Lin Xian before stretching out her hand. What? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This young lady saved you. Don't tell me you don't want to repay me for saving your life? Take out that treasure that can increase the spatial attribute. It's not as precious as your life, right? Lin Xian, wah, how can you be so shameless? Although your sister always has a straight face, as if everyone owes her money, she is still a reasonable person. What about you? What about me? Ling Longyue put her hands on her waist and said, Am I not? Without me, you would have been killed by the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf King. Even with the spatial attribute, you would not have been able to escape from 1,000 meters away. Who said so? Lin Xian, I also have a movement technique that can increase my speed by 10 times. I can escape from the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf King's lock in a short time. Who said I can't escape? Che, hypocritical man. A movement technique that increases speed by 10 times? Not to mention you, even my sister and I don't have such a movement technique. Who are you trying to fool? Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Chapter 462. From Ling Longyue's words, one could tell how rare a movement technique was. No, to be precise, how rare a powerful movement technique was. One was in the heavenly venerable realm, and the other was in the absolute realm. They were basically at the peak of the realm, right? Did they not have a movement technique that could increase their movement speed by 10 times? Moreover, 10 times movement speed was not the peak of the realm. There were 3 levels to world freedom. Lin Xian was only at the first level, creating an afterimage. As for the 3rd level, so close, yet worlds apart, that was more than 10 times. It was a little exaggerated. Why would I lie to you? Didn't you see it just now? Lin Xian shrugged and said. Ling Longyue did not notice it just now. However, when Lin Xian released 10 times movement speed, both Ling Longshui and Bing Lingyue noticed it. They were also very surprised. The speed that Lin Xian displayed almost made them think that it was teleportation. They were really surprised and curious because they were now more familiar with Lin Xian. They also knew about Lin Xian's situation. He only had one sister to rely on. But in such a situation, how did he have so many powerful martial techniques? Also, those mysterious things that even Ling Longshui thought were treasures. Where did Lin Xian get them? This man was a little different. Ling Longyue did not believe it. I don't care if you believe it or not. Anyway, you just need to know that you did not save my life. Also, don't forget to serve me for 7 days. It's not that easy to get a space attribute treasure. Ling Longyue, then why did she save Lin Xian? Humph, bastard. Bah. Ling Longyue spat and disappeared in a huff. Lin Xian continued to collect the demonic crystals without a care in the world. Not to mention so many profound Heaven Realm monster crystals. There were even Law Realm monster crystals and Thunder Tribulation Realm monster crystals. Because he knew that it was impossible to kill Thunder Tribulation Realm and Law Realm monster crystals, these 2 kinds of monster crystals were not included in the points. However, that did not mean that it was impossible. If it was possible, it was basically safe. Lin Xian might even be able to help Wang Xintong. After giving it some thought, Lin Xian sent a message to Qin Feng and asked if it was okay. Qin Feng then replied with a surprised question. In the end, Lin Xian received the news that it was possible. After all, they had all been searched. It was impossible for them to bring in demon crystals prepared in advance. Lin Xian then looked at the time. It was already 10 at night. There were 11 more hours until the 24th hour. He had to leave about an hour or so of time to leave the Heavenly Beast Forest. However, Lin Xian did not relax and continued to hunt for monsters. Firstly, he could raise his cultivation level. Secondly, he could continue to obtain monster crystals. Why not? He was already at Profound Heaven Realm 6 stars. If he killed a few more Profound Heaven Realm monsters tonight, Lin Xian would be able to raise his cultivation level to Profound Heaven Realm 7 stars. In other words, he had raised his cultivation level by 3 stars in one night. This was an extremely exaggerated speed. It was a pity that those Thunder Tribulation Realm and Law Realm Silver Moon Wolves were all killed by Ling Longyue. Otherwise, Lin Xian would probably be able to break through to the Thunder Tribulation Realm. However, he was not in a hurry. It was best to do it step by step. If Lin Xian really wanted to increase his strength, it was very simple. Didn't Ling Longyue want to achieve great success in the spatial realm? At most, she could change the content. She could bring Lin Xian to catch a group of Thunder Tribulation Realm and Realm monsters for Lin Xian to kill. This way, his cultivation level would definitely increase very quickly. However, Lin Xian would lose an important part in the process. This would cause him to not be able to recognize his own strength. Moreover, Lin Xian needed to complete the mission. If he could not complete the mission, his level would be reset to 0. It would be useless no matter how high his level was. This is so infuriating. So infuriating. In the void, Ling Longyue appeared beside them. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. What's wrong? Ling Longyue asked. Sister, don't you think this person is despicable? I saved him, and he still said that he could run away without me saving him. He took my kindness for granted and wasted my energy for nothing. He should just die. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth and said angrily. It seems like he really can run away if he wants to. Bing Lingyue said softly. Sister Bing, you are also siding with him. Ling Longyue pouted her small mouth. Bing Lingyue revealed a gentle smile and said, the speed he increased in an instant was very exaggerated. If he can maintain it for about 10 seconds and continue to release the space attribute, he can escape the lock of a Realm of Law monster. Che, he even bragged that he has a movement technique that can increase his speed by 10 times. My fastest speed is only 8 times. Ling Longyue said in disbelief. Ling Longyue recalled the scene just now and nodded. Maybe he can really increase it by 10 times? Ling Longyue looked at Ling Longyue in disbelief and said, how is that possible? Even you can only increase it by 8 times. But before this, do you believe that an ordinary human can increase my space attribute to a large extent? Ling Longyue said. Ling Longyue was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Let's go back. Don't worry. Is there any other problem? After all, there were a few people waiting for him to assassinate him. Bing Lingyue asked. Ling Longyue said, with the space attribute and Heaven's Wrath Needle, there should be no problem. About an hour later, Lin Xian's cultivation level rose to mysterious Heaven Realm 7 stars. He should be on par with Ling Ying. It was not easy. Ding dong. Lin Xian's phone rang, and he saw that it was a message from Ling Ying. Someone is trying to assassinate me. Lin Xian frowned. Someone is trying to assassinate Ling Ying? Does Ling Ying have any enemies? No. Although Ling Ying is like this, he is actually very low-key and would not provoke anyone. Then, Lin Xian thought of himself. Maybe it's because of me. Also, he suddenly thought of the scream from before and asked Qin Feng. No one from the 3 major forces met with any mishap. Also, at that time, there shouldn't be any other cultivators training in that place, right? Could it be that someone is trying to assassinate me? Lin Xian suddenly became terrified as he thought about it. Then, Lin Xian quickly dialed Ling Ying's number. They must have a condition when they were outside, and that was to keep their phones on silent. This was a very important point. Hello. Ling Ying's voice came from the other side. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. I just passed by a place and 2 people suddenly attacked me. They should be in the Thunder Tribulation Realm, or even the Law Realm. I reacted quickly and used the Dark attribute to escape. Send me your location now. I'll go over. No, they are near me now. It's dangerous for you to come over. Ling Ying guessed that it might be related to Lin Xian. You don't have any spiritual power? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Give me the location. I'll go over. Chapter 463. What did it mean that Ling Ying didn't have spirit power? She was at the mercy of others. If she had spirit power, she could continue to use the dark element to escape. But if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to withstand a Thunder Tribulation Realm or even a Law Realm cultivator. She would be killed in an instant. And Ling Ying had Lin Xian's spirit recovery pill. What did it mean that she was hiding now? She had used the spirit recovery pill. Which meant that Ling Ying was in a very dangerous situation. Lin Xian had to go. It's fine. I'll rest for a while and recover my spirit power. Then, I'll find an opportunity to use the dark element to escape. Ling Ying said softly. She was indeed worried that Lin Xian would be in danger if he came, so she didn't want Lin Xian to come. Hurry up. Lin Xian's tone was filled with anger. This was the first time Ling Ying felt anger from Lin Xian's tone. Lin Xian wasn't angry. It was the kind of anger that was formed from worry. In short, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to Ling Ying. Ling Ying bit her red lips. I've already informed the three major forces, so hurry up. It was one thing for the people from the three major forces to go, but it was another for him to go. Lin Xian would only feel at ease if he went alone. Ling Ying's situation was because she had encountered an unexpected situation. Asking for help was considered a request for help, but this kind of unexpected situation would not disqualify her because it was completely unexpected that she would be assassinated by a martial artist. Only when she was in danger with a demonic beast would it be considered a request for help. After all, this trial was for demonic beasts. Then, Lin Xian said, I have the spatial attribute and a heaven's wrath needle on me. I can instantly kill a law realm cultivator. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. Hurry up and send me your location. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying hesitated for a moment before sending her location to Lin Xian. Wait for me. Don't hang up. After that, Lin Xian activated Carefree under the heavens and sped towards Ling Ying's location at 10 times the normal speed. There were still 12 recovery pills left, but Lin Xian didn't care about the recovery pills. He only cared about Ling Ying's safety. He continuously consumed the recovery pills and sped away at an extremely fast speed. What made Lin Xian heave a sigh of relief was that Ling Ying was not too far away from him. She was only 5 kilometers away. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Xian had roughly arrived at the area. He then slowed down and entered stealth. Where are you? Lin Xian whispered to Ling Ying on the phone. I saw you. Ling Ying's figure appeared beside Lin Xian. Let's go. Ling Ying grabbed Lin Xian's hand and released the dark element. The two of them hid in the place where Ling Ying had been. It was a very dense tree. Hurry up and consume this. Lin Xian gave Ling Ying a few recovery pills. To be honest, Ling Ying was very touched. Only in times of danger could she test a man. Clearly, Lin Xian had passed her test. No, to be precise, Ling Ying didn't test Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's actions made Ling Ying feel that following him was the right choice. At the very least, she hadn't misjudged him, even if he was a bit of a playboy. Suddenly, a ball of fire rushed over. Lin Xian reacted quickly and used Blink Shadow while hugging Ling Ying. In an instant, the tree they were in was burned to ashes. 2 figures appeared in front of them. You're actually not dead. When one of the masked men saw Lin Xian, he revealed an astonished expression. In his heart, he thought that his companion hadn't made a move yet, but he didn't know that his companion had already died in the mouth of a demonic beast. If you hadn't come, it would have been really difficult to find this woman. The man sneered. Qin Xiaotian must have spent a lot of money to hire you, right? Lin Xian said coldly. The man frowned and said, a dead man doesn't need to speak. After saying that, a monstrous aura surged from his body. You seem to have forgotten that I have the space element. Lin Xian smirked and then the two of them disappeared. SK. Ridiculous. The man sneered. The space element was indeed strong. The reason why he chose to assassinate was because he was afraid of making a mistake. If he didn't kill them instantly, they would definitely report it. If that happened, there would be trouble. However, there was no other way. If he made a mistake, he could only take action by force. This was the situation now. Lin Xian's space element was indeed strong, but his strength and spiritual energy were just that little. As long as he could lock onto Lin Xian, it would be fine. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would have a spiritual energy recovery pill that could recover so much spiritual energy. As far as everyone knew, there were no such things. There were only spiritual energy recovery pills, but these things could only recover a little. They're here. The two of them landed nearly a kilometer away. Ling Ying was originally relieved when he suddenly felt the aura behind him. Ling Ying was shocked. What do we do? Lin Xian could actually run. It was the same idea as when he encountered the Silver Moon Direwolf King. Because he had the spiritual energy recovery pill, he could make it happen. However, Lin Xian didn't want to run anymore. Damn it, they were chasing after him all day long, and now they were attacking the people around him. Motherfucker. He couldn't take it anymore. Little Ling Ying, can you use the dark element to hide me? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying said, yes. What are you going to do? Lin Xian muttered, give me another clone. I want to kill that bastard. Ling Ying, are you sure? Ling Ying confirmed again. Yes. You be careful. Okay. Ling Ying then released his energy to hide Lin Xian. Lin Xian hid behind a nearby tree. With Ling Ying's ability to hide, it was still difficult to find Lin Xian. Shadow clone. Ling Ying then released another wave of energy at Lin Xian. Then, a person who looked exactly like Lin Xian walked out and walked to her side. Lin Xian, what the fuck? This clone was indeed abnormal. He couldn't tell the difference. Whoosh, two figures appeared in front of them, one after the other. Running? Not running anymore? Have you run out of spiritual energy? Are you waiting to die? When the man saw Ling Ying and Lin Xian, he couldn't help but laugh. Leader, let's not delay any longer. I'm afraid that the people from the three major forces are already here. Can't we get rid of them? The other person said, okay. Then, flames filled the sky and trapped them. Destroy. Suddenly, Lin Xian rushed out from inside. Fiske, you're courting death. The man sneered and threw a punch at Lin Xian. At the same time, the hidden Lin Xian seized the opportunity and directly released the Heaven's Wrath Needle. The man scattered Lin Xian, but found that it was a fake. His reaction was already very fast. Feeling the power coming from the side, he quickly turned and blocked it. TSK, however, the Heaven's Wrath Needle ignored the defensive chi and directly penetrated his body. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Leader! The other person showed a shocked expression and rushed over. Plop! So sinister. The man knelt on the ground and then lay down. When the other Thunder Tribulation Realm powerhouse saw that the Law Realm powerhouse was instantly killed, his subconscious reaction was to run away. Chapter 464. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had killed this Law Realm cultivator and directly raised his cultivation level to Mystic Heaven Realm 9 stars. The Law Realm required a lot of experience, but the Mysterious Heaven Realm required a lot of experience as well. Lin Xian's rise was close to 3 stars. Moreover, that person was only in the Law Realm. Mysterious Heaven Realm 9 stars, about to step into the Mysterious Heaven Realm 10 stars. Lin Xian's rise was terrifying. Wanna run? When Lin Xian reached the Mysterious Heaven Realm 9 stars, he felt like he wasn't afraid of the Lightning Tribulation Realm anymore. He wanted to chase after them. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and killed the fleeing Lightning Tribulation Realm cultivator. He didn't even have time to scream before a figure landed. Uncle Qin. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised when he saw who it was. Are you all right? Qin Feng asked after glancing at the two. Lin Xian nodded. I'm fine. I didn't expect someone from the Evil Fiend Hall to sneak into this forest. It seems like we can't continue with this trial. Qin Feng walked over and said after some thought. Lin Xian shook his head. No, they're here for me. You provoked the Evil Fiend Hall? No, to be precise, they hired someone to kill me. Lin Xian said. Who? Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry about it, Uncle Qin. We'll find out after the Sky Martial Conference. Qin Feng nodded slightly, then patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said, So, do you want to continue, or what? Of course we're going to continue. We can't fall behind the top 10 of the Sky Martial Conference. Okay, then you guys should be around here. I'll send people to patrol the area. Safety first. Qin Feng reminded them. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Qin Feng knew how important the Sky Marshal Conference was to them. Asking them to give up? Even if he thought about it, it was impossible. Qin Feng then left. Tell me, what's your realm now? After Qin Feng left, Linging hurriedly asked, as if nothing dangerous had happened. 9 stars of the mysterious heaven realm. Linging, how could that be? Could that person be a high-level law realm expert? That shouldn't be the case. If it was a high-level law realm expert, I wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. I would have been killed by him long ago. Linging revealed an expression of disbelief. Actually, I was already at the 7 stars of the profound heaven realm before this. Linging, she remembered that Lin Xian was only at the 4 stars of the mysterious heaven realm before coming here. She was only at Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars, so how could Lin Xian be at Mystic Heaven Realm 7 stars before she killed that law realm expert? How did he do it? She had only risen by 1 star, so she was only at the 6th star of the mysterious heaven realm. And now, Lin Xian was at the 9th star of the mysterious heaven realm. What an exaggeration. How did you manage to raise it by 3 stars? Linging asked in surprise. Lin Xian shrugged. I encountered a group of Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beasts. There were dozens of them, so I killed them all. That's how my cultivation rose by so much. Linging, a group of Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beasts? How could he still speak so calmly after encountering such a group of demonic beasts? Aren't you afraid? A cultivator had to be careful when facing a demonic beast of the same realm, let alone a group of demonic beasts. If they were the slightest bit careless, even a demonic beast of a lower realm could kill them in one move. Linging felt a lingering fear for Lin Xian. It's nothing. Don't forget my attributes. Poison and lightning attributes are both fucking area of effect attributes. When the group of demonic beasts entered my poison domain, half of them directly fell. Then, I stalled for time, and the rest all fell. It was an easy group. You're amazing. Linging could only silently say this. Lin Xian smiled and then hugged her slender waist. Linging was already used to Lin Xian's actions. Moreover, there was no one around. So what if he hugged her? Little Ying, look, I have a lot of demonic crystals. The sky is the quilt, the ground is the bed, and the moon is the lamp. How about we sleep? Lin Xian thought of something and couldn't help but wipe his saliva. Looking like a pig, is there something wrong with you? Linging glanced at Lin Xian. This was the fucking demonic beast domain, and a place where Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beasts were innumerable. In such a place, unless you really couldn't take it anymore, it was best not to rest. Of course, this rest was sleeping. If you simply sat or lay down for a period of time, it wouldn't be too dangerous. However, sleeping in the demonic beast domain was something that should be avoided as much as possible. You're enough for me. Linging, go away. I still need to improve my cultivation. Linging said unhappily. In fact, she was relieved. Originally, she thought that it would be difficult for her to get through tonight, but she didn't expect that Lin Xian would risk his life to save her. To be honest, there was nothing more touching than this to a girl, especially a girl like Ling Ying. Simply put, she wasn't an idiot. Let's not talk about it. Let's sleep. Hurry up. Lin Xian then dragged Ling Ying to a comfortable bush. Ling Ying, are you fucking crazy? Ling Ying couldn't help but swear. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. He said with a smile, Little Ling Ying, we've tried the bed, the balcony, the sofa, and even the kitchen, but I don't think we've tried it in the wild. Ling Ying's heart skipped a beat. Fuck. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Xian hugged Ling Ying's delicate body and said, let's rest first. I'll go with you tonight. We don't know if there are other people watching us. With my space attribute and your dark attribute, at least escaping won't be a problem. Will Xiao Miao and Chu Shue be in danger too? Ling Ying quickly asked. Lin Xian wasn't sure, but he was sure that the people from the Evil Fiend Temple were either from Qin Shoutian or Zhao Mingyue. So, if they were related to him, there was a possibility that they were in danger. To be safe, let's gather everyone together. I have a lot of demon crystals here, so I should be able to guarantee that everyone will enter the top 10, Lin Xian said. He was indeed a little worried. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying also concluded that this was related to Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian contacted Miao, Xiao Miao, and the others. Lin Xian, can you tell me, who did you provoke outside? Because this wasn't the first time that Ling Ying and Lin Xian encountered people from the evil fiend temple trying to assassinate them. The Jiang family? No. The Jiang clan had already been exterminated. Ling Ying was aware of this, and with the fall of Jiang Zun, Xiao Runing had also roughly investigated the ins and outs of the Jiang clan. She had basically taken over the entire Jiang clan. So who else was there? Ling Ying didn't know who had such a blood feud with Lin Xian. Chapter 465. Lin Xian did not tell Ling Ying about this matter. Only Wang Qianqian and Zhang Tian knew about it. The two of them walked towards Wang Xintong. Lin Xian hesitated whether he should tell Ling Ying or not. Then, he decided to tell Ling Ying. How should he say it? After all, the Sky Martial Conference would end in the daytime. Lin Xian might bring Qin Shoutian to justice. At that time, everything would be revealed to the world. Telling Ling Ying now was not a big deal. Moreover, Lin Xian trusted Ling Ying completely. It's Qin Shoutian, Lin Xian said indifferently. Ling Ying's eyebrows furrowed. She knew that Lin Xian and Qin Shoutian did not get along. However, she was not sure if the hatred between Lin Xian and Qin Shoutian was that deep. Now, it seemed that she had underestimated the hatred between the two. Why? Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. Then, he told Ling Ying about what happened between them. Ling Ying clenched her fists. That bastard actually did that to Sister Linya. No wonder. No wonder you said something about 3 years ago. Ling Ying suddenly understood. Linya, on the other hand, was Ling Ying's favorite and respected elder sister. When she found out that Qin Shoutian had done such a thing to Ling Ying, she was furious. She wanted nothing more than to bring Qin Shoutian to justice right now. Do you have proof? Ling Ying suppressed her anger and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Otherwise, what do you think I've been doing all this time? So, you've wronged me many times. When I was with other sisters, I wasn't flirting with them. I was just asking them for help. It's true. Why did Ling Ying not believe him? I don't care. I just want him to be brought to justice. Ling Ying said angrily. If he met Qin Shoutian now, he would definitely rush up and fight him to the death. I say, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. When the time comes, even if you see Qin Shoutian, don't show any emotions, okay? Don't worry. Ling Ying took a deep breath and nodded. Bring me along when the time comes. Ling Ying reminded. Don't worry, I will. After that, Lin Xian added Miao Xiaomiao, Wang Xintong, and Han Chuxue into a WeChat group, and the 5 of them started a voice chat. As martial artists, they had to bring their phones with them when they were outside because they would encounter many situations where they would need a phone. Reality proved that they needed it. Next, they would definitely bring Bluetooth headphones because it was convenient. Everything would be convenient. After that, Lin Xian and Ling Ying would hear whistling sounds from the headphones, as well as the sounds of battle and collisions. They would fight from time to time, and some of them could even chat with them while fighting. After about an hour and a half, Lin Xian gathered all the girls. Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Come. Everyone, take a break and eat some of my fairy's biscuits. Lin Xian gave them the biscuits made by Linya. Miao Xiaomiao took the biscuits and asked, Lin Xian, what do you think is dangerous here? Because Lin Xian told them that there was danger in the Sky Demon Beast Forest and that they might be in danger, they basically put down what they were doing and gathered with Lin Xian and the others. Otherwise, with their unyielding characters, they would definitely crazily grind until the next morning. There's a pervert, Lin Xian said mysteriously. Isn't it you? Lin Xian. Okay. I won't tell you first. Anyway, you just need to know that it's safe to stay together. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. But if we stay together, we won't be able to enter the top 10. It's very difficult, Miao Xiaomiao said. Of course, they all wanted to advance. Walalala. Then, Lin Xian poured out a small mountain of demon crystals in front of them. The girls' eyes widened. What the fuck? They all came together. Why did Lin Xian's Mystic Heaven Realm demon crystals look like they were wholesale? Lin Xian said, including yours, we still have more than 6 hours tonight. We can still kill a lot more. At most, we'll split up and stay close to each other. How about it? We won't have a problem entering the top 10, right? Seems about right. Wang Xintong and Miao Xiaomiao wanted to enter the top 10 with their own strength, but they also listened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said that there was danger, so they naturally couldn't ignore it. However, these demon crystals were really exaggerated. However, there are still many experts. It might not be enough. Then, Lin Xian threw out a few Thunder Tribulation Realm demon crystals and a Law Realm demon crystal. Now, the 4 girls. Thunder Tribulation Realm demon crystal? Law Realm demon crystal? They could tell what level the demon crystal was by looking at it. How did you sneak in such a level of demon crystal? Do demon crystals of this level count as points? Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked, Fuck, what do you think of me? Am I that kind of person? The 4 girls nodded their little heads. Lin Xian, fuck. It turned out that he was so unreliable in their hearts. You don't have to think about how I got it. In any case, I didn't sneak it in. The inspection was so strict before, so how could I bring it in? Moreover, Law Realm demon crystals are so precious. Where would I get them? You can't even buy them with money. Lin Xian said. Han Shushue held the Law Realm demon crystal and sensed it for a moment before saying, There's still residual heat inside this demon crystal. It was taken from a demon beast that died less than half a day ago. When they heard Ling Ying's words, they were even more shocked. Ling Ying pouted. He lied to her. This guy must have used the Heaven's Wrath Needle to kill a Law Realm demon beast, which was why he improved so quickly. Then, there was that Law Realm expert. Humph. However, with so many Mystic Heaven Realm demon crystals, he didn't seem to be lying to her. What a freak. Forget about his freakish endurance, his combat strength was also freakish. He could even face so many demon beasts without any problems. However, the Heaven's Wrath Needle was indeed powerful. Ling Ying was convinced. Everyone, take out your demon crystals first and then divide them among the 5 of us. In addition, we'll continue to grind. It should be enough for all 5 of us to advance to the top 10. Lin Xian said. That was very exaggerated. If all 5 of them advanced to the top 10, the other dozens of people would have 5 fewer spots to advance. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Then, they divided the demon crystals among themselves. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others also had a lot of demon crystals. Even if they didn't take Lin Xian's demon crystals, it shouldn't be a problem for them to advance to the top 10 if they continued to grind. Lin Xian's demon crystals were more useful for them to replenish what they lacked. Naturally, Wang Xintong had fewer, and the level of her demon crystals was also lower. However, her realm and attributes were there. Next, we'll split up and continue to kill demon beasts. Don't break contact and always pay attention to the distance between us. Don't exceed 1 kilometer. Lin Xian said. Chapter 466. For the rest of the time, they did their own things, but they kept in touch at all times. For martial artists, time passed very quickly, especially when they were searching and fighting. On the other hand, Qin Shoutian didn't know that the Evil Fiend Shrine's mission had failed. He didn't even have a way to contact the woman in red, let alone the people from the Evil Fiend Shrine. They had only come over to confirm the plan with Qin Shoutian before taking action. Right now, Qin Shoutian was still happily thinking that Lin Xian was already dead. Although she felt that it was a pity that Ling Ying died, there was nothing she could do. Even if Ling Ying was gone, she still had Han Chushue. Qin Shaotian wandered alone in the heavenly monster forest and killed many monsters. Suddenly, he realized that there was lightning in front of him. Then, he curiously went over to take a look. "Oh, young Master Qin, our fate is quite deep." Lin Xian killed a monster and then heard movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was Qin Shaotian. Then, he grinned. Qin Shaotian's pupil shrank. Lin Xian? Why wasn't he dead? Could it be that the people from the evil fiend temple hadn't made a move yet? That shouldn't be the case. They had entered this place early, and they still had Lin Xian's location. It was impossible that they hadn't made a move yet. Failed? That didn't exist, right? There were Law Realm existences looking for Lin Xian. How could they fail? Even Lin Xian's spatial attribute was useless. But Lin Xian was acting as if nothing had happened. How could he continue to grind levels so nonchalantly after experiencing a life and death situation or being on the run? Either he ran away, died, or hid. That was impossible.
Yes.
Qin Shaotian forced out a smile with difficulty. Qin Shaotian knew that Lin Xian was aware that he had made a move on Lin Xian's sister. Therefore, they were enemies when they met under such circumstances. At that moment, Qin Shaotian even wanted to attack Lin Xian. However, he suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, so he gave up. What about Lin Xian? He was now at the mysterious heaven realm 9 stars. He should have beaten Qin Shaotian, right? Why didn't he make a move? If Lin Xian wanted to kill Qin Shaotian, it would be too easy. He could even ask Linglong Shui and the others for help, but he didn't. What he wanted wasn't just to kill Qin Shaotian. He wanted Qin Shaotian to feel that he had obtained a spot in the top 10 of the Sky Martial Assembly and obtained the qualifications to participate in the next Sky Martial Assembly. He wanted to make Qin Shaotian fall from heaven into an ice cellar. What? Why didn't young Master Qin kill me with such a good opportunity? Lin Xian grinned. Qin Shaotian was a cautious person. He couldn't guarantee that Lin Xian's phone was on the line right now. If he killed him, he would really be exposed. You and I have no enmity, so why would I kill you? It's not good to make such a joke. Qin Shaotian chuckled. Really? Then weren't you the one who hired those people to assassinate me? Qin Shaotian frowned. Did he meet someone? Then why didn't he die? What kind of trash was this evil fiend temple? Qin Shaotian didn't say anything because he was afraid of being exposed. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Lin Xian. He was afraid of Lin Xian's schemes. Do you know why they didn't kill me? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Because when they were waiting for me to assassinate me, they were killed by a group of demonic beasts. I saw it with my own eyes. Demonic beasts in the Law Realm. Those Thunder Tribulation Realm and Law Realm cultivators died miserably. Why can I run? Because I have the spatial attribute. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian then laughed and walked away. Awesome. Lin Xian wasn't afraid that Qin Shaotian would fly into a rage out of humiliation. In fact, if Lin Xian wanted to, he had the confidence to capture Qin Shaotian right now, because his current realm was definitely higher than Qin Shaotian's, and with the spatial attribute, where could Qin Shaotian run? Unless he had a spatial spirit artifact that was stronger than Lin Xian's spatial power. However, Lin Xian didn't want to. He wanted to bring him to justice in front of the world at a very good opportunity. Qin Shaotian clenched his fists tightly, and then he turned around angrily. Trash. Trash from the evil fiend temple. I thought you were strong, but a bunch of trash. Qin Shaotian's angry face was ferocious. He was originally in a good mood, but now he exploded. He had invited experts time and time again, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. This time, he thought that victory was in his grasp, but even the Law Realm cultivators were eaten by demonic beasts. Most importantly, Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant in front of him. However, he didn't dare to make a move against Lin Xian. This was even more infuriating. Fuck you. But for Qin Shaotian, there were plenty of opportunities. In any case, the woman in red had promised him that if the mission failed, he didn't have to agree to the previous 2 promises. Moreover, as long as there was no evidence, Qin Shaotian wasn't afraid. He still had plenty of opportunities to kill Wang Qianqian, Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and the others. They could survive once or twice, but Qin Shoutian didn't believe that they would be fine every time. In any case, the people who died were from the Evil Fiend Hall. When the time came, the Evil Fiend Hall would take the blame for him. The sky slowly brightened. The sky was slightly cold, and dawn was getting later. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was already 6:30. It would take more than an hour for them to return the way they came. So Lin Xian felt that it was time to go back because he still had things to do. What are you doing? I'm about to reach Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. Let me grind for a while more. Lin Xian lifted Miao Xiaomiao's hoodie and walked forward. Miao Xiaomiao struggled with all her might, feeling very unhappy. She was about to reach Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. Just a little more. I'll grind on the way back. Why are you going back so early? I can still grind for another hour. Miao Xiaomiao pouted. I have things to do. Why don't I leave you here alone? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Miao Xiaomiao blinked her big eyes. Ever since Lin Xian said that there was danger here last night, she didn't dare to stay alone. Hee, then I'll grind on the way. Miao Xiaomiao giggled. After that, Lin Xian brought the 4 girls back. Their demon crystals were enough for all 5 of them to enter the top 10. Everyone had gained a lot from this trip, especially Lin Xian. He was at Mystic Heaven Realm 9 stars. He was almost at Mystic Heaven Realm 10 stars. After reaching Mystic Heaven Realm 10 stars, he could directly exchange for the Heaven Star Fruit to advance to the Lightning Tribulation Realm. This realm directly surpassed Ling Ying and Han Chushue's by a large margin. Ling Ying was also at Mystic Heaven Realm 7 stars. Han Chushue was a little behind before, but she was also at Mystic Heaven Realm 6 stars. Miao Xiaomiao also grinded a few demons on the way back and reached Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars. Wang Xintong was also at Mystic Heaven Realm 3 stars. It wasn't that she leveled up too quickly. The lower the realm, the faster the leveling. It was only 8 o'clock when the 5 of them left the Heaven Demon Beast Forest. There weren't many people out at this time, but in the next 20 to 30 minutes, there would be a large group coming out. You guys, after leaving, they arrived at the designated location. There were many teachers from the 3 big schools and people from the 3 big factions. This was the gathering point. Xiao Runing was surprised to see Lin Xian and the others coming over. Why were the 5 of them together? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.